Let's rock the house, baby.
He's supposed to do it, he gets dirty. The Fred Theory. He's supposed to do it, he gets dirty. Fred Theory. Fred Theory. Fred Theory Show. What time is it? It's that 30 time. What time is it? It's that so time. What time is it? That 30 time. What time is it? That so time.
Do you want to know what the government's been lying to us about for the last 3 years? Want to know the truth about Big Pharma's death grip on humankind? Want to know the names on the Epstein flight logs? You want the cold hard facts about Neil Armstrong and Buzz and what they actually saw when they landed on the moon? You want one final answer on Black Lives Matter and White Lives Matter and whose life actually matters? Do you want the truth about what the Illuminati actually is and who's really involved in it? If you want to know if when a man gives birth, does a baby come out of his pee hole or his butthole? Do you want to know the controversial truth about how human life began?
Fred Fury's online
doesn't
Picket
have
Radio.
any of that, but we sure do have the dope-ass music for your ear holes, eh?
I fucking hate conspiracy theories because I embrace facts.
Oh, he got bars.
Let me give it a try.
A conspiracy theory is only a theory until it's proven to be true. But you only see what the new spoon feeds you and only hang with sheep like you. Now, I'm not gonna say that every theory is a fact, or my opinion should only matter to me. But don't attack somebody else because you lack the mind power to wrap it around the possibility. Let's go. You see, the world that we live in is truly fucked up, so I don't push it past anyone. I look without a biased view. I leave the judgment up to you because it seems like you try to troll for fun. So let me give you what you want. I shed light on your flawed logic because apparently that's something that you lack. Just because your pretty little brain can't fathom what I'm saying doesn't mean that it can't be a fact.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone. I'm getting some breaking news. It turns out the world is ending, and we're all fucked.
The story of this terrible, stupid Thursday, the story of its extraordinary consequences, and the story of how these consequences are inextricably intertwined with this remarkable book begins very simply. It begins.
They're here to save the world. Ghostbusters. The supernatural spectacular. They're here to save the world. The pictures hit the morning editions of every paper in New York, and by evening had spread halfway around the world. The three of them, standing proudly in front of the Sedgwick, captioned, "Ghostbusters!" or "Ghostbusters?" depending on the editorial slant. Ray Stantz, holding the smoking trap aloft. "We got one!" The Ectomobile. "Ghostbusters!" screamed the Rupert Murdoch papers. "Boffo biz for spook kooks!" cried Variety. "A strange occurrence in the garment district," indicated a cautious Wall Street journal, but the Village Voice kicked out the jams and ran a Pfeiffer caricature on the front page. Within 6 hours, no one was talking about anything else. Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters. The Supernatural Spectacular. A novel by Richard Mueller, based on the motion picture by Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis. Narrated by John Olson. For Mom and Dad. One. How much there is in books that one does not want to know. John Burroughs. It was a bright sunny day in early autumn, one of those days New Yorkers dote on, take pictures of, and point out to their country cousins as an example of the city at its best. The city after summer, after the pavements stop frying. The city not yet locked into the icy streets and frozen dog wastes of winter. A picture postcard day, a day to write home to Cincinnati or Scranton or Tullahoma about, and every New Yorker with an excuse was out of doors, clogging the sidewalks, slowing traffic, frightening the pigeons. Tour buses, hot dog vendors, street musicians, flower sellers, all had noticed an increase in trade. People were more cheerful. There was an excess of happy normalcy in the air. The sun had risen that morning, as it did every morning, by bubbling out of Long Island Sound, climbing over the Chrysler Building and casting its warmth down on Midtown Manhattan. By dusk it would be finished and sliding quickly toward the Jersey marshes. If it sent down its warmth anywhere else, New Yorkers were not aware of it and cared less. It was here, and it felt good. That was enough. Two men who particularly reveled in the sunlight that September day were Harlan Beaujay and Robert Leonard Coombs. Beaujay had once been a jockey, until at the age of 24 he had inexplicably gained 45 pounds and 4 inches in height, which finished forever his dreams of winning the Triple Crown. This had been some 35 years ago, and Beaujay had been unemployed since. His partner, Coombs, a taciturn Oklahoma Indian, had come to New York to make his fortune as a singer. He had drive, ambition, daring, pizzazz, everything, in fact, but a voice. And so Harlan Beaujay and Robert Leonard Coombs were now partners in leisure, philosophy, and life. They sat beneath the great jaws of a stone lion guarding the Fifth Avenue entrance to the New York Public Library, passing a bottle of Chateau Plain Wrap back and forth and discussing the nature of existence. "Robert, my lad, have you ever been in there?" "In there? In the library? Sure, I guess so. Couple of times.
Welcome, Sugar 2018.
Wonderful things, books. Right. But dangerous, exceedingly dangerous. Lots of dangerous things in books." Coombs was nonplussed. Once again Beaujay had run off with the thread of the conversation. "Dangerous? You mean like guys who cut the centers out and hide guns and dope and stuff inside?" Beaujay snorted in exasperation. "I'm speaking of ideas, you melonhead. Dangerous ideas. Ideas and philosophies." He took a long draw on the wine. Dangerous ideas. Coincidentally, less than 100 feet away, Alice Melvin was thinking exactly the same thing for an entirely different reason. Like Beaujay and Coombs, she too had had big dreams, and like them, she had come to New York to make them come true, but fate had once again taken down the road signs and painted out the center line. Instead of becoming a fashion designer, she was, at the age of 29, working in the New York Public Library. Stout and plain, any sort of meaningful social life had eluded her, and she'd become an exile in her own mind and a prisoner of her fantasies. The last man who had gone home with her had left in the morning with her VCR, and she'd given up trying, grimly resigned to a life in the stacks, moving books about, gaining wisdom and greatness through osmosis, hoping to return in the next life as Lonnie Anderson. That is, until she had discovered the incunabula. There were many locked and private collections of books at the main branch, and she'd had keys for some of them, but one day at the main desk she'd picked up the wrong set of keys by accident. At least, she told herself it was an accident. She had then proceeded to try a few doors that had been closed to her. Behind one of them, in a collection of European popular incunabula, she had discovered a book of woodcuts depicting sexual positions and concepts she'd not dreamed existed. They were crude in comparison to better works of both the period and the subject, but they touched a chord deep in Alice Melvin. On that sunny September day, deep in the stacks where no sunlight ever reaches, Alice Melvin was reshelving books, working her cart slowly along the aisles near the card catalog. As she turned over each title, checking the numbers on the spine, she failed to notice the vaguest hint of an odor on the air, a sickly sweetness that seemed to waft at right angles to her path, drifting toward the endless rows of card files. Alice's mind was only half on her job. Part of her attention was fixed on the books themselves, their titles, the aesthetic effect on her imagination. When the first of the card catalog drawers began to slide soundlessly open, her mind was miles away, traveling hopefully through a series of renderings on Hellenic pottery themes. Alice had just discovered a truly provocative illustration when something landed in front of her on the cart. It was a catalog card. Had it fallen from an upper shelf, or was it the work of some prankster? She turned angrily, then froze. Dozens of drawers had opened in the long line of cabinets, and millions of carefully indexed cards were shooting into the air, caroming off the stacks and settling and swirling in great blizzards to the floor. As she watched in horror, more drawers began to open. More cards exploded into the air. Alice Melvin's jaw worked convulsively. She turned and ran. Not pranksters, her mind supplied. Definitely not pranksters. At the end of the row, she halted to catch her breath. Report, she realized. I must report this to someone. Carefully, tensely, she tiptoed down a parallel aisle, heading for the stairwell to the floor above, yet keeping as far from the card catalog as possible. Through the ranked books, she could still hear cards spewing into the air. Little piles had even drifted into the intersections, and she hurried past them, lest one of them reach out and grab her by the ankle. As she made her way along the last group of stacks, something crashed to the floor behind her, and she leapt into the air. No, I'm too young to have a heart attack, she thought. She turned and saw a large book lying in the aisle. Another was wobbling on a shelf to her right, and as she watched, a third launched itself into the air and drifted across the space, neatly reshelving itself on the other stack. Then another, and suddenly dozens of books were in motion, crossing back and forth across the aisle like rush-hour pedestrians. It was too much for her. "No," she cried. "I won't do it again. I promise. I'll never look at another dirty picture." And at that instant she turned the final corner and came face to face with the thing. They heard her scream all over the building. 2. There are worse occupations in this world than feeling a woman's pulse. Lawrence Stern. Dr. Peter Venkman loved his work. He often said it to himself in precisely those words. I love my work. I'm not always quite sure what it is, but I do love it. I love getting up in the morning. I love coming down to my lab in the basement of Weaver Hall. And I love getting paid by Columbia University for doing whatever it is that I do. In fact, he often considered that a large part of what he did. Perhaps the major part consisted of just that, the search for identity, for purpose, for the meaning of just what it was that he did do. God, I love psychology. It's so wonderfully formless. You can get away with anything. He smiled warmly at his two subjects. Scott? Jennifer? Are we ready? Jennifer favored him with a coy look and a quick, anxious breath that made her breast rise and fall. She was convinced that Peter Venkman was a genius, or she soon would be. God, I love teaching, Venkman decided. He turned to Scott. Okay, partner? Scott Dickinson nodded nervously, his mouth pumping away on a quid of gum. He smiled crookedly at Brenda, who froze him right out. Venkman pulled a card out of the Zener deck and held it up. All right. What is it? Scott set his jaw and concentrated, but Venkman could tell that part of his attention was on the copper cuff strapped to his wrist, its wires running to the control box on Venkman's side of the table. A square? Good guess, Venkman replied. But no. He turned the card over. It was a star. Nice try. He pushed a button, sending a mild shock through the boy. Dickinson twitched, but smiled gamely. The next card was a circle. Okay, Jennifer. Just clear your mind and tell me what you see. She did, chewing on one adorable finger. Is it a star? It is a star. That's great. You're very good, Venkman said enthusiastically, burying the card in the deck and extracting another. A diamond. Scott? Scott rubbed his wrist nervously. Circle? Close, but definitely wrong. This time Scott gave a little whimper. Venkman ran through a few more cards, letting Scott get only one right, watching the boy's growing impatience, his fear of the electric punishment. He even inched the current up a little. The monkeys had been able to take it. It shouldn't have any effect on a sophomore business major. And if it did, who would notice? Besides, it was time to wind up this phase anyway. Ready? What is it? Jennifer licked her lips excitedly. Figure 8? Venkman buried the triangle. Incredible. That's 5 for 5. You're not cheating on me, are you? No, Doctor. They're just coming to me. Well, you're doing just great. Keep it up. I have faith in you. He considered stroking her leg under the table with his foot, see how she'd react, then rejected it. Might get Scott's leg by mistake. He smiled thinly at the young man. Scott Dickinson's own smile had slipped a few notches since they'd started. He let out a noisy breath, his tongue flapping on his uppers, and sniffed loudly. Nervous? Yes, I don't like this. Hey, you'll be fine. Only 75 more to go. What's this one? Wavy lines. 2 wavy lines? No, you don't. Venkman buried the card. Sorry, this just isn't your day. This time the kid's knees came up against the table and his gum popped out and skittered across the floor. Hey, I'm getting real tired of this. You volunteered, didn't you? Aren't we paying you for this? Yeah, but I didn't know you were going to be giving me electric shocks. What are you trying to prove? Venkman shrugged softly. I'm studying the effects of negative reinforcement on ESP ability. Dickinson leaned across the table and pulled off the electric cuff. I'll tell you the effect. It bugs me. Then my theory is correct. Your theory is garbage. Keep the $5. I've had it. He slammed the door hard enough to rattle the glass, leaving Venkman and Jennifer alone in the lab. Venkman shook his head sadly. That's the kind of ignorant reaction you're going to have to expect, Brenda, from people jealous of your ability. Jennifer smiled bravely. Do you think I have it, Dr. Venkman? Venkman jumped as something touched his ankle. Her foot! He favored her with his shyest, most boyish smile. Please, Peter. Okay, Peter. He leaned forward across the table and took her hand in his. Definitely. I think you may be a very gifted telepath. At that moment his arm came down on the button, sending a soft jolt through both of them. Jennifer jumped back, her sharp breath once again lifting her breasts. Ah, the wonders of modern science. Suddenly the door to the lab flew open and Ray Stantz hurried in. He didn't bother to close the door behind him, just ran to the storage bins and began pulling out equipment. Venkman noticed that someone had once again defaced the door. Written in red, in what was supposed to pass for blood, no doubt, were the words, Venkman burn in hell. His name had been misspelled. He waited a moment, then sighed. Ray. Excuse me, Ray? Yeah, Peter? Ray, I'm trying to have a session here. Stantz pulled his head out of the parts bin, his eyes wide and wild with excitement. Sorry, you'll have to drop everything. We got one. Jennifer was looking at Stantz as if he had just fallen off the surface of the moon. Good thing he didn't bring Egon, Venkman thought. He touched her hand. Excuse me for a minute. Stantz was plugging battery grid analyzers together when Venkman grabbed him by the arm. Ray, I'm right in the middle of something here. Can you come back in an hour? Stantz put a finger to his lips, then dragged him back behind the bin. Ray, I've never seen you like this. Peter, at 1:40 this afternoon at the main branch of the New York Public Library on 5th Avenue, 10 people witnessed a free-roaming, vaporous, full-torso apparition. It blew books off shelves at 20 feet away and scared the socks off some poor librarian. Venkman thought of beautiful Jennifer and weighed the thought of her against the clear call of scientific exploration. That's great, Ray. I think you should get right down there and check it out. Let me know what happens. Stantz handed him a valence meter and slipped the strap of a heavy-duty tape recorder over his head. No, Peter, this is for real. Spengler went down there and took some PKE readings. Right off the scale, buried the needle. We're close this time. I can feel it. So can I, Venkman sighed, but it looks like I'm not going to feel it now. Okay, just give me a second here. And take this stuff. He slipped up behind the girl, placed a hand on each shoulder, and smiled sadly. She looked up at him as if... Oh, the things I do for science. I have to leave now. But if you've got the time, I'd like you to come back this evening and do some more work with me, say, 8 o'clock? Venkman laughed delightedly. I was just going to say 8. You're fantastic. Until then, fantastic. The cab let them off in front of the library. Venkman made sure that Stantz paid the driver, then helped him bundle his equipment out onto the sidewalk. Help me carry this. Sure, Ray. Venkman picked up a plasmatometer about the size of an electric razor. You got the rest of that? There's something happening, Peter, I'm sure of it, Stantz said, struggling to his feet with a double armful of gear. The tape recorder around his neck made him look like a pack animal. Spengler and I have charted every psychic occurrence in the tri-state area for the past 2 years. The graph we came up with definitely points to something big. Ray, as your friend, I have to tell you that I think you've really gone around the bend on this ghost stuff. You've been running your butt off for 2 years, checking out every waterhead in the 5 boroughs who thinks he's had an experience. And what have you seen? What do you mean by seen? As in seen, you know, looked at with your eyes. Well, I was once at an unexplained multiple high-altitude rockfall. I've heard about the rockfall, Ray. I think you've been spending too much time with Egon. Peter Venkman was not the first person to have uttered those words. Throughout his childhood in the quiet suburbs of Cleveland, Egon Spengler had provoked that reaction more than once. I think you've been spending too much time with Egon. While his friends were indulging in the delights of childhood, cutting school, shoplifting, minor vandalism, Egon Spengler was making a nuisance of himself at the public library, ordering books that the librarians had neither heard of nor liked the sound of. The mysteries of latent abnormality, electrical applications of the psychosexual drive, your friend the fungus, astral projections as an untapped power source, the Necronomicon. While his friends were playing pranks and throwing firecrackers, Egon was developing a compact new explosive made of gun cotton and chicken dung. He wrapped a fist-sized lump of the stuff in aluminum foil, set it atop a waist-high erector set tower in a vacant lot, and surrounded it with 3 concentric rings of plastic-fill houses stolen from his brother's Lionel train layout. Then he ran the wires to a hand-crank generator and, retiring to a makeshift bunker he'd built, set the thing off. He'd been intending only to knock down the houses, but both houses and tower were vaporized, and he'd broken every window in a 3-block radius. I think you've been spending too much time with Egon. While his friends were going out on dates and fumbling around in each other's underwear, Egon was observing their mating rituals through binoculars and taking notes. Then, based on a complex formula he had worked out involving ambient temperature, phases of the moon, tidal cycles for Lake Erie, and a dozen other factors, he calculated the exact number of cases of venereal disease that would be reported over the next 3 months, and posted his findings on the high school bulletin board. If I catch you around that Spengler kid, you've had it. Somehow Egon survived to enter college, then grad school, then the real world, but it never quite affected him. He was always happier in the company of other mavericks like Stantz and Venkman than with the educators and businessmen with whom he was eventually forced to deal. He was always more at home with the arcane, the bizarre, the scientifically disreputable. Today he was at home with a table. Venkman and Stantz found him sitting beneath a heavy oak reading table in the library's Astor Hall, listening to the wooden underside with stereo headphones connected to a stethoscope. As usual, there was a large area around Egon totally devoid of people, and several patrons were peering warily at him from behind their books and newspapers. Even in New York, few people listened to tables. Venkman motioned to Stantz to hand him the heavy copy of Tobin's Spirit Guide, then rapped softly on the table. Egon froze, instantly alert, his wild eyes swinging from side to side. Oh boy, Venkman thought, this is wonderful. Any credibility we might have established with these people was officially shut down. He rapped his knuckles on the table again. Egon! Egon adjusted the control on his headset and peered closely at the table bottom, the rims of his glasses scraping the wood. Venkman slammed the spirit guide down on the top. Gna! Egon, come out of there. Egon Spengler adjusted his glasses and goggled up at Venkman. Oh, you're here. What have you got, Egon? Spengler clambered to his feet. This is big, Peter. This is very big. There's definitely something here. Venkman rubbed his temples. The day had started so well. Egon, somehow this reminds me of the time you tried to drill a hole in your head. Do you remember that? That would have worked. Spengler's explanation was cut short by the arrival of an unhappy-looking man in a rumpled suit. Venkman shook his offered hand. Hello, I'm Roger Delacourt, head librarian. Are you the men from the university? Yes, Venkman replied, all business. I'm Dr. Venkman, and this is Dr. Stantz. You've met Dr. Spengler. Delacourt nodded. Thank you so much for coming. I'd appreciate it if we could take care of this quickly and quietly. You know... I understand, Venkman said soothingly. Now, if we could see the woman who first witnessed the apparition. Certainly. You stay here and keep tabs on it, Egon, Venkman suggested. No sense in shocking this poor woman twice in one day. Alice Melvin had been made comfortable, which is to say that she had been stretched full length on the couch in Delacourt's office and was being tended by several of her colleagues. However, she seemed far from relaxed. Her body was stiff and severe, and little tremors passed through her limbs. Delacourt shooed the other women away and made the introductions. While the woman related her experience with the card catalogue and the books, Stantz grew increasingly excited until Venkman made him sit down, shut up, and take readings. Ray Stantz subsided behind the peeps and clicks of his apparatus. While he directed probes and counters at the librarian, Delacourt, and various inanimate objects in the office, Venkman tried to make some sense of the woman's story, but it all boiled down to the fact that they would have to go into the stacks and look for the blasted thing. The woman didn't look like a loony, but appearances can be deceiving. Spengler hadn't seemed that crazy on first meeting either, and Stantz usually fooled most people, but nowadays you couldn't tell. He decided to steer the questions around to credibility. Did the thing have 2 arms and legs, or what? Alice Melvin remained staring at the ceiling. I don't remember seeing any legs, but it definitely had arms because it reached for me. Arms! Great! I can't wait to get a look at this thing. Cool it, Ray. Venkman set down his pad and pencil. He smiled reassuringly. All right, Miss Melvin. Have you, or has any member of your family, ever been diagnosed as schizophrenic or mentally incompetent? Well, my uncle thought he was St. Jerome. Stantz and Delacourt looked at each other. Venkman smiled again. I'd call that a big yes. Do you yourself habitually use drugs, stimulants, or alcohol? No, Alice Melvin replied shakily. I thought not. And one last thing. Are you currently menstruating? Delacourt turned several shades of red. What's that got to do with it, Dr. Venkman? Back off, man. I'm a scientist. Delacourt, outraged, turned to Stantz for support, but he only nodded sagely and ran an ionization meter up and down the man's tie. Alice Melvin did not seem offended. It's all right, Mr. Delacourt. He is a doctor. Well, I never... Just answer the question, miss. But Venkman got no answer, for at that moment the door flew open and Spengler raced in. Hurry! It's moving! The two followed Spengler down the darkened corridors leading into the stacks, as only Spengler could make sense of his complicated primitive equipment. Every so often he would stop, observe the pattern of blinking lights on the plasmatometer, then indicate a new direction. Stantz was as excited as a kid with an armful of new toys, but for Venkman the thrill was rapidly wearing thin. You sure you know where you're going, Egon? Shh! They reached a spiral iron staircase and tiptoed down into the dimly lit basement. Corridors stretched away in all directions, flanked by steel shelving covered with books. In the distance, some piece of machinery, a water pump most likely, was softly humming. Spengler stopped short. My God! Look! The floor was covered with books and catalog cards tumbled and strewn in all directions. An overturned cart blocked one aisle. Venkman experienced a sudden chill. Loonies I can ignore, but there are books all over the floor. Those are real. Spengler pocketed the plasmatometer and held up a black teardrop-shaped device with wings. He called it an oroscope. Venkman thought it looked like it had come from one of those sex places on 42nd Street, but the lights on the thing's upper surface immediately began to blink. Spengler let out a thrilled squeal. Through here. Careful. They worked their way slowly toward the catalog cabinets, the piles of Dewey cards getting thicker on the floor. Venkman tried not to think about the possibility that they'd actually found one this time, that they were way in over their heads. Stantz passed him a plastic petri dish. What's that for? Specimens. Specimens? He considered trying to fold a file card into it, then gave up and slipped the dish into his pocket. Spengler halted and raised one hand. Will you look at that? What? The three crowded together and peered at the card files. The file drawers were in all manner of disarray, some in, some out, some on the floor, which was knee-deep in file cards, and... paste? No, some sort of glue-like substance. It was everywhere, bubbling and oozing in streams from the drawers, speckling the books, dropping in stringy blobs from the ceiling. Venkman fumbled the petri dish from his pocket, then stopped, not sure how to go about it. Stantz and Spengler were huddled together, whispering. Incredible. A plasma flow of this magnitude? Hasn't been anything like it since the Watertown pus eruption in 1910. This is making me very excited. This is making me very sick, Venkman said to himself. He turned the petri dish sideways and managed to capture a quantity of the discharge, then snapped the top on it. It still got all over his hands. Just what I need. Cosmic boogers. Come on, Peter. Venkman tried to wipe his hands off on the cabinet, then on the remaining books, finally settling for the tail of Ray's sport coat. He caught up with Spengler at the end of the corridor and passed him the specimen. Here, Egon, your mucus. But Egon was staring at an 8-foot pile of books standing against one wall. They teetered gently, but did not topple. Again, Stantz and Spengler went into a huddle. What do you make of that? Classic, symmetrical book stacking, like the Library of Alexandria incident. Sure, Venkman added. It's obvious. No human being stacks books like that. He grabbed Spengler by the arm. The ghost, Egon. Where is it? Right. He held up the oroscope. This way. Halfway down the passageway, a book jumped off the shelf and flew at Venkman. He caught it neatly. It was a copy of The Shining. Real nice. A few steps later, the hair went up on the back of his neck. Spengler turned and held up the little detector, its bat wings now extended outward, their miniature bulbs blinking rapidly. The device was emitting a low hum. Spengler pointed wordlessly. Stantz and Venkman nodded and pointed back. Their meaning was clear. You go first. Swallowing a lump the size of his fist, Spengler leaned out and peeked around the corner. A second later, he slipped back and nodded. It's here. What is it? Stantz asked. What do you think it is? It's a ghost. See for yourself. The three tiptoed quietly into the hallway and looked on in amazement. There, floating about 4 feet off the floor between the stacks, was a glowing ethereal presence, a swirl of colored lights bobbing among the books. Stantz attempted to raise yet another instrument, but Venkman slapped it down. No sudden moves, he whispered, not knowing if the ghost even registered their presence, but unwilling to take chances. Spengler slowly closed his gaping mouth. Look, it's forming. The light swirled in tighter and began to take on a definite shape, that of a somewhat portly torso, the essence still vaporous where the arms, legs, and head should be. The lines of two large, sagging breasts began to emerge. "What is it?" whispered Stance. Venkman shrugged. Whatever it was hardly threatening in this state. "Looks like a pair of breasts and a potbelly." Stance very slowly raised his camera and began to take infrared photos. Spengler toyed with the oroscope. A head and arms began to take shape. "It's a woman," Spengler gasped. It was. The apparition had taken on the form of a matronly, somewhat elderly woman, complete with a bun of silver-green hair and a dress of the style popular around the turn of the century. She was reading a book. Venkman noticed that there were still no legs connecting the phantasm to the floor, but he wasn't in the mood to quibble about it. This was pretty amazing. "Nice goin', Egon," he whispered. Stance snapped another picture, then moved to switch cameras. Their subject had still taken no notice of them. "I told you it was real." "Yes, you did, Ray. So, what do we do now?" Stance shrugged. "I don't know. Talk to it?" Venkman nodded. "Why not?" He took a step forward, the other two moving in behind him. The phantom still hovered silently in the air. "What do I say?" "Anything. Just make contact," Stance replied, snapping pictures as fast as he could work the camera. Venkman squared his shoulders, took a deep breath, and cleared his throat. "Nothing." Hello. I'm Peter." This time she turned in his general direction and seemed to look right through him. "Where are you from, originally?" The apparition put a finger to its lips and mimed a shushing sound, then went back to its spectral book. "Ray, the usual thing isn't working. Think of something else." Okay, Stance whispered. "I got it. I know what to do. Stay close to me. I have a plan." Stance edged forward, shifting from foot to foot, the others keeping close behind him. Venkman's mouth was dry. He realized that he hadn't been so frightened since he was a kid. Spengler's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Stance paused when they were barely 3 feet from the woman. "Okay, now everybody do exactly as I say. Ready?" Venkman and Spengler nodded. Stance tensed to spring. "Okay. Get her!" He flew forward, his arms reaching around the ghost. She was, of course, not there, and Ray Stance hit the bookcase, bounded back, and went down on top of Venkman and Spengler, who had run into each other. The ghost reformed a few feet away, and exploded upward and outward in a rush of air into the form of a hideous demon, claws outstretched, coming toward them. They stumbled back, smelling the horrible breath of the thing, feeling the heat as it screamed forth a single word. "Quiet!" On the steps out front, Harlan Beaujay and Robert Learned Coombs were getting ready to move along. The day was waning, and they had lost the sun, the drop in temperature portending the approach of winter's chill. Beaujay shook himself loose from his perch and staggered up, a day of inactivity and half a bottle of wine having taken their toll, when the front doors of the library flew open and 3 men came tearing out, pursued by the chief librarian, Delacourt. Beaujay knew who he was because the man had hassled him more than once. But something had kept him busy this day, because Beaujay and Coombs had remained unmolested. Beaujay drew back behind the stone lion to listen as Delacourt caught one of the men by an arm. "Did you see? What was it?" he cried, but the other man broke free, shook his head, and ran, calling over his shoulder, "We'll get back to you." After a moment, Delacourt headed back into the library, looking very much like a man summoned to witness an execution. Perhaps his own. Beaujay shook his head. Curious town, he thought, and getting curiouser by the moment. Then something caught his eye, and he moved out to see what it was. A small, curved, and rounded black object on which lights flashed. He picked it up carefully. It had obviously been dropped by one of the running men. He listened, for it made a humming sound, but he could find no button, switch, or trigger. Very strange. Coombs moved up to his shoulder to look at the artifact. "What you got there, Harlan?" "I honestly do not know, my friend. A cunning device of some kind. A mechanism, an artifact, a construction. Do you think we can get anything for it? Beaujay smiled. At least a bottle of wine. 3. Some people are so fond of ill luck that they run halfway to meet it. Douglas Jerrold. It is over 70 blocks from the New York Public Library's main branch to Columbia University, and it seemed to Venkman that it took him at least half that distance to get Stantz and Spengler stopped and settled down. They bundled into a taxi and rode uptown in silence, none of them feeling like speaking. The taxi driver frowned, knowing that 3 sourpusses like that wouldn't be much good for a tip. But Stantz had regained his usual cheery composure by the time they arrived, and the cabbie did better than he had figured. As he headed off for his next fare, the 3 trudged back across campus, falling into their old ways. Stantz babbled happily. Spengler worked calculations on his pocket computer. Venkman wondered how difficult it would be to get them both committed, ghosts or not. It really wasn't a wasted experience, Stantz said doggedly. I mean, you can't expect results from every experiment, can you? Venkman was having none of it. I can expect to survive them, can't I? I mean, that thing almost killed us. Stantz shrugged, plainly embarrassed. Hey, Peter, it was only a ghost. Come on, you know there's an element of risk in the scientific method. Yeah? Yeah? Get her? That was your whole plan? You call that science? Hey, I guess I got a little overexcited. Wasn't it incredible? I'm telling you, this is a first. You know what this could mean to the university? But Venkman wouldn't buy it. Sure, this is bigger than the microchip. They'll probably throw out the entire engineering department and turn the building over to us. We're probably the first serious scientists ever to molest a dead old lady. Spengler stepped between the two, adjusting his pace to theirs. I wouldn't say that the experience was completely wasted. Based on these new readings, I think we have an excellent chance of actually catching a ghost and holding it indefinitely. Then we were right, Stantz said enthusiastically. This is great! And if the ionization rate is constant for all ectoplasmic entities, I think we could really clean up, in the spiritual sense. But Venkman had stopped, his mind reeling. The beginnings of an idea were forming in his agile mind. Why, there could be opportunities in this. For advancement, for scientific discovery and recognition, for money. But could they get the university to go along with it? He hurried to catch up to the two. Spengler, are you serious about actually catching a ghost? Spengler turned a stony expression toward his friend. I'm always serious. Wow, Venkman said softly. He glanced at Stantz, who grinned. Spengler just nodded solemnly. It can be done. Venkman reached into his pocket. Egon, I take back every bad thing I ever said about you. Here. He held up a candy bar. Egon smiled delightedly and reached for it, but Venkman pulled it back. They looked at each other for a moment, then Venkman pressed it into his hands. You earned it. Baby Ruth, Spengler said reverently, ripping off the paper and cramming it into his face. Goomph! They passed into the familiar dark confines of Weaver Hall, talking excitedly, making their way past knots of students and an ant-like stream of men carrying equipment. If you guys are right, if we can actually trap a ghost and hold it somehow, I think I could win the Nobel Prize. Come on, Peter. If anyone deserves it, it's Spengler and me. We're doing all the hard research and designing the equipment. Yeah, but I introduced you guys. If it wasn't for me, you never would have met each other. That's got to count for something. Ray, those guys are coming out of our lab. That's our equipment. Dean Yeager was standing in the doorway, watching with great satisfaction as a workman scraped the names of Venkman, Spengler, and Stantz off the door. Venkman hurried up to him. I trust you are moving us to a better space somewhere on campus? Yeager, an overfed career hack with a ratty Joseph Goebbels smile, stared coldly at him. No, we're moving you off campus. The Board of Regents has wisely decided to terminate your grant. You are to vacate these premises immediately. This is preposterous. I demand an explanation. Fine. Yeager smiled again, favoring Venkman with all the warmth of a state executioner. This university will no longer continue any funding of any kind for your group's activities. But why? The kids love us. The workmen and janitors had stopped looting the lab long enough to watch the little drama, their arms full of rheostats, vacuum chambers, and oscilloscopes. Stantz and Spengler stood close behind Venkman, less in support than in the gut feeling that the mob might turn and rend them on the spot. But Jaeger was just warming up. "Dr. Venkman, we believe that the purpose of science is to serve mankind. You, however, seem to regard science as some kind of dodge or hustle. Your theories are the worst kind of popular tripe. Your methods are sloppy, and your conclusions are highly questionable. You're a poor scientist, Dr. Venkman, and you have no place in this department or in this university." "I see." Stantz poked Venkman in the ribs. "You said you floored him at the Regents' meeting." Venkman put a hand on Stantz's shoulder and shook his head sadly. "Ray, I apologize. I guess my confidence in the Regents was misplaced. They did this to Galileo, too." Jaeger's rodent smile broadened. "It could be worse, Dr. Venkman. They took the astronomer Phileas and nailed his head to the town gate." "That makes me feel so much better," Venkman decided. The sun was setting on the campus, and so it seemed on their careers. Spengler had gone off to find a phone to break the news to his mother. Stantz and Venkman, having no living parents, lounged on a sidewalk bench, marking time. Stantz shook his head sadly. He had given up being angry at Venkman, at Jaeger, at the university, and now despair was setting in. "This is a major disgrace. Forget MIT or Stanford now. They wouldn't touch us with a 3-meter cattle prod." "You're always so worried about your reputation. We don't need the university, Ray. Einstein did his best stuff while he was working as a patent clerk. They can't stop progress." Stantz somehow did not find that reassuring. "Do you know what a patent clerk makes? I liked the university. They gave us money and facilities, and we didn't have to produce anything. I've worked in the private sector. They expect results, or bingo, you're out on your keister. You've never been out of college. You don't know what it's like out there." But Venkman did know what it was like. "So it's tough. So they don't know us. Yet. Which means there's room. For vision. For experimentation. For 3 guys with genius and a dream. And an idea no one has ever had before. Yes, yes, yes." He turned and grabbed Stantz by the arm. "Let me tell you, Ray, everything in life happens for a reason. Call it fate, call it luck, karma, whatever. But I think that this is our moment. I think we were destined to be kicked out of there." "Huh? Why?" "To go into business for ourselves." Stantz's jaw dropped. Then he closed it, tilted it to one side, and let loose a low hum. Venkman grinned. "You're thinking. That's a thinking sound you're making. I know that sound. What do you think?" "I don't know. That costs money. And the ecto-containment system we have in mind will require a load of bread to capitalize. Where would we get the money?" "Ray, trust me." 4. The usual trade and commerce is cheating all round by consent. Thomas Fuller. Ray Stantz was very distressed. Of the 3, he was the product of the most normal childhood, having been raised on Long Island by his doctor father and housewife mother. He had an older brother, Air Force officer in the Middle East, and a younger sister, journalist in California. Brother Carl was married. Sister Jean was divorced. Carl was a Republican, Jean a Democrat. Carl had 2 sons in the Boy Scouts, Jean a daughter in ballet school. Carl drank heavily and was a sustaining member of the National Rifle Association. Jean was a feminist with 2 lovers, one of each sex. Carl and Jean did not speak to each other, and neither spoke to Ray. This state of affairs had begun some years ago during a family reunion at the ancestral home in Islip. Is it pronounced Islip? Let's pronounce it. This state of affairs had begun some 3 years ago during a family reunion at the ancestral home in Islip. Carl's family had flown in from his base station in South Carolina, and Jean and her daughter from San Francisco. Everyone had arrived on time except Ray, who had been late driving the 30 miles in from New York because Peter Venkman had borrowed his car to romance a graduate assistant and had gotten it stuck in a mudflat near Greenwich, Connecticut. By the time Venkman had extricated the old station wagon, now covered in drying salt-flat slime, and returned it to Ray, Stantz had already missed dinner with the family and was chafing to leave. He was on the point of calling a cab when his car sputtered up in front and Peter jumped out into the street braying, "Ray, get your butt down here, you'll be late." He was on the way out of town with Venkman at the wheel before he thought to ask, "Peter, why are you driving? This is my car." Venkman shrugged. "I'm a better driver. I know the roads and I can get you there on time. Dinner was 2 hours ago, and I need to borrow your car again." Stantz pondered that for a moment, then decided that, as much as he hated to let Venkman use the car again after he had covered it in mud the first time, Peter's presence would be a good excuse for his own lateness. Venkman agreed to have the station wagon washed and return it with a full tank. Stantz decided that he was pretty clever, turning the reason for his lateness into its own alibi. It had a scientific neatness that appealed to him, like a Mobius loop. He had not reckoned on two things: that his parents would offer the hospitality of the house to Peter Venkman, or that his sidekick would come down with a case of instant hots for his sister Jean. Peter then proceeded to destroy the weekend. The senior Dr. Stantz plied Peter with alcohol while encouraging him to talk about their work in parapsychology, a subject that Brother Carl held in equal repute with communism and homosexuality. Doc Stantz asked, Peter talked, Carl sneered, and Jean, unbelievably, seemed attracted to the disreputable and energetic Peter Venkman. This didn't worry Ray. He had met Jean's first husband, a classic scholar and part-time beet farmer, a combination considered perfectly acceptable in California, and figured that she could take care of herself. When he'd gone up to bed, Peter was still holding forth. Carl had caught up with him in the hall. "Where did you dig up that character?" "He's a colleague of mine from the university." "Your colleague is a dipstick and a raving lunatic," Carl said bluntly, "and you're still a jerk." Ray and Carl had never gotten along, but Ray had never realized how badly things had deteriorated. No wonder Carl never sent a card at Christmas. He thought about saying something conciliatory, but he just wasn't up to it. "Well, at least neither of us has to play with guns or fighter planes to prove he's a man." Before Carl could react, Ray had locked himself in his room and gone to sleep. He reasoned that the worst thing that could happen would be that Carl would climb in through the window and kill him. He hadn't reckoned on Peter's persuasiveness or his ingenuity. When he came down to breakfast, Peter, Jean, and Carl's rental car were missing. Taking stock of the situation, Ray Stantz tiptoed out to his own car and raced back to the city, spending the rest of the weekend hiding at Egon's apartment, watching Spengler rotate the crops on his rooftop fungus farm. He didn't go home until he was sure that Carl had returned to South Carolina, and then it took him 2 hours to get up the courage to listen to his answering machine tape. There were screaming insults from every member of his family, including Jean, whom Peter Venkman had stranded in a motel in Secaucus, New Jersey, after showing her New York by night and God only knew what else. He had tried to talk to Peter about it, but his friend denied any wrongdoing, saying that Jean had seemed to enjoy herself and that Carl was a fascist meathead, a judgment call that Ray had to agree with. He let the matter drop, but never again loaned Peter anything more valuable than bus fare. 18 months later came the shock. The 727 carrying Ray's parents had gone down in the sea on a flight to Puerto Rico. Ray took it well. Dead was dead, even though Egon insisted that there was a good chance that his parents were alive in the Bermuda Triangle, and persisted until Ray punched him in the nose. And death was an idea that held few terrors for Ray Stantz. In a way, it was a blessing. His parents had been getting on, and he knew that their greatest fear had been of growing old and sickly, succumbing to cancer, Alzheimer's, or senility. It was the way of nature, and until science found out how to reverse or halt the process, people would go on dying. The shock was the letter from his father, passed on by the executor of the estate. "Ray, there'll be a distasteful reading of the will, with the three of you glaring and sniffing at each other. But I wanted to tell you in advance that I'm leaving you the house. You should know and prepare in case Jean or Carl decides to contest the will. It's not that I think you're worthier than either of them. It's because of that Peter Venkman character you brought to the house. I figure that as long as you've got friends like him, you're going to need all the help you can get. So I want you to have some property to fall back on. To fall back on. Stantz had a terrible feeling in the pit of his stomach as Venkman carefully guided him out of the headquarters of Irving Trust. You'll never regret this, Ray. Stantz stared at Venkman, unable to keep the deep sense of guilt off his face. My parents left me that house. I was born there. You're not going to lose the house. Everybody has 3 mortgages these days. But at 19% interest? You didn't even bargain with the guy. Spengler stuck his head between them. They were all wearing suits, and Spengler looked like an undertaker. Just for your information, Ray, the interest payments alone for the first 5 years come to over $95,000. Thanks, Egon. I feel so much better. Will you guys relax? Venkman cried, grabbing Egon's calculator away from him. We are on the threshold of establishing the indisputable defense science of the next decade. Professional paranormal investigations and eliminations. The franchise rights alone will make us wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. Stantz considered. But most people are afraid to even report these things. Venkman smiled slyly. Maybe, but no one ever advertised before. Advertised? A name? Trust me, Egon. Peter's right on this one. We need a catchy name, something that people will remember and trust. Okay. How about Ectophenomenological Exterminators? I don't know. Ray, Egon, I'll come up with a name. The firehouse was in an alley near Mott and Pell, in that area where Chinatown butts up against the city, state, and federal court buildings around Foley Square. Good, thought Stantz. If they arrest us, we won't have far to go. Venkman was scanning the old structure from several angles, doing the geometry of entrances and exits, escape routes and strong points. He glanced at Mrs. Scott, the real estate rep who'd brought him out to see it, figuring ways to get her to knock down the price. Shall we go in? Assuredly, Venkman replied. Lead the way. A sign hung precariously from the brick front. Engine Company 93. Stantz gave it a dubious look, then nudged Spengler, who was again tapping buttons on his calculator. You know, we may not have all that far to look for ghosts. Good, Egon mumbled. The garage bay was knee-deep in dust and discarded equipment. The windows were broken, and here and there tiny red rat eyes peeped from behind a missing board or from a darkened corner. Stantz and Spengler had disappeared into the building's upper reaches, and could be heard stumbling around, kicking over the leavings of a century of firemen. Venkman did a mental estimate on the garage. The engine bay was long enough for an emergency vehicle of some sort, and an outer office and reception area, provided no one got excited and drove through it. The basement would serve for equipment storage and Stantz's containment grid, and they could live upstairs. Venkman took a deep breath and sneezed. Gesundheit, Mr. Venkman. Thank you. Dust. And that's Dr. Venkman. The dust didn't seem to bother her. She probably spent so much time in abandoned buildings that she'd learned to thrive on it. Besides this, you've got the basement, a substantial work area in the rear, sleeping quarters and showers on the next floor, and a full kitchen and laundry on the top level. And closets. Has it got closets? It's 10,000 square feet total. Spengler appeared, spectre-like, in the cellar stairwell, holding up his calculator like a sacramental offering. 9,642.5 square feet, to be precise. Mrs. Scott frowned at Spengler. What is he, your accountant? May I present the eminent doctor of physics, Egon Spengler? Mrs. Scott. I never shake hands, Spengler said quickly. Osmotic transference of bacteria, parasitic corruption, nasty. Charmed, I'm sure. She turned back to Venkman. So, now then, what do you think? Venkman thought it was perfect, but he had no intention of tipping his hand too soon. This might do. I don't know. It just seems kind of pricey for a unique fixer-upper opportunity, don't you think? We're trying to keep our costs down. You know how it is when you're starting a new company. Yes, I know. What are you calling your business? Ghostbusters, Venkman said coolly. The name had come to him in the middle of the night, a flash of inspiration, and he was rather proud of it. "Oh, well, this place is perfect for it." "Perfect?" Spengler echoed sarcastically. "It needs a new floor, rats have been gnawing the wiring, the plumbing's shot, it looks like hell, probably in violation of at least a dozen building codes, and the neighborhood's a demilitarized zone. I think... Geronimo! Geronimo! Rang a scream from above. The fire pole gave a terrible shudder, and Stantz came sliding into view, hitting the floor with an impact that must have given half the rats in the building cardiac arrest. "Wow, this place is great! I love this pole. Can we move in tonight?" Mrs. Scott gave Venkman and Spengler a toothy smile. I think we'll take it," Venkman sighed. "Stantz, you dingbat, this had better work." Janine Melnitz picked her way around the scaffolding and peered into the garage bay. A line of makeshift work lights were strung from the ceiling so that the carpenters who were laying the new floorboards could see to work. She gingerly stepped up to a hairy young man who was wrestling with an immense power cable. "Excuse me, do you work here?" He pushed back his hard hat. His eyes were rimmed with grime. "Lady, does this look like relaxation?" Janine decided that she didn't like him at all. "Don't get smart, fella. I mean, do you work for Ghostbusters?" "Nah, I work for Con Ed. You want those nuts in the back." "Thanks, I think." Peter Venkman was standing in a cleared area, giving instructions to a team of painters. He was amazed that there had turned out to be so much to do, and even more amazed that it looked like it was actually getting done. He himself had not worked so hard in years. Private industry. At least in the university system, you could get the grad students to do everything, but here the work was your own. Of course, the profits were too. He still had a few misgivings, but they were rapidly fading. There wasn't room for them. All available space was becoming filled with electrical equipment, protective clothing, sensors, storage batteries, bins, boxes, cartons, crates, containments. Used to be I didn't worry because I didn't care. Now I don't have time to worry. A shower of blue sparks rained down from above, and the men ducked protectively. "Egon!" "Sorry." Venkman brushed himself off, and then noticed a young woman crouching fearfully against the wall, looking up at the ceiling. "Miss, are you all right?" She looked at him, big eyes, red hair, thick glasses, and, when she spoke, a Queen's accent. "I'm not sure. Is that going to happen again?" "Probably, but it's harmless. Can I help you?" "I hope so. The agency sent me over. Janine Melnitz." "Dr. Peter Venkman. How soon can you start?" She looked around at the chaos. Somewhere in the building a circuit breaker blew with a deafening snap, and all of the lights went out. "The question is, how soon can you?" Venkman watched them hang the sign over the garage doorway. Ghostbusters, with their new logo, a cartoon ghost encircled by the red international sign for prohibition. Pretty good. The logo had been Janine's idea. So far, the woman was working out. She hadn't yet asked to be paid. "Hey, Peter!" Venkman turned to see a long, battered 1959 Cadillac ambulance pull up into the garage bay. Ray Stantz at the wheel. He hit the emergency lights, gave a blast on the siren, and killed the ignition. The big battle cruiser backfired noisily, emitting a puff of black soot, then rolled to a stop. God, Venkman thought, listening to it settle on its springs. "Is that ours?" Stantz hopped out and patted the fender proudly. "Everybody can relax. I found the car. How'd you like it?" Venkman listened to the dripping sound coming from beneath the hood. "Do you think it's wide enough?" "How much?" "Only 1,400. Spengler and Janine had come out of the office to stare in awe at the monster. Venkman stepped experimentally on the front bumper and rocked it. The Cadillac wallowed badly. Stantz shrugged. "Just needs a little suspension work, and a muffler, and brake pads, new brake pads, universals, water pump, thermostat, timing belt, clutch cable." Venkman turned and walked rapidly away before things got any worse. 5. God may still be in his heaven, but there is more than sufficient evidence that all is not right with the world. Irwin Edman. Dana Barrett was not aware that she was being watched as she stepped out of the cab, shouldered her groceries, got a good grip on her cello case, and walked toward the building. Across the street in Central Park, Robert Leonard Coombs made an off-color remark about her legs, for which he was sternly admonished by Harlan Bojay. Two fair-haired young men, strolling hand-in-hand toward the baths, exchanged comments on her simple but tasteful wardrobe. An old duffer out walking his schnauzer gazed at Dana and remembered how long it had been since it had been long. The doorman gauged her speed so as to open the door with precision for one of his favorite tenants. And, high above, on a ledge overlooking the street, Louis Tully was awarded with the completion of his vigil. Dana was home. Louis hopped down into his apartment, scattered a few towels and exercise books strategically about, and slipped an exercise tape into the VCR. Then he ran in place, trying desperately to work up a sweat in the short time he had left. I'm active, he thought. Athletic. She'll like me if I show signs of self-improvement, pride in my appearance, ambition. Those were the keys, according to I'm a New Me, Be a New You, the latest hip awareness book that Louis Tully had been suckered into buying. I'll be a self-improving, proud, ambitious, yet sensitive and caring guy. I'll be a man for the 80s. He heard her fumble for her keys, raced to his door, and peered out. Oh, Dana, it's you. Hi, Louis. Louis sniffed, alert for smells, wondering if he'd overdone the exercise binge. I thought it was the drugstore man, he said casually. Are you sick, Louis? She's concerned, he decided. Good. He trotted down to her door, not noticing his own swing shut behind him. Oh, no, I feel great. I just ordered some more vitamins. He pointed at her velour sweatshirt. I see you were exercising, so was I. I taped 20-minute workout and played it back at high speed so it only took 10 minutes, and I got a really good workout. You want to have a mineral water with me? Dana smiled kindly. No thanks, Louis. I'm really tired. I've been rehearsing all morning. Louis took it with aplomb. Okay, I'll take a rain check. I always have plenty of mineral water and nutritious health foods, but you know that. Listen, that reminds me. I'm going to have a party for all my clients. It's going to be my 4th anniversary as an accountant. I know you fill out your own tax returns, but I'd like you to come, being that we're neighbors and all. Dana touched his shoulder. Gee, Louis thought, she really is taller than me, but she does seem to like me. Oh, that's nice, Louis. I'll stop by if I'm around. You know, you shouldn't leave your TV on so loud when you go out. That creep down the hall phoned the manager. Dana listened at the door. There were sounds coming from her apartment. I thought I turned it off. I guess I forgot. Louis got ready to spring his big gun. So, you know what I did? I climbed out on the window ledge to see if I could disconnect the cable, but I couldn't reach it. So I turned up the sound on my TV real loud so they'd think there was something wrong with everyone's TV. You know, Dana, you and I should have keys to each other's apartment, so... Later, Louis, she said, and closed the door. So we can get in case of emergencies? Well, he thought, I'll do better next time. He turned back to his door. It was locked. Emergencies. Emergencies like this one. Poor Louis, Dana thought as she slipped the cello into its niche in the entry hall. He's like a puppy. I don't want to hurt him, but he's as far from my idea of the perfect man as I can imagine. My mother would probably love him. She started for the kitchen to put away her groceries, and then remembered the television. Strange. I'm sure I turned it off this morning. In fact, I don't think I ever turned it on. Could a defective switch do that? She reached for it, then stopped, fascinated by what she was seeing. What was it, an old movie? No, it's shot like a commercial. She settled down to watch the picture. 2 adorable children asleep in their beds, modern house, nicely furnished room. Suddenly, there was a deep humming sound, and then a low, disturbing moan, rising, getting louder. The children woke, looked up, then screamed. When all-American father and perfect mother entered, they found the children cowering in the corner. Typical slick advertising, Dana thought, and again reached for the switch. Again she stopped. "What is it? What's wrong?" All-American Father was saying. The children pointed toward the camera. "Look!" they cried. Perfect Mother slipped a comforting arm around them. "Oh, dear. It's that darned ghost again. Can't you do something about it?" Father shrugged manfully. "I've tried everything, honey. I guess we'll just have to move." "What?" "Gee, there must be a better way," Mother sighed. Suddenly a tall man in a field-gray coverall stepped into the picture. A large red patch on his pocket read "Stance." "Are you troubled by strange noises in the night? Do you experience feelings of dread in your basement or attic? Have you or your family actually seen a spook, specter, or ghost? If the answer is yes, then don't wait another minute. Just pick up the phone and call the professionals. Ghostbusters." Dana's jaw dropped. It was too early for Monty Python, but this had to be a parody. She watched as the scene shifted to 3 of the coverall-clad men standing in front of what appeared to be an old firehouse. A wild-looking Ghostbuster with thick glasses stepped forward, hit his mark, and said, "Our courteous, efficient staff is on call 24 hours a day to serve all your supernatural elimination needs." The scene shifted again to a receptionist answering the phone with a big, cheery smile. "Ghostbusters, we'll be right there." And again to the children's bedroom, which was now swarming with Ghostbusters. The first one jumped up and exclaimed, "Got him! I don't think you'll have any more trouble with that ghost." He handed All-American Father the bill, who looked up, beaming. "And it's economical, too." "How can we ever thank you?" Mother asked. The third Ghostbuster leaned into the camera, boyish good looks and the smile of a con man. "All in a day's work, ma'am. After all, we're Ghostbusters." You must be, Dana decided. No actors could do that badly. The family, now clustered together like a moral majority ad, was singing, "If you have a ghost but you don't want to play host, you can't sleep at all, so who do you call? Ghostbusters! Ghostbusters!" A phone number flashed on the screen, 1212, no ghost, as the 3 Ghostbusters leaned in on the camera. "We're ready to believe you." Dana snapped off the TV. That was, without a doubt, the strangest thing I have ever seen on television. Where do they get these people? Best get the groceries put away. She turned on the radio, got a Boccherini. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. She turned on the radio, got a Boccherini concerto, and started unloading the bag. Eggs, milk, bread. Everything was getting so expensive. Forgot the yogurt again. Guess I must really not like the taste. She opened the cabinets and was putting away the few canned goods she'd picked up, humming along with the Boccherini, when she noticed a hissing sound. Interference? No, more like eggs frying, her nose informed her. But I'm not cooking anything. She turned around, saw what was happening, and backed fearfully away from the counter. On the Formica countertop, eggs were frying. They were still in their box, but the top had flown open, and egg white was bubbling out. As drops of it hit the counter, they sizzled. But the milk and the bread, she thought, they seemed to be unaffected. What the hell's going on here? She stepped forward gingerly, like a man walking the plank, and extended her fingers. The eggs were hot. She approached and then touched the countertop, but it was cool. Could the eggs have been bad? Could bacteria do that? That's crazy. Suddenly the hair went up on the back of her neck. There was a low humming sound coming from behind her. Without looking, she reached out and switched off the radio. There, she could hear it, a deep throbbing sound, like chanting, like natives worshipping in some temple. She turned and looked, but there was nothing out of place. Louis, if this is some creepy trick to get my attention, I am not in the least amused. Then she realized that the sound was coming from her refrigerator. She picked up the carton of milk, half deciding to put it away, half planning to use it as a weapon, and moved closer. There it was, a rhythmic chant, like the temple scene in Gunga Din, she decided. Not the sort of thing I want in my refrigerator. Could that little ding-a-ling have gotten in here and put a tape recorder in my fridge? That's it, she decided, and opened the door. Hot air rushed out, strange malignant smells, and the atmosphere of another place entirely, for the interior of the refrigerator was gone. Inside was a pathway of stone steps, flanked by leaping fires, and leading to a stone platform before a great steel door. On either side of the door stood the statue of a mythological beast, bizarre yet somehow familiar, its claws poised. The chanting rolled over Dana in waves. She wanted to run, to scream, anything, but she was paralyzed by the insanity of what she was seeing. A temple in my refrigerator. And then, ever so slowly, the doors began to open. Dana was struck by a terrible impression of what she could think of only as living evil. Nothing definite, but the worst, most frightening feeling she had ever known. I'm going mad, she thought. It's that commercial. It's Lewis. I've been working too hard. The temple doors clanged back. The steps somehow continued to rise beyond into the sky or a mass of blue vapor, and there was something on them that she could not see. It was too far away and somehow indistinct, as if it were not mortal. A superior being, a god. Now why would I think that, Dana thought with one part of her being, while the rest of her concentrated on breathing, on not passing out. And it sees me. It's coming for me. The chanting stopped. There was an instant of fearful silence, and then a voice so deep, so shocking, that it could only have come from the thing on the stair. Zool. Dana lunged forward, slamming the door, cutting off the evil orange light, the rising chant. She turned, stumbled toward the phone, trying to remember the mnemonic number, and then decided that she'd just as soon not be here anyway. Grabbing her purse, she ran for the elevator. 6. Ghosts remind me of men's smart crack about women. You can't live with them, and you can't live without them. Eugene O'Neill. Janine Melnitz was beginning to have serious doubts about her job. In 14 days, no one had come in. No one had called. Nothing had happened. Zip. She'd read Vogue, Cosmo, and Playgirl, made and consumed endless coffee, browsed through the various spirit guides, done her nails at least 6 times a day, and attempted to have conversations with the 3 men she was working for. It wasn't easy. Stantz seemed to spend all of his time under the hood of their disreputable ambulance, converting it into something he called an ectomobile. Venkman hustled in and out and made phone calls, and smooth-talked their creditors. And Spengler was always buried in a mess of wiring and constructing devices he would not explain, and which Janine could not even pronounce. Today, at least, he was doing something comprehensible, crawling around beneath her desk, connecting up an alarm system. Occasionally he would poke his head up, look around to get his bearings, and disappear below once more, his hands full of tools, a wire clamped in his mouth. Janine sighed luxuriously. He was cute, in an intellectual sort of way. Janine had always had a thing for brainy guys. They were all so absent-minded. They needed guidance, and Janine liked to guide. Maybe I can draw Egon out, get to know him, find out what he's really like. At that moment, as if on cue, Egon Spengler popped up from under the desk, adjusted his glasses, and groped around for his coffee mug. Janine favored him with a warm smile. "You're very handy, I can tell," she said, passing him the cup. "I bet you like to read a lot." "Print is dead," Spengler snorted derisively. Janine was undeterred. "That's very fascinating to me. I read a lot myself. Some people think I'm too intellectual, but I think reading is a fabulous way to spend your spare time." Spengler looked at her, shrugged, sipped his coffee.
Happy 420 on the West
"I also play
Coast.
racquetball.
Here
Do you
from
ever
Bright
play?"
Creek, Alberta,
"Is that
eh?
a game?" "It's a great game," Janine said brightly, warming to the chase. "You should play sometime. I bet you'd be good. Do you have any hobbies?" Spengler nodded. "I collect spores, molds, and fungus." Janine's jaw dropped, and she eased her chair backward a few inches. "Oh, That's very unusual. Spengler shook his head confidently. I think it's the food of the future. Remind me not to have lunch with you. Dana was still confused and upset when the cabbie let her off. At first she could not believe he could have gotten the right address. The neighborhood looked so seedy. It was obvious that nothing had happened in this corner of town in a long time, at least nothing pleasant. Some long-haired Chinese hoods watched her from a warehouse loading dock, debating whether to approach her. There must have been some mistake, she thought. And then she spotted the old firehouse with its red and white "No Ghosts" logo. There really was such a place. She hurried to the door and went in. In the garage bay, a man was hanging over the fender of a battered Cadillac ambulance, cigarette in mouth, attempting to dismantle what appeared to be the carburetor. "Excuse me," she ventured. He looked up. It was Stantz, the tall one from the commercial, but she still asked, "Ghostbusters?" He pointed toward the rear. There was a red-headed woman at a desk, filing her nails and looking disconsolately at a bank of phones. "Excuse me?" "Yes, may I help you?" the redhead asked pleasantly. I wanted to see a Ghostbuster." "Hello!" She looked up. Another of the men from the commercial, the cute one, was standing in the doorway to an office. He dashed forward, leapt the low rail between the office and garage bay, and stepped up to her. A bit too close for her tastes, but she didn't pull away. "He's not nearly as threatening as that thing in my refrigerator, and I do need help." "I'm Peter Venkman. What can I do for you?" "Well, yes, I'm not sure. What I have to say may sound a little unusual." Venkman slipped his arm around her, kicked open the gate in the railing, and ushered her toward the office. "We're all professionals here, Miss Barrett, Dana Barrett. You just sit down and we'll talk about it." He leaned back out of the office. "Janine, hold all my calls." "What calls?" The office was not what she had expected, but then neither had she expected to find a cult living in her refrigerator. It was a cross between a doctor's office and a TV repair shop. Diplomas hung on the walls, but the books on the shelves competed for spaces with oscilloscopes, dials, gauges, meters, nests of colored wire, and a series of strange instruments. She recognized a video camera and a recorder, what appeared to be a polygraph, several tuning forks, a computer terminal, a crystal ball, a mine detector, and some old television sets. The tall one, Stantz, appeared in the doorway, wiping his hands on a rag, and smiled. "Customer, Peter?" "Yes, this is Dana Barrett. Dana, Ray Stantz. Ray, you want to get Egon in here?" She told her story, then allowed the one with glasses, Spengler, to hook her up to the polygraph and fit a headset device that he called a visual imaging tracker. She told the story again, Peter nodding pleasantly, and the other two monitoring their instruments and making little guttural sounds to each other as they compared results. "And you slammed the door and ran? You didn't open it again for a second look?" Dana laughed nervously. "After seeing what I saw? Would you have opened that thing again, Doctor?" Venkman's smile was engaging. "Yes, I would have. But then I'm a scientist. So, what do you think it was?" She paused, listening to the tick-tick of the polygraph. The colored map of her head on the imaging scope flickered and shimmered, Stantz watching it intently. She turned back to Venkman, who cocked his head to one side. "Well?" "I think something in my refrigerator is trying to get me." Venkman's expression seemed to flatten uncertainly. Then he gave a little bob of his chin, as if he were trying to swallow this new theory. He didn't look entirely convinced. "Generally, you don't see that sort of behavior in a major appliance. What do you think, Egon?" Spengler looked up from the graph. "She's telling the truth. Or at least she thinks she is." "Of course I am. Why would anyone make up a story like that?" "Some people want attention," Venkman said. "Some are just crazy." Stantz tapped the video screen. "You know, Peter, that could be a past life experience intruding upon the present. Or a race memory stored in the collective unconscious," Spengler said excitedly. "And I wouldn't rule out clairvoyance or telepathic contact either." It was too much for Dana. I'm sorry I'm laughing. It's just that I don't believe in any of those things. I don't even know my sign. Spengler tapped on his calculator, then looked up. You're a Scorpio with your moon in Leo and Aquarius rising. Is that good? Venkman winked. It means you're bright, ambitious, outgoing, and very, very sexy. Is that your professional opinion? It's in the stars. She smiled at him, then thought, no, Dana, not another nut. First a science fiction writer, then that filmmaker last year. You've got enough trouble with the monster in the cold cuts without a dingbat in the bedroom. Carefully, she asked, what would you suggest I do? Why don't I check out the building, Stantz said. It may have a history of psychic turbulence. Good idea, Ray. Venkman looked at Dana, his eyes merry but unreadable. Were any other words spoken? Any that you remember? No, just the one word, Zool. But I have no idea what it means. Spengler, why don't you check out the literature, see if you can find Zool in any of the standard reference works? I'll take Miss Barrett home and check her out. I beg your pardon? Your apartment, Venkman corrected himself smoothly, slipping on his sport coat and hefting a device that looked like an electronic watering can with a squeeze bulb arrangement. He held it out like a golf club, took a few practice swings, then slung the thing over his shoulder. Got to find out what's really bothering you. Oh, fine. On the taxi ride over, Venkman tried to put her at ease with small talk, non-controversial chit-chat, but she was having none of it. Still too upset from her earlier experience, he decided. Not the best thing for a chick to find a temple of devil worshippers in among the meatloaf. I know it'd put me off my feed. Deep down, Peter Venkman was still skeptical that what they were doing would work. Even after the incident at the library, he wasn't convinced that there was a way to capitalize on this thing. Oh, sure, Egon said they could catch and hold ghosts, and he and Ray were certain that the equipment they had built would do the job. But it was a job that no one had ever done before. And staking your life's work and your life's savings, or at least Ray's life savings, on Egon's word could reasonably be considered self-destructive behavior. Egon was unconventional, even by Venkman's standards. Egon was the one who had attempted to nullify gravity by wrapping a high-tension power cable around a playground jungle gym, certain that reversing the polarity of that much steel would propel the object into space. He had succeeded merely in browning out the northern third of Ohio for 6 hours, until someone had discovered his immense electromagnet and cut the line. Granted, Spengler had accomplished a few firsts. He had been the first scientist to hypnotize a hamster by subjecting it to low-frequency radio waves. Peter tried it later and found that it also worked on co-eds. Egon, in an attempt to build a death ray, had come up with a sonic gun that had little effect on people, but set off soft drink cans at 100 yards. After the night that Peter had gotten drunk and taken it down to the local Coca-Cola warehouse, Egon had insisted on dismantling it. On the plus side, the detectors that had registered the presence of the ghost in the library had been Spengler-designed and Stantz built, and Ray vouched for the soundness of Egon's theories regarding the traps and containments they had designed for the firehouse basement. They'll catch 'em and hold 'em, Ray had assured him. I'll stake my life on that. We all will, Ray, Venkman had replied, wondering how dangerous a ghost could be. Well, if it can throw books around, I don't think we're talking about Sesame Street here. Peter Venkman sometimes wondered how he'd ever gotten mixed up with Stantz and Spengler. He had never believed in most of the things those two took for granted. Ghosts, Bigfoot, UFOs, the Bermuda Triangle, what Venkman referred to as the implied sciences. And Venkman had only entered the study of parapsychology because grant money had been readily available and because the study of ESP was in its infant stages, and therefore formless, malleable. There was no map, no structure, and if a thing has no structure, who's to say that the one you put up is wrong? In fact, until Dean Yeager had thrown in the monkey wrench, Venkman had had a pretty successful career studying just about whatever he wanted. I'm not a dilettante, he decided. I'm just surveying new ground. And as long as a surveyor keeps moving, keeps out there ahead of the builders, he's got a job. Dana Barrett's building was a 1920s high-rise on 78th and Central Park West, a towering ziggurat of red stone. From the street he couldn't see the top, but sensed that there was some sort of ornate cap. Well, if it was built in the 20s, maybe someone had planned to moor dirigibles to it. Dirigibles? Well, if it was built in the 20s, maybe someone had planned to moor dirigibles to it. The doorman gave him a funny look as he carried the analyzer into the lobby, but spoke pleasantly enough to Dana. Good-looking woman, he decided. Intelligent, attractive, sensible, the kind that never falls for me. He stood behind her in the elevator, gazing at the soft wisps of hair curling down over her neck, wondering what she'd be like. Probably thinks I'm not good enough for her. Still, in all. The apartment was dark, but he noticed that she had no fear of walking in, switching on the lights, and hanging up her coat. The disturbance had been in the kitchen, and she was satisfied that it had stayed in the kitchen. Maybe, but after that fiasco at the library, I'm not so sure. Have you thought of moving out, at least until this disturbance blows over? No, she said firmly. If I moved out now, I'd be acknowledging that what happened was real. I'm not ready to do that. Gutsy, that's good, Venkman muttered, looking around the living room for dark corners, hidden secrets, spotting her cello instead. You play the cello. It's my favorite instrument. Really? Do you have a favorite piece? He picked up the instrument. Lighter than I thought. I'd have to say Prokofiev's Third Concerto. That's a violin concerto, she said, carefully untangling his fingers from the strings and putting the instrument away. Yeah, but it's got a great cello break. She turned back to find him peering at the embroidered pillow on her couch. Souvenir of Fort Hood, Texas? My uncle was in the army. Look, you really don't act like a scientist. Venkman smiled broadly. No, what do I act like? Like a game show host? Thanks, he said wryly, unslinging the analyzer. He began to circuit the room, poofing on the squeeze bulb and watching the dial for any hint of Jesus fucking Christ. He began to circuit the room, poofing on the squeeze bulb and watching the dial for any hint of ectoplasmic energy. Ray had never explained the device, but it seemed simple enough. Are you sure you're using that thing correctly? I think so. He peered into the nozzle, wondering whether it was turned on. I mean, it looks right. What's in there? That's the bedroom, but nothing ever happened in there. That's too bad, he said, noticing for the first time that she had shed her heavy coat. He had to stop himself from staring. What? Nothing. Is that the kitchen? Yes. Was that a touch of apprehension in her voice? He motioned her forward. Well, let's check it out. I'll wait here if you don't mind. Sure. He gripped the analyzer at high port like a rifle and stepped boldly through the swinging door into the kitchen. It was a mess. He detoured around a nest of mixing bowls that had fallen to the floor and peered at the cold, hard, fried eggs on the countertop. There was a spilled carton of milk on the floor, a loaf of bread, 6-pack of Coke, package of Stay Puft marshmallows on the drain board, bunch of celery near the eggs, head of lettuce in the sink. Accepting the fact that all of the little decorator magnets had fallen on the floor, the refrigerator looked normal. He picked up a yellow metal banana and placed it on the door, but instead of sticking, it slid back down on the tile. Strange. Magnets don't work. You're a hell of a housekeeper. I told you, she called. I know, it happened by itself. He checked the analyzer again. Well, if this thing's working, the ghosts aren't. You can come in. There's nothing here. She poked her head through the door, looking chagrined at the mess. You're sure? He nodded. You checked the refrigerator? No, not yet. Well, aren't you going to? Well, he thought, this is where I start earning my money. Sure. Why don't you stand over there? He approached the refrigerator from the side, easing up to it, then moving his body around to shield from any possible reaction. Well, here goes nothing. The things I do for a beautiful woman. He pulled slowly on the handle and the door swung back. Venkman let out a cry of terrified surprise. "What is it?" "Bologna," he said, letting the door open fully. "And processed cheese food? Twinkies? You eat this stuff?" "Blast it," she cried in exasperation. "That wasn't there before." "I know, it was a temple with flames coming out. Well, there's nothing there now, and I get no significant readings." "This is terrible. Either there's a monster in my kitchen or I'm completely crazy." Could be, he thought, except for those eggs on the counter. He followed her back into the living room. "If it's any comfort to you, I don't think you're crazy." She laughed incredulously. "Thanks. Coming from you, that really means a lot to me. I'm a qualified psychologist. I've got a degree in everything. I believe that something happened here, and I want to do something about it." She crossed her arms protectively and stared back at him. "All right. What do you want to do?" He shrugged disarmingly. "I think I should spend the night here." "That's it. Get out. On a purely scientific basis. Out." He looked at her sadly. "Well, that's it. I tried to help. I said the wrong thing. Now she thinks I'm a geek, a crazy. And maybe she's right. I don't know." He started toward the door. Dana was confused. "You are the strangest man." "Then I can stay?" "No. I want to help. I'll scream." "Don't scream." He hurried to the door, hesitated, then turned back. "Leave." Okay. But if anything else happens, you have to promise you'll call me." She held the door open for him. "All right, but I want to be alone now." "Okay, I'll go. Goodbye." He leaned forward for a last try. "No kiss?" The door neatly met his nose. Peter Venkman stepped back and smiled. "Wow," he thought, "I think she likes me." He trotted off toward the elevators, not seeing the two suspicious eyes watching him, the furtive shape enter the hall, and move toward Dana Barrett's apartment. A door slammed, but Peter Venkman, in a world of his own, stepped into the elevator and rode down. "Oh no," thought Peter Venkman. "In love again." "Oh no," thought Louis Tully, pounding futilely on his door. "Locked out again." 7. It is one of the blessings of old friends that you can afford to be stupid with them. Emerson. Spangler was leaning across the kitchen table, an egg roll in each hand, his face a mask of intense concentration. Imagine, if you will, that this egg roll is equivalent to the total amount of extrasensory energy available to the average man. We will call it one, Stance suggested. Egg roll. E-R. Spangler lifted one eyebrow. "We can't call it An egg roll is a thing, therefore a conceptual entity, but it is not a unit of measurement. Egg roll length? Egg roll width? Egg roll what? Call it egg roll mass, 1 Spangler was satisfied with that. Okay, 1 is the equivalent measurement for the amount of ESP available to the average man. Now, he said, bringing the egg rolls together, I believe that if you double the amount to, say, 2 you'd have enough energy to blow the lid off a city the size of New York. What lid? The psychic lid. The inbred controls that make even 1 unavailable to most people. Spangler smiled smugly, popping one of the egg rolls into his mouth. Sort of like critical mass at a nuclear reactor, huh? Stance asked. Spangler nodded. But how would you join 2 What kind of psychic link would you need? Spangler whipped out his calculator, made a few notes on the side of an overturned carton from Hong Fat's Noodle-Rama, and announced, It could be done. A modification of the visual image tracking headset filtered through an archetype unscrambler, locked into a psychic potentiometer on a feedback circuit would do it. Stance was dubious. Do we really want something like that? Not unless you've got a powerful grudge against the city of New York. An unbridled psychic link between even 2 people would pull out the stops. It would be like unleashing all the ghosts that have ever lived in New York. He stopped, thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. Nah, that scares even me. Venkman came clattering up the stairs, hung his analyzer on the coat rack, and yawned. How was your date? We saved you some Chinese. It wasn't a date, it was an investigation. I think something's possible there, but I'm going to have to draw a little petty cash. Take her to dinner. Don't want to lose this one. Did you see anything? Spangler asked. On the first date? Ghosts. Did you see any ghosts? Venkman shook his head, then proceeded to rummage through the ravaged Chinese dinner, picking garlic shrimp out of the rubble. Didn't see anything. Didn't get anything. Nice girl. No ghost. I don't think she was lying, though. Nobody cooks eggs on their countertop. Stantz and Spangler looked at each other. This wasn't like Venkman. Something was affecting him. He picked up Spangler's remaining and popped it into his mouth. Anything happen here? They shook their heads. Nothing, huh? How's the cash holding out? In English, Egon. Forget the calculator. Egon nodded. Sure, in English. If you want to take Miss Barrett to dinner, I'd suggest you make it a Big Mac. This Oriental feast took the last of our money, and until we get a job, we're flying without motors. Ray, you said that all indications were pointing to something big happening soon. You told me that things were going to start popping. They will. When? Stantz looked to Spangler for support. Spangler considered telling Venkman about their theory, but he didn't look ready for it. He glanced out the window. It was a clear, red sunset, the darkness coming fast and hard, implicit in a front of heavy clouds hanging low over North Jersey. An omen? A portent? More likely an analogy to the coming demise of their bank accounts. That egg roll must be getting pretty full. Something would have to break. It was only a matter of time. Soon, Peter, soon. Though he would have rejected the concept on scientific grounds, Egon Spangler had just made a good guess. The crack in the cosmic egg roll that had manifested itself at the New York Public Library and in Dana Barrett's refrigerator was about to widen at a first-class old hotel called the Sedgwick. Built in the 30s, on the verge of the garment district, the Sedgwick was home to businessmen, trade shows, conventions, and vacationers. It was also the home of something else. In the bridal suite on the 12th floor, a time-honored ritual had just taken place, and two people were whispering in the dark. "Oh, Roy, aren't you glad we waited?" "I don't know. It probably would have been the same." "Well, thanks a lot." High in one corner of the room, a light film of dust on the air vent was dislodged by something floating through it. A nebulous, persistent yellow vapor. "What are you doing? Are you just going to roll over now and go to sleep?" "Uh-huh." "I don't believe this." "Come on, honey. It was a long day, with the wedding and the drive from New Jersey and, you know." "Yeah, I know." The vapor spread to the four corners of the room, hovering just below the ceiling, then began to intensify. A few curious tendrils reached out in the dark, looking for something interesting to examine. One of them discovered a small travel alarm on the bedside table and curled around it. This was fun. This thing had energy. Perhaps it could be induced to play. With a sharp snap, the plastic clock face split, turning a sickly, fire-scorched brown. Confused, the tendril withdrew. "Roy, your clock broke." "Nice going, honey. It was brand new." "I didn't break your precious clock, Roy. Now where are you going?" "To the bathroom. Where do you think?" My God, she thought, have I made a serious mistake? The light went on in the bathroom, and the door closed. This was noticed by the vapor, which immediately flowed down and through the cracks of the door. Here, perhaps, would be something to play with. "Brah!" "Roy, are you all right?" "Brah! Brah! Brah!" "Sweetheart, that's disgusting. Cut it out." She slipped out of bed, wrapping the sheet around her, and started for the door. "Brah!" Roy came charging out of the bathroom, both hands clamped over his mouth, stumbling for the other side of the room. That does it, she thought. If that's the effect I have on him, he can just sleep alone. She stalked into the bathroom and slammed the door. My God, that smell. What did you do in here? It's like something died. The room itself was discolored. The sickly yellow-brown of old damp newspapers and smoke seemed to hang in the air, smelling of vomit and rot and old meat. As she watched, gagging, it coalesced and flowed into the mirror. That's impossible, she thought. Smoke can't go into a mirror. But it did, swirling in a whirlpool, forming, becoming solid with features and movement. It was a face. The thing smiled, wagged a foot-long tongue at her, and belched. The mirror cracked. Roy caught his wife as she ran by, screaming, and clamped a hand over her mouth so he could shout into the phone. "Right! It's smelling up the whole suite! I don't know, it's in the bathroom. I've never seen anything like it. 1210, the bridal suite, for God's sake. Hurry!" Janine Melnitz was fed up. She'd never been so bored in her life. When she'd first taken the job with Ghostbusters, she'd assumed that it would be exciting. She'd been in a TV commercial with 3 men who were supposedly going to be catching real live ghosts. She'd seen the money pour into their building, their equipment, the bizarre ambulance that Ray Stantz insisted on calling an ectomobile. And then they'd waited, and nothing had happened. She wasn't even getting anywhere with that cute Dr. Spengler. "Face it, kiddo," she thought. "You've waltzed into another dead end. Best to cut your losses, move on, pick up some takeout, go home, watch Dynasty, read the want ads." She snapped off the light and grabbed her purse. The phone rang. Probably the man from Telectronics wanting his money again. She hesitated, then picked it up. "After all, I am a receptionist. It's not my money they want." "Ghostbusters." The voice at the other end sounded nervous. "Is this really Ghostbusters?" "Yes, it is." "And they're serious about this?" "Of course they're serious," Janine said impatiently. "Crazy, but serious." "Oh, good. My name is J.M. Shoup. I'm the manager of the Sedgwick Hotel, and I wish to contract for their services." "You do?" We have this ghost." "You have?" She took down the information with a trembling hand. "It's real," she thought. "It's not a con. They're really going to catch ghosts. Oh, Egon, you're not crazy." "Don't worry. They'll be totally discreet." She set down the phone, took a deep breath, and laughed. "We really got one. We got one. We got one!" The alarm bell blasted Venkman out of bed just as he was falling asleep. He stumbled up, pulling on his socks, and ran for the lockers in the kitchen where Stantz and Spengler were trying to put on the same pair of coveralls. A real call? Please don't let this be a false alarm. "Ray, are the accelerators charged?" "Certainly. Have you seen my boots?" "In your hand. The traps?" "The traps are fine." "It's the Ray. The crack is widening." "Yes, and so soon. My calculations were correct." "What are you guys talking about?" "The crack in the cosmic egg roll, Peter. We're going to have more business than we know what to do with." "I certainly hope so," Venkman replied. He launched himself at the pole, hit, and plummeted into the garage. "Where's my trinocular visor?" "It's in the car, Ray." "It's not a car, it's an ectomobile." "Whatever you say, Ray," Spengler cried, grabbing the pole and descending. Stantz looked about him and realized that he was ready. He took a run at the brass pole. "Geronimo!" he cried, but his legs were too far apart and the impact was cushioned by precisely that part of his anatomy he'd been trying to protect. With a surprised whimper, he fell through the hole. Venkman grabbed him and dragged him toward the passenger seat as Spengler, his arms full of traps and detectors, loaded the rear compartment. Janine handed him a clipboard with directions on how to get to the Sedgwick and the nature of the complaint, and then, on impulse, kissed him on the cheek. Egon, surprised, gave her a thumbs up and grinned. "Will you get a move on here, Egon?" Venkman cried from the passenger side. "You're driving." "What's wrong with Ray?" "He dented his bumper. Let's go." With a blaze of lights, the old Cadillac's motor roared to life, the banks of rooftop sensors, antennae, and microwave transmitters swinging to alertness. Janine triggered the door opener, Venkman hit the siren, and they were off. The doorman of the Sedgwick had seen a lot of strange vehicles in his 30 years on the job, had heard a lot of strange sounds. But the moaning, ululating siren of the ectomobile brought back childhood memories of Eastern Europe that he had taken great pains to forget, and he instinctively crossed himself. When it screeched to a halt at the curb, his jaw dropped. A radar dish and a microwave tracker swiveled about to point at him, and the old doorman probably would have run had not Shupp, the manager, appeared in the doorway. Well, they look professional enough, Shupp thought, as 3 men in coveralls alighted from the converted ambulance and began strapping on large electronic backpacks and belts bristling with metal implements. They wore brushed metal flip-down visors, boots, and knee and elbow pads on their gray coveralls. The face of one was obscured by a cyclopean headset. Another strode forward, his hand out to shake. "I'm Dr. Venkman. You are—" "Mr. Shupp, the manager. Thank you for coming so quickly. The guests are starting to ask questions, and I'm running out of answers." They moved into the lobby, people turning to stare at the 3 outlandishly dressed men. A group of Japanese tourists immediately began snapping pictures. Of course. "Has this ever happened before?" Stantz asked, now fully recovered from his mishap with the pole. "Well, most of the original staff knows about the 12th floor. The disturbances, I mean. But it's been quiet for years. Then, 2 weeks ago, it started again, but nothing like this. Did you ever report it to anyone?" "Heavens, no. The owners didn't like us even to talk about it. I hoped we could take care of this quietly tonight." Egon shook his head. "Like social disease," he exclaimed loudly. "You think it'll go away if you ignore it, and then, eventually, you're— Egon, the job, remember?" Ray Stantz was walking the manager toward the elevators, cleverly distracting him from Spengler's outburst. "Don't worry, we handle this sort of thing all the time." "You gotta be cool with these people, Egon," Venkman said. I was appalled at his unprofessional attitude. "Well, we're the professionals. That's why they called us." Ray shook the manager's hand, and the man withdrew, leaving them alone in front of the elevators. 12th floor, huh?" Venkman pushed the button. Something tugged on his sleeve. It was an old man in an overcoat and alpine hat, carrying a newspaper. He poked Venkman in the chest. "What are you supposed to be?" "Me? We're exterminators. Somebody saw a cockroach on the 12th floor." Stantz and Spengler smiled. The old man whistled. "That's gotta be some cockroach." "Well, you can't be too careful with these babies," Venkman said. "Going up?" "That's all right. You go ahead. I'll wait for another car." They had the elevator to themselves. "I just realized something," Stantz said. "We've never had a completely successful test with any of the equipment." Spengler raised a hand. "I blame myself." "So do I," Venkman agreed. Stantz shrugged. "No sense in worrying about it now, right, Peter?" "Sure. Each of us is wearing an unlicensed nuclear accelerator on his back. No problem." "Relax," Egon said. "I'm going to switch on." Before Venkman could protest, the warning light on Spengler's proton pack flared red, and the accelerator kicked in with a deep, disturbing hum. Stantz and Venkman edged away as the whole car began to vibrate, dust motes kicking into motion in the suddenly polarized air. The hair went up on Venkman's neck, and he felt a crawling sensation on his scalp, as if 1,000 lice had begun a breakdown competition among the roots of his hair. He swallowed uncomfortably, noticing that Stantz had curled his lips back and away from his teeth. "Ray, you okay?" Stantz shook his head. "Egon, the fillings in my mouth are beginning to heat up." "That'll stop when you cut in your own accelerator," Spengler announced. Stantz nodded and switched on. Venkman's eyes were starting to hurt. "Here goes nothing," he thought, and kicked in his own unit. Immediately the symptoms subsided, as he was surrounded by the proton generator's field. Maybe these things will work. The door opened, and they stepped out on the 12th floor, instantly alert for any sign of trouble, but the floor was brightly lit, tastefully appointed, and quiet. "What do you think?" Spengler consulted the horoscope on his belt. "Definitely something here. Stay on your toes. Don't let it surprise you." Suddenly a squeak and a clank from behind them. They froze, and then Stantz and Spengler whirled and fired, multicolored streams of supercharged particles ripping out of the induction nozzles. They struck the walls, shearing great ribbons of flaming wallpaper into the air, blowing holes in the carpet, exploding a light fixture. A doorknob spun through the air, striking and then going cleanly through a solid wall. The streams struck a maid's cart, twisting the metal, rebounding in flashes of uncontrolled energy. A box of soap burst into flames, and a dozen rolls of toilet paper dispersed, hitting the walls and the terrified maid who crouched screaming on the floor. "Cease fire!" Venkman cried. "What the devil you doing?" called the maid in the sudden silence, slapping at bits of burning paper that were drifting down around her. "You crazy?" "Sorry, ma'am." "We'd better adjust the streams," Spengler suggested. "Yeah," Venkman added disgustedly. "And let's split up. We can do more damage that way." He turned and stalked off down the hall. Spengler and Stantz set off in the other direction. "I'm getting high readings near the air vents. It must be using the old duct system to get around. I told you we'd find something. You head that way and I'll go north. And keep your radio on." "Why not?" Spengler thought, as he shouldered the induction nozzle and reached for his trusty plasmatometer. Valences, that's the key. Ghosts leave an ethereal spore, but I can track them. He edged along the wall, tapping gently, watching the lights flashing on the little detector. He came to a door, tapped his way across it, then examined the crack at the top, sides, along the floor. The easiest way for them to get in, he figured. Cracks, vents, keyholes. The door opened. He looked up to see a tall, beautiful woman in a bathrobe, her hair wrapped in a turban of wet toweling. Careful, Egon, he thought. They can be devious, like the one in the library. Still, she seemed pretty solid, and she certainly had legs. "Yes?" He stood up. "Were you recently in the bathroom?" he asked, running the plasmatometer across her front. No response there. "What on earth gave you that idea?" "The wet towels, the residual moisture on your lower limbs and hair, the redness in your cheeks indicating—" "You're a regular Sherlock Holmes. Now what do you want? And get that thing out of my face." Spengler withdrew the detector. "When you were in the bathroom, did you notice anything that was yellow and unusually smelly?" The woman stepped back and slammed the door in his face. Spengler shrugged and moved on. On a lower floor, Venkman, induction gun held protectively before him, was moving cautiously down the hall, feeling stupid. Dressed up like Buck Rogers, hunting ghosts. Is this any life for a grown man? He stopped beside an unattended room service cart and consoled himself with an order of shrimp cocktail, not noticing the trail of yellowish stains along the wainscoting. Ray Stantz was standing very quietly in the center of an intersection, staring at his PKE meter. He had tracked the ghost down to the 5th floor, and suddenly the needle was going crazy. Stantz tapped the mic on his headset. "Egon, I've got something. I'm moving in." He headed cautiously down the hallway toward another T intersection at the end, around which came the sounds of clinking plates and the faint smell of something old and ugly. He pulled down his induction gun, but held it pointed toward the floor. No sense in blowing away another maid or some Puerto Rican busboy. Still, the readings and that smell. He turned the corner at the end. "Yeah!" 20 feet away, hovering over a room service cart, was the object of his search. A free vapor, apparently composed of a series of compacted noxious gases, with a face like a misshapen potato and a pair of spindly arms. Stantz watched fascinated as it rummaged through the dishes, tossing some of them on the floor and cramming leftover scraps into its mouth. It had to be the one. It matched perfectly with the manager's description. "Ray, where are you? Are you all right?" came Spengler's voice over the radio. "Egon, you should see this thing. It's so ugly." The vapor raised a half-empty bottle of wine and chugged the remaining contents, the wine pouring through it and out onto the carpet. Satisfied with that trick, it tossed the bottle back over its head and began rooting around in the plates like a hog after truffles. "Where are you, Ray?" 5 south, I think. I'm moving in. I don't think it's seen me yet." This time it downed a mass of half-eaten salad, which was obviously too spicy, for the thing sneezed, spattering the wall with greasy residue. It belched loudly and patted its rudimentary stomach. Stantz was disgusted. "Ugh, what a slob. I'm going to take him." He snapped the visor down over his eyes and raised the induction rifle. "Freeze, Potato Face!" It turned toward him and let out a piercing scream as Stance fired, tearing a flaming crater in the wallpaper. The vapor did a wing-over and sped off down the hall, dragging the cart behind it. Stance took off in pursuit, calling for Egon and Peter to watch for it, but when the ghost reached the end of the hallway, instead of turning, it passed right through the wall. The cart hit directly behind it and overturned, trashing the carpet as Stance arrived. He peered at the wall, which had turned an ugly yellow. There were drops of ectoplasm oozing in thick, stringy trails from the spot. Well, at least I hit it. But where did it go? Venkman was steamed. He had wandered down to 3 and was leaning against a wall, pulling disconsolately on a cigarette and staring at the ceiling. This bites the big one, he thought. I actually work for a company called Ghostbusters. Not even I thought it would come to this. Beep, 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 beep. Venkman looked down at his PKE meter. The red light was burning, and the thing was signaling wildly. Quickly, Venkman keyed his headset. "Ray, something's here." "Where are you, Pete?" "3rd floor. Get down here." He unshipped the long induction rifle and braced himself as the accelerator cut in with a whine. "Sit tight. I'm on my way." "Well, hurry. It's real close." Suddenly, with a rattle of dishes, a room service cart sailed past the end of the corridor, followed closely by a yellow-green floater trailing a haze of smog. Venkman goggled at it. The ghost stopped, turned, and goggled back. Venkman felt the blood drain out of his face. "It's here, Ray," he whispered. "It's looking at me." "Don't move. It won't hurt you." "How do you know?" The vapor had begun to undulate from side to side, its attention still fixed on Venkman. "I don't know. I'm just guessing." With a bob, the vapor started toward him. "Well, I think you guessed wrong. Here he comes. On my way. What do I do?" "Shoot it!" "Gah!" Stance came barreling out of the stairwell, checked his detector, and sprinted down the hallway, screaming, "Peter, hang on!" But when he got to the site, Venkman was flat on his back, his arms and legs flailing frantically, his body covered from head to belt in thick yellow ectoplasm. "Gross!" "Ugh, ugh," Venkman cried, spitting a glob of the disgusting stuff from his mouth. "It slimed me. The little mother slimed me." "You all right?" Venkman spat again, his face screwed into an expression of extreme disgust. Stance had never seen him look so angry. "I'm going to get that little grub if it's the last thing I do. Nobody slimes Dr. Peter Venkman. Nobody." "Where'd it go?" "That way." They hurried back toward the elevators and found Spengler peering through the doorway of a banquet room. A sign announced, "Reception welcoming the Tokyo Trade Council, 8:00 p.m. He slammed the door and put his back to it. "It's in there." "What happened to you?" "He got slimed. Did you bring the trap?" Spengler indicated a metal box the size of a toaster fixed to his belt and connected to a long coaxial cable. "We ready for this?" "I am," Venkman growled. "Let's get it." "Right," Ray agreed. "Visors down, full stream. Geronimo!" They tumbled into the room, closing the door behind them. It was an ornate, formal banquet hall, high-ceilinged and ostentatious, hewn beams converging in the center at an immense crystal chandelier. A long line of buffet tables fronted one wall, piled high with food and a carved ice punch bowl. There was a fully stocked bar. Stance looked at his watch. 7:45. Only 15 minutes to do the job before the room fills up with Japanese businessmen. "Do you see it?" "The food," Venkman said grimly. "It'll head for the food. Spread out." The liquid in the punch bowl boiled and erupted a stream of yellow gas. The vapor surfaced, glaring at them. "Fire!" The searing energy bolts smashed the table, blowing food and broken bottles across the room, sending the vapor tumbling behind the bar. Stance swung and fired. "No, not the mirror!" Spengler screamed, throwing himself flat as the energy stream diffracted into 1,000 tiny fragments, speckling the walls like shrapnel. One of them tore away Venkman's tool belt, making him dive under a table. "Ray!" "Sorry, where'd it go?" They scanned the room, trying to ignore the burning buffet tables. In war, there were casualties. Venkman heard a muffled pounding on the door. "Battle area, go away," he shouted. Spengler touched his shoulder. "Peter, there's something There, on the ceiling!" Stantz pointed toward the chandelier, where the vapor was circling, using the glass and metal fixture for cover. He dropped to one knee and fired, tracking on the ghost, setting fire to the supporting beams. The sprinkler system kicked in. Venkman tried to cut off the thing's escape, but succeeded only in blowing half the chandelier to fragments. Stantz fired again and completed the job, the great lighting fixture plummeting down, breaking the back of a large dinner table. Silverware flew through the air. "My fault," Stantz called. "I'll pay for it." "It's probably insured. Where'd it go?" As if it had heard, the vapor peeked out from between the great support structure. Venkman raised his induction gun. "Wait! Wait!" Spengler cried out urgently. "There's something I forgot to tell you." "What?" "Don't cross the streams." "Why not?" Venkman asked suspiciously. "Trust me, it would be bad." Venkman pushed back his visor and rubbed the ectoplasmic residue off his face. "Egon, I'm not your kind of scientist. Precisely what do you mean by bad?" "It's hard to explain. Try to imagine all life as you know it stopping instantaneously and finding yourself confined forever in another dimension." "That's bad," Stantz agreed, his eyes still on the lurking vapor. "No," Venkman replied. "That's it. I'm taking charge. You guys are dangerous." They nodded sheepishly. "Now nobody does anything unless I say. Got it?" "Got it. Let's do it. It's not going to hang around all day waiting for us. Ray, take the right. I'll take the left. Now!" The energy streams shot out, penning the vapor between them. It moved to slip between, but Venkman and Stantz brought the streams closer together, and it retreated. As long as they kept them tight, it couldn't get by. "Good, good," Venkman called. "Nice and wide. Move with it. Steady." Spengler watched, fascinated, as the two streams slowly came together, the vapor caught between them. "Now, very slowly, Ray, let's tighten it up. Hold it there. I'll come down. Egon? Right here. Get ready to cap it." Egon kicked in his accelerator. "Okay, but shorten your stream. I don't want my face burned off. And don't cross them." The vapor began to whirl, darting at the stream, and suddenly Stantz was out of control. A cascade of energy began to leap from his stream to Venkman's. "Back off!" Venkman screamed. "I'm losing it! I'm losing it!" The vapor slipped free and streaked for the back wall. "It's heading for the vent! Cut it off!" Large sections of the rear wall exploded, flaming rubble showering down, turning to mush as the sprinklers hit it. Egon's stream raked across the air vent, driving the ghost back. The pounding on the outer door was beginning to grow violent, and Venkman considered blowing the doors off. Let the turkeys see what we're up against. No, they'd just take it wrong if I fried the manager by mistake. He fired, driving the ghost back toward the ceiling as Stantz's beam went wide, exploding the liquor cabinet. "Ray, on the ball! You gotta catch it!" This time Stantz's marksmanship was accurate, and they held it where the chandelier had been, tightly boxed in a grid of flowing energy. "Make it quick!" Stantz cried. "Almost out of charge on these packs. Ready, Egon?" Spengler hit his belt release, and the trap fell to the floor. "Alternately shorten your streams. Force it down." As they edged the vapor toward the waiting trap, it seemed to realize what was happening, and erupted forth with a startling array of belches and gas, each worse than the last. The men recoiled in disgust, but held their ground, as clouds of the gas contacted the streams and erupted into flares of burning color. Egon poised his foot over the pedal control. "Lock it in! Now!" The streams suddenly separated and shortened, forming a cap over the vapor. Stantz was yelling hysterically, like a kid on a roller coaster. Venkman was not so sure. His charge indicator warning light was winking. "Better get it, Egon. I'm out of juice here." Egon stamped down on the pedal, opening the trapdoors on the top. An inverted pyramid of glowing charged particles leapt toward the ceiling, cold light that streamed back toward itself even as it exploded outward, pulling the vapor down and in with a thunderous roar like 1,000 locomotives. The spring-loaded doors snapped shut, and everything was silent, excepting the last poots of energy on Ray's pack as the charge gave out. He switched it off, and they stared in awe at the trap, sitting silently in the middle of the floor, a curl of smoke rising from it. Egon tiptoed forward and checked the valence indicator. "It's in there," he confirmed reverently. "My God, we did it. We trapped a ghost." Venkman picked up a severely damaged champagne bottle. "That calls for a drink," he said, pouring the remaining bubbly over his head. He looked around at the ballroom, wondering if the hotel's insurance company would consider it an act of God. Come to think of it, the very basis of insurance coverage would probably be changed by what they had done tonight. "Well, that wasn't so bad, was it?" Stantz said happily, pulling off his visor. Venkman turned on him. "Are you kidding? Look at this mess. We almost got killed. It was about as easy as trying to push smoke into a bottle with a baseball bat, but—" He looked at Stantz, then at Spengler. They were staring at him, waiting for his next word, his instructions, and he realized that, like it or not, he was in charge. For better or worse, he now commanded the Ghostbusters. He looked about him, watching the water puddling on the floor from the sprinklers, the burning tables, the ectoplasm-smeared chandelier embedded in the oak flooring. Venkman's wrecking crew. Well, it was their first time, and they did catch the ghost. "This was a bit rough, and we had a few technical surprises," he said, with a sharp look at Egon, who blanched and shrugged. "But it'll get easier. We just have to work out our tactics. Want to grab that trap, Ray?" The manager, the assistant manager, the maintenance man, the locksmith, and a flock of Japanese tourists fell back in panic as Venkman pushed open the doors. He raised his hands and announced, "We came, we saw, we kicked its butt." Shupp tore his eyes away from the destroyed banquet hall. "What was it? What did you do?" "We got it," Stantz called proudly, holding up the smoking trap. The vapor, in irritation, threw itself against the walls of its polarized prison, sending little displays of static lightning over the surface of the box. The tourists backed off, cameras clicking wildly. "What was it? Will there be any more of them?" "Sir, what you had in there was what we refer to as a focused, non-terminal repeating phantasm, or a Class 5 full-roaming vapor. A real nasty one, too." Venkman tore the customer copy of the bill from his clipboard and handed it to the manager. "That'll be $4,000 for the entrapment, plus $1,000 for proton recharge and storage." Shupp seemed more terrified of the bill than he had been of the original ghost. $5,000? I had no idea it would be so much. I won't pay it." Venkman shrugged. "Fine, we'll let it go again. Ray?" No, all right. Anything. Just leave." Well, Venkman thought, gratitude, so to speak. On the street there was a new surprise. Someone had tipped off New York's tireless press corps, and a horde of people had converged on the scene. Uniformed police were struggling to keep them back from the ectomobile. As the Ghostbusters emerged, covered in strange clothing, weapons, ectoplasm, and soot, the crowd broke into applause. Spengler nudged Venkman. "You're in charge. You deal with them." "Okay, Egon, but watch how I do this, because we're all going to have to know how." The reporters surged forward. "Nate Cohen with the Post. What happened in there? Dave McNary, INS. Did you really see a ghost? Did you catch it? Beverly Rose, Omni. Is this some sort of publicity stunt?" Before Venkman could answer, Stantz pushed his way through and held up the smoking trap. Weak static charges played over the surface. The vapor was tiring out. "We got one!" Stantz cried jubilantly. Flashbulbs and strobes went off, and a minicam crew fought its way forward. "Can we see it?" "No, I'm afraid not." Venkman leaned forward and raised his hands, and a brace of microphones was shoved into his face. "This is not a sideshow. We are serious scientists." "What proof do you have that what you saw was real?" the woman from Omni called. "Proof? Well, the manager of the Sedgwick just paid us 5 big ones to get something out of there." He wiggled the trap. "Is that proof enough for you?" "Are you saying that ghosts really exist?" "Not only do they exist," Venkman replied, "but they're all over the place. and that's why we're offering this vitally important service to people in the entire tri-state area. We're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have the tools, and we have the talent. No job is too small, no fee too big. We're ready for anything. Spengler, confused by all the noise, had slipped away and was hanging back at the edge, eating a baby Ruth he had shagged off the hotel newsstand. Let Venkman handle the reporters. I've got to figure out a way to safety interlock that problem of stream length before someone gets hurt. Mister! Hey, mister! Come here! Over here, mister! Spengler peered into the darkness. Hanging over a police sawhorse was a young man dressed in a black canvas jumpsuit and chains, a red bandana tying back his chartreuse hair. Me? That's right. Come here. Spengler had never seen anything quite like him, and wandered over to study the apparition. Who are you? They call me Mr. Dave, man. You a ghostbuster? What's your name? Egon pointed to his name, embroidered large on his chest, unaware that part of it had been obscured by flying ectoplasm. Okay, Spengler. Let me see that gun, man. They're not guns. They're charged particle throwers. Yeah, Mr. Dave whispered. I know. I just want to see him. I couldn't do that. You might hurt someone. Spengler turned to go, but the youth lunged across the barricade and caught his sleeve. Wait. Let me ask you something. If you shot Superman with one of those guns, would he feel it or what? Spengler considered. On Earth, no. But on Krypton, we could slice him up like Oscar Mayer bologna. Wow. Hey, thanks, Spenley. You okay? Egon, get back here. Spengler wandered back to where Stantz and Venkman had just finished singing the theme song from their commercial. The reporters were eating it up. Get over here, Egon. They want a group picture. Spengler stepped between the two. They closed ranks tightly around him, and the flash guns went off. We did it, he thought, as his vision faded into a white blur. We got one. 8. Put a rogue in the limelight, and he will act like an honest man. Napoleon I. The pictures hit the morning editions of every paper in New York, and by evening had spread halfway around the world. The three of them standing proudly in front of the Sedgwick, captioned, Ghostbusters, or Ghostbusters, depending on the editorial slant. Ray Stantz holding the smoking trap aloft. We got one! The Ectomobile. Ghostbusters! Screamed the Rupert Murdoch papers. Boffo biz for spoof kooks, cried Variety. A strange occurrence in the garment district, indicated a cautious Wall Street journal, but the Village Voice kicked out the jams and ran a Pfeiffer caricature on the front page. Within 6 hours, no one was talking about anything else. Ghostbusters, may I help you? Hello, America. This is Ronald Gwynn reporting from United Press International in New York. Throughout my entire career as a journalist, I have never covered anything as exciting and incredible as the trapping of an actual supernatural entity by a team of men based in this city who call themselves the Ghostbusters. Now, most of us have never heard of the floating slime-like substance called ectoplasm, but these gentlemen claim we will be seeing more of it than ever before. Lydia, there's something moving around in the storeroom. I told Joan it was rats, but she insists that she saw something else. What? The figure of a headless woman. Oh, okay. Better not take any chances. Ghostbusters, would you hold, please? Car 15, this is Manhattan Central. Proceed to the Museum of Natural History and help 21 keep the crowds away from that ectomobile. And ticket them if they park in the red zone again. Soho Chamber of Commerce honors Ghostbusters. Look, Central, I tried to ticket it. It's got some kind of detection system, radar and microwave and stuff. It zapped the ticket, disintegrated it, burned up, nothing but black ashes left. I ain't going near it. You want 'em ticketed, you do it. Good morning. Today the eastern seaboard is alive with talks of hundreds of reported incidents involving multiple sightings in what can only be described as extreme events of paranormal extra-phenomenological proportions. It seems that everybody is willing to bring their old ghosts and skeletons out of the closet. Roy Brady reports from New York. Thank you, Roger. Everybody's heard ghost stories around the campfire. Heck, my grandma used to spin yarns about a spectral locomotive that would rocket past the farm where she grew up. Now, as if some unseen authority had suddenly given permission, thousands of people here are talking about encounters they claim to have had with ghosts. I thought it was a nun, Monseigneur, until it walked through a wall. Phantom postulant removed from St. Patrick's. So, Dr. Venkman, what's the most frightening thing you've come up against since you started Ghostbusters? Well, David, I think it was running into Larry Bud Melman in the dressing room before the show. Come on now, seriously. Ghost runs amok on subway platform, scares 20. Ghostbusters, all our lines are busy right now, but if you'd like to leave your number, one of our operators will get back to you. How's it going, Janine? Don't ask. The cases are on the status board. Hello, this is Mr. Cover at Marvel Comics. Hello, this is Janet Gluckstern at Revell Models. Hi, this is Andy Newberry at TSR. Ghostbusters announces major merchandising effort. First franchises to open soon in Philadelphia, D.C. Janine grabbed Venkman by the arm as he stumbled past her desk. You said I was going to get some help on the phones. I've been at this for almost 3 days without a break. Hey, he said, suppressing a yawn. We're all stretched here. I thought you were bored with nothing to do. Very funny. Spengler appeared out of the storeroom. Tough job. Want to share my baby Ruth? Aw, thanks, Egon. Ghost terrorizes Mets game. Ray, every time I hear about your company, I can't help thinking about that old Bob Hope movie. Stantz smiled and nodded. Actually, Joe, the title of that film was Ghost Breakers. Olsen and Johnson did Ghost Catchers, and the Bowery Boys did Ghost Chasers. Hold That Ghost, Spooks Run Wild, Spookbusters, and Spook Chasers. Joe Franklin laughed, pleased with his guest's wit. The man might be certifiable, but he was also a certifiable success and terrific copy. He leaned in conspiratorially. Well, in any case, I guess there's one big question on everybody's mind, and you're certainly in a position to answer it for us. Have you seen Elvis, and how is he? Venkman was sorting the mail into business, pleasure, and cranks. He looked over an envelope with the printed initials ILM in the corner, and a colophon he did not recognize. Ray? Who do we know in Marin County? Ghostbusters Clear Empire Spook Building. Tonight, Johnny's guests will be Charo, Arnold Schwarzenegger, 82-year-old hooker Nancy Winky, and Ghostbuster Egon Spengler, so don't go away. Guess what? Ray said, poking his head down from the attic. Spengler and Venkman looked up from their meal of take-out chicken and light beer as Stantz lowered a small valence trap by its cord. I just caught a ghost, a little one, right in our own attic. Aw, Ray, not while we're eating. Mr. Director, those files you requested. Yes. Really? Well, they don't look dangerous, but perhaps we'd best keep an eye on them. Never know what they might turn up. Do you suppose there are communist ghosts? President commends Ghostbusters. ACLU calls for rights for the dead. Peter, Isaac Asimov on 2. Our phone-in topic today, ghosts and ghost busting. The controversy builds as more sightings are reported, and some maintain that these professional paranormal eliminators in New York are the cause of it all. Why did everything start just when these guys went into business? Should they be allowed to carry around unlicensed proton mass drivers? And what's wrong with ghosts anyway? Call us. All our lines are open. Hello, Larry King. Hello, Larry. I think what Dr. Spengler said in his interview last night was true. The world is in for a psychic shock, 'cause my aunt reads Coffee Grounds, and she says... Lucille Zeddemore threw the newspaper in her son's face. Okay, boy. You've been back from the service a month now. Time you got a job. Get to it. Aw, Mom, there's never anything in the want ads that's any good. Heck, I've got good qualifications. Hey, I've got a degree. Maybe I should move out of the city, go to Atlanta, or Silicon Valley, or Pittsburgh. He rifled through the listings for fry cooks and maintenance men, telephone sales, and insurance trainees. Garbage. Nothing but... A small bordered box caught his eye. Are you trained in computers, heavy weapons, electronic surveillance or radar maintenance, hand-to-hand combat or related activities? Are you fit and athletic, able to work odd hours for good pay with no questions asked? This might be the job for you. Right, looks like somebody's getting ready to invade Cuba again. Just what I need. Get my butt shot off, no questions asked. He glanced at his mother, preparing dinner in the kitchen. Hand-to-hand combat or related activities? Hoo boy. Sounds crazy. But it might be a good deal, and it sure beats being a janitor. Winston Zeddemore copied down the address. Dana Barrett had that pleasantly weary lightness that comes with having put in a good rehearsal, and was only half listening as Andre Wallance walked her out to the plaza. Wallance, a world-renowned violinist, was doing a series of guest performances with the orchestra, and had taken an interest in her career, though Dana suspected that his interest was not entirely musical. She did not entirely object. Though thin and ascetic, Wallance was a brilliant musician, and if he wished to take her out to dinner and to try in his shy, otherworldly way to get her into bed, she had every intention of letting him make the attempt. She might even let him succeed. He was not precisely her type, but then no one was, and the experience might be refreshing. Women cannot live by cello alone. Your city is so dirty, Wallance sniffed, his nose buried deep in a handkerchief. Nothing like Paris. Dana had been to Paris and knew that it could be every bit as dirty as New York, but she smiled and let the matter pass. Wallance changed his tack and began angling for a shot at a late supper. I'd love to, Andre, but I promised my mother I would call her tonight, she lied, keeping him off balance to make the game interesting. Ah, the mother, yes. How about tomorrow? Unfortunately, I am occupied. A dinner with the French consul and his family. Terribly boring. I would get out of it if I could, but alas. Perhaps Thursday? Thursday. Let me check my book. He opened the door and they stepped out onto the plaza before the Metropolitan Opera House. It was a blustery late October day, cold and sunny with a hint of coming winter, and the concourse held only a fragment of its usual collection of peddlers, breakdancers, and itinerant hustlers. And there, in front of the fountain, hopping along in a strange little curly-howard dance step, was a familiar figure in a gray coveralls and an orange jacket. She turned to Wallance, who had paused to put in drops against the smog. Andre, excuse me for a minute. I've just seen someone I know. Certainement, Wallace mumbled to his eyedropper. Dana strode across the plaza to where Venkman stood smiling at her. This is a surprise. Great rehearsal. You heard it? Venkman nodded enthusiastically. You're the best one in your row. Dana favored him with a skeptical smile. You're good. Most people can't hear me with the whole orchestra playing. Venkman shook his head. I don't have to take abuse from you. I have other people dying to give it to me. I know. You're quite a celebrity these days. Are you here because you have info about my case? You certainly know the technical terms. He indicated Wallance, who was looking impatiently in their direction. Who is the stiff? That stiff happens to be one of the finest musicians in the world and a wonderful man. Wallance looked uncomfortable. With New York, the weather, and certainly with the presence of Peter Venkman, he resorted to a bottle of nasal spray. Is he dying or something? Dana ignored the remark, preferring to stutter Peter Venkman's cockeyed smile. I don't know what it is about you. They never had anyone like you back home. He's a very close friend, she said at last. Now do you have some explanation of what happened in my apartment? Yes, but I have to tell you in private at a fine restaurant. Do you? Can't you tell me now? Venkman shrugged. I'll cancel the reservation. I found the name Zool in... He paused to pull a crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket and pat it flat. The Roylant's Guide to Sacred Sects. Sacred Sex? That too. I don't suppose you've read it. Dana shook her head. You must have gotten the last copy. Well, the name Zool refers to a demigod worshipped around 6000 B.C. by the... What's that say? She huddled in close to his shoulder. Hittites. By the Hittites, Mesopotamians, and the Sumerians. Zool was the minion of Gozer. Who's Gozer? Venkman tucked the paper back into his pocket. Gozer was very big in the Sumerian religion, one of their gods, a real big guy. What's he doing in my refrigerator? I'm checking on that. I think we should meet Thursday night at 9 to talk about it. She looked Venkman up and down. He was almost the exact opposite of Andrei Wallens, of the classy, self-assured men who usually went after her, and her first reaction was to laugh at him, but somehow she couldn't. He was right. She had thought him a geek and a charlatan, but now he was one of the most famous men in the city. Not that that was important, but he and his colleagues had proven their case. There were ghosts, and Peter Venkman was out there every day, dealing with them, catching them, and that made him every bit as successful on his own terms as any man she knew. Still, he was so strange. I don't think so. I'm busy Thursday night. Venkman looked reprovingly and leaned in close to her. You think I enjoy giving up my evenings to spend time with my clients? I'm making an exception because I respect you as an artist and a dresser. You're too much, Dana laughed. All right, since you put it that way. I'll pick you up at your place. I'll bring the Roylance Guide and we can read after we eat. I've got to go now, she said, not adding what she was thinking. My stiff is waiting. There was something refreshing about dealing in Peter Venkman's terminology. Remember, Venkman called out, I'm the only one standing between you and a heavy Hittite. Then he turned and hopped away. 9. Beware of the man of one book. Thomas Aquinas. Janine was keeping ahead of the stream of phone calls only by dint of sheer perseverance. The lines were all lit, and each time she would clear one, case, crank, or curiosity, it would light again. She was, however, gaining an instinctive sense of what was profitable and what was not, what was dangerous and what was not, what could be contracted for and what not to touch with a 10-foot induction rifle. You would think that this would make me indispensable, she thought. You would think that this would make me a valuable asset. You would think I could at least get some help, but no. Ghostbusters, please hold. Good afternoon. Ghostbusters, please hold. Yes, may I help you? Winston Zeddemore looked up from the chair where he was filling out the Ghostbusters job application, wondering just what kind of lunacy these people were tapped into. The little red-haired chick hadn't stopped answering calls since he'd walked in. The place was nothing but an old firehouse, but Zeddemore, with his electronics countermeasures training, could see that their equipment meant business. If it was a front, it was an awfully complex one. Surely these people couldn't really be after ghosts. Yes, Janine was saying. Is it a mist, or does it have arms and legs? She checked the multicolored wall chart that Stantz had drawn up. That sounds like a Class 2 anchored proximity phantasm. Serious, but not necessarily harmful. Would I kid you? Well, the soonest we could possibly get back to you would be a week from Friday. I'm sorry, but we're completely booked until then. Uh-huh. All I can suggest is that you stay out of your house until we can get to you. Well, in that case, I'd be careful not to provoke it. You're welcome. She put down the phone wearily and eyed the blinking lights without enthusiasm. Just what I always wanted to be. Jewish mother to the spiritual population of New York. Zeddemore looked up at her. You got a question, sir? Well, yeah, the ad in the paper just said what they wanted. But what's the job? I don't really know, Mr. Zeddemore. They just told me to take applications and to ask you these questions. Do you believe in UFOs, astral projection, mental telepathy, ESP, clairvoyance, spirit photography, full trance mediums, psychokinetic or telekinetic movement, cartomancy, phrenology, black and or white magic, divination, scrying, necromancy, the theory of Atlantis, the Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, the Bermuda Triangle, or in general in spooks, specters, wraiths, geists, and ghosts? Not really. However, if there's a semi-regular paycheck in it, I'll believe anything you say. Venkman wheeled the ectomobile around a tight corner, waved wearily to the crowd of autograph hounds and tourists clustered around the front of the firehouse, and slid the old Cadillac into the garage bay. Open your eyes, Ray. We're home. Stantz sat up, mumbled to himself, and climbed out. The ectomobile looked like it had been through the Battle of Stalingrad, streaked with smoke and slime. Not often we have the chance to chase the rotten things down the road and zap them from the car, Venkman thought. Atari with ghosts. He helped Stantz to unload the smoking traps from the back, his hands sticky with ectoplasmic residue. That's the only part of this job I really hate, he had decided. The slime. Why can't ghosts be as clean as they look? No, they have to leave trails of this ectosnot whenever they get excited. If that's what being dead is like, I ain't going. Stantz shook the Mark II trap experimentally, watching the static charges play over its surface. Boy, that was a rough one. I can't take much more of this. The pace is killing me. Janine looked up impatiently as they entered the reception area. Venkman threw a paid invoice down on her desk. Here's the paper on the Brooklyn job. She paid with a Visa card. And here are tonight's calls, she replied, passing them a bundle of work orders. Stantz shuffled through them, sorting them by way of distance and difficulty. Rats, Peter. We've got 2 more free-roaming repeaters here. And this is Winston Zeddemore. He came about the job. You're black, Stantz said delightedly. Yes, I know. No, you see that certain forms of vapor, particularly the later types of cyclical roamers, respond better to black people. He stuck out his hand. Ray Stantz, and this is Peter Venkman. Hi. Come on back to the equipment area, Winston, and I'll show you just what it is that we do here. Ah, Zeddemore thought. At last I'm going to find out the real skinny. Stantz was leafing through his resume. Very impressive. Strategic Air Command, ECM school, black belt in karate, small arms expert. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Zeddemore, you're hired. Now, as you may have heard, we locate ghosts and spirits, trap them with streams of concentrated quantum energy, and remove them from people's homes, offices, and places of worship. Yeah, I heard that, Zeddemore replied, following Stantz down into the basement. Now tell me what you really do. Venkman was still standing by the desk, reading through the work orders. He calculated the rising demand for their services against the projections Spangler had made regarding approaching PKE peaks. Yeah, we'll definitely need help. Better hire the Zeddemore guy and see about digging up another ambulance. He looked up. Janine was staring at him impatiently. You say something? I said that someone from the EPA is here to see you. What, now? The EPA? What's he want? I didn't ask him. All I know is that I haven't had a break in 2 weeks, and you promised that you'd hire more help. Janine, I'm sure a woman with your qualifications would have no trouble finding a top-flight job in the housekeeping or food service industries. He wandered back toward his office. Oh, really? I've quit better jobs than this one, believe me. Standing in his office was the tallest, thinnest man Venkman had ever seen. He sported a fashionably trimmed red-blonde beard and was dressed in a beautifully tailored 3-piece suit. Venkman disliked him on sight. Another nasal spray type. Can I help you? The man tore himself away from the collection of news clippings that Stantz had been tacking to the wall since they had started, and smiled. Venkman didn't like his smile either. Something of the predator in it, like a ferret or weasel. I'm Walter Peck. I represent the Environmental Protection Agency, 3rd District. Great, how's it going? Venkman grabbed his hand and shook it warmly, managing to leave a large smear of ectoplasm on the man's suit. Peck looked at the slime with barely disguised disgust. Venkman shook his head sadly. Sorry about that. Holy water takes that right out. Holy water? Right. What can I do for you? Peck looked him in the eyes, and Venkman realized that the man wasn't especially tall, just thin. Are you Peter Venkman? Yes, I'm Dr. Venkman. Peck stared at Venkman's soiled jumpsuit. Exactly what are you a doctor of, Mr. Venkman? Venkman indicated the rank of framed diplomas behind the desk. Admittedly, most of them belonged to Egon and Ray. I have PhDs in psychology and parapsychology. I see, Peck replied snidely. And now you catch ghosts. You could say that, Venkman said, plopping himself down into his stuffed chair. Peck took a seat across the desk from him. And how many ghosts have you caught, Mr. Venkman? I'm not at liberty to say. And where do you keep those ghosts once you catch them? In a storage facility. And would this storage facility be located on these premises? Yes, it would. And may I see this storage facility? No, you may not. Peck's smile dissolved instantly. And why not, Mr. Venkman? Venkman's smile was all boyish innocence. Because you didn't say the magic word. And what is the magic word, Mr. Venkman? The magic word is please, Venkman said softly. Peck laughed nervously, totally at the end of his patience. May I please see the storage facility? Why do you want to see it? Venkman asked sweetly. Well, because I'm curious. I want to know more about what you do here. Frankly, there have been a lot of wild stories in the media, and we want to assess any possible environmental impact from your operation. For instance, the storage of noxious, possibly hazardous waste materials in your basement. We want to know exactly what sort of scam you people are running here, Mr. Venkman. Now either you show me what's down there, or I come back with a court order. Venkman felt his blood pressure boil over. That does it. After a day like I've had, I don't have to come home and listen to this. He stood up and leaned across his desk, nose to nose with the skinny bureaucrat. Go ahead. Get a court order, and I'll sue you for wrongful prosecution. Peck stood stiffly, his briefcase held in front of him like a shield. Have it your way, Mr. Venkman. He turned and strode quickly out of the office. Venkman followed him to the doorway. Hey, make yourself useful. Go save a tree. And that's Dr. Venkman. Winston Zeddemore was absolutely fascinated as he stood peering through the view slit. It's a damned prison, he thought. A prison for ghosts. Inside, the various multicolored spirits, wisps of color and light, swirled about aimlessly or slouched in despair against the walls. Occasionally one would drift up to the viewport and stare back like a grouper in an aquarium. It was depressing, but at the same time Winston couldn't think of any other solution to letting them run loose. But this had never happened before. There had always been a few ghosts. Why so many now? Weird. And these guys actually catch ghosts. And I'm going to be a ghost buster. Mama Zeddemore, I hope you're satisfied. Spangler worked at the bench, repairing a damaged proton pack, muttering to himself about hyperspatial toruses and magnetic monopoles, stuff even Stantz didn't understand. But at this point, Stantz wasn't interested. He was worried about the grid. Winston. Yes? I'll show you how to unload the traps. He slid the smoking box into a slot on the wall of the storage facility. There were 3, like airlocks of different sizes, for the custom traps Ray had put together. This one was a Mark II. You set the entry grid, push this button, wait for it to cycle yellow. The slot lit up. Stantz pulled down on a heavy knife switch, and the slot emitted a loud, cycled humming, like the sound a Xerox machine makes, Winston realized, as the trap was cleaned. The sound ended with a loud snap. The humming stopped, the indicator flashed. The light is green, the trap is clean. He tossed the little box into a bin marked, for recharge. Got it? Got it. Seems simple enough. Stantz smiled. A lot simpler to run than to build, I can tell you. Spangler put his head down on the bench with a low moan. I've got to get some sleep. I'm starting to make mistakes. You okay, Ray? Stantz shrugged. He didn't seem to tire as fast as the others, and the job continued to be fascinating. He often came downstairs in the middle of the night to watch the ghosts through the viewing port, though lately he'd begun to have the same feelings that Zeddemore had experienced, that penning the spirits up like that was somehow wrong. But if there was an alternative to an endless matinee of spooks run wild, he didn't know what it was. The facility was too small, this was true, but even Egon had never planned on the volume of business they were getting. Something very unsettling, very dangerous was about to break, and they had to find out what. Egon, I'm going to need 2 new purge valves. How's the grid around the storage facility holding up? Egon adjusted his glasses and blinked back the fatigue. I'm worried, Ray. It's getting crowded in there, and all my recent data points to something very big on the bottom. How do you mean big? Zeddemore asked. Spengler rummaged among the bits of wire, plastic, and lunch on the workbench until he located an intact Hostess Twinkie. He held it up by way of illustration. Well, let's say this Twinkie represents the normal amount of psychokinetic energy in the New York area. According to this morning's PKE sample, the current level would be a Twinkie 35 feet long and weighing approximately 600 pounds. Zeddemore whistled. That's a big Twinkie. Stantz nodded. We could be on the verge of a fourfold crossover, or worse. If what we're seeing indicates a massive PKE surge, we could experience an actual rip. The three were looking very depressed when Venkman came down the stairs. "How's the grid around the storage facility holding up?" "It's not good, Pete." "Tell him about the Twinkie," Winston said glumly. Venkman looked curiously at Zeddemore, then at Stantz, who shrugged. "We had a visit from the EPA. What'd they want?" "A whole lot of doodly squat." 10. If a sane dog fights a mad dog, it's the sane dog's ear that is bitten off. Burmese proverb. Night had come swiftly to Manhattan, the end of October bringing lengthening darkness and sunsets that crashed down like collapsing buildings. The skyscrapers glowed briefly red, then switched to their own feeble illumination. The Great White Way making a vain attempt to hold back the dusk, the billowed clouds and snapping lightning, the storms of autumn rolling in off the wind-tossed Atlantic. Approaching Halloween, the holiday of oblivion, shorn by the church from its hopeful pagan roots, witches and spooks painted on store windows, and little Ghostbusters no-ghost stickers like offerings of blood to warn away the destroying angel, or to attract something else. A strange year, Harlan Beaujay thought as he shuffled along the sidewalk. Suddenly New York is awash in superstition and the technology of scientific spirit removal. The pockets of his greatcoat held a folded copy of Omni that he had found in the subway station at Times Square. He had read several articles on the new phenomenon before being asked to move on, and was pondering the question on many minds, from Walter Peck's to Peter Venkman's. Why now? Where are they all coming from, and why New York? Lightning forked down from the roiling thunderhead, striking the cap of a nearby building. Beaujay instinctively opened his mouth against the accompanying clap of sound, and ducked, though it could not possibly hit him here in the street, with so many tall buildings about. But something did, glancing off his shoulder and bouncing along the sidewalk. The blow stung, and Harlan looked about for some sign of trouble, a recalcitrant youth, or perhaps a piece of improperly shielded machinery. There was none. He was alone on the street. He reached down and picked up the offending object. At first it appeared to be a stone, but it was not. It was a lighter substance, like terracotta or a given grade of ornamental concrete, and Beaujay realized that it must have fallen or been blown from the rooftop by a bolt of lightning. An odd shape, like a horn or claw, he thought, peering into the hollow interior, and was startled to see a residual wash of blue static play across the inside. He dropped it on the sidewalk and peered up at the top of the building, watching flashes of light reflect from the gargoyles on the height. Yes, if it had been stone falling from up there, it would have taken my arm off. He looked again at the little claw, now lying harmless on the pavement like a cement croissant. Then he flipped his collar up and headed swiftly for the park. High atop that building, before a temple-like structure on the roof, two immense statues stood. It was a curious place to build statues, as no human ordinarily ever stood there, and the building was just tall enough that they were not clearly visible from any of its neighbors. But great care seemed to have been taken in detailing them. Each depicted a dog-like animal, fully the size of a man, with a flat, triangular, almost serpentine head, and 4 large clawed feet. Lightning played over the huge terror dogs, over the steep staircase, and the tall ornate metal doors that crowned them, over the ceremonial inscriptions and architectural oddities, and though they were stone, or a light grade of ornamental concrete, the eyes of the terror dogs seemed to reflect back the energy of the storm. It crashed and cracked again, and a section of the pebbled surface fell away, freeing a glowing red eye beneath. And the claw again flexed, cracking more of itself loose. As Dana Barrett stepped from the elevator, loud rock music suddenly competed with the fury outside. Lewis's party. She had, of course, forgotten, and with Peter Venkman dropping by later, any thought of attendance was out of the question. Thank God. She tiptoed toward her apartment, but Lewis Tully had ears like radar. "Oh, Dana, it's you," he said, stepping into the hall. He hurried up to her. She did her best to smile. "Hi, Louis." "Hey, it's crazy in there. You're missing a classic party." "Well, actually, Louis, I have a friend coming by." Louis was undeterred. "Great, bring her too, but you better hurry. I made nachos with non-fat cheese and they're almost gone. I'll make some more, though." I have to give it to him for persistence, she thought, and then had a sudden idea. Introduce Louis to Venkman. Maybe it'll scare him off once and for all. "Fine, Louis. We'll stop by for a drink." "Hey, it'll be great. You can meet all my friends, get to know the real me." She shut her door, leaving him talking to the number plate. He sighed and took a last shot. "I've got a twister game for later." Wow, she's going to come, he thought, walking back to his apartment. She'll love the party. It'll really impress her. Maybe tonight's the night. I'll have to get rid of her girlfriend, though. After all, I got great food, the latest With It music, party games, door locked. Oh no. "Hey, let me in." Dana tossed her coat in the closet, took off her leg warmers, and stretched out briefly in her favorite chair. "It's 7. That gives me an hour before Peter gets here. I can afford to relax for a minute, then grab a shower, be all fresh when he arrives." She laughed to herself, watching the storm move off to the west over the river, the last flickering edges of lightning playing above the city. In the distance, Louis's party boomed raucously. Louis Tully, Andre Wallance, Peter Venkman. I certainly can meet him, she thought, psyching herself up for the evening. Be ready to laugh off Venkman's childish passes, keep him off balance. But, she realized, I'm the one off balance. A month ago he was a nut, a pest. Tonight I'm having dinner with him. I have to admit, there's something in that loony approach of his that I like. Now if I can just figure out what it is. The phone rang, startling her out of her reverie. "Hello?" "Oh, hi, Mom." Every Thursday, like clockwork, her mother called. No, not like clockwork, like magic. She always called when Dana was home, her voice having never appeared on the answering machine. No matter when Dana went in or out, Mother Barrett would catch her, usually, like tonight, when she didn't have time to talk. And her mother liked to talk. Talk had been the major recreation in the Barrett household. Her father had been a railroad worker for the Boston and Maine, invalided off on a pension, which had to make do for his wife and 3 children. But somehow they always got by, and she and her 2 brothers always had whatever they needed, if not necessarily everything they wanted. There was seldom money for the movies, but Dana had new clothes each fall, not flashy, but well made, and when she had expressed an interest in music, from somewhere her father had come up with a cello. Each of the children had worked after school, and her mother was always running a dozen cottage industries, so there was money for her lessons, for Doug's books, for Davy's uniforms. Now Doug was a reporter on the Boston Globe, and little Davy was playing center field for the San Diego Padres. Mother Barrett no longer had to scrimp, proud of her 3 children, collecting their clippings and looking after them as best she could via long distance. But since the boys had married, that meant mothering Dana. Mother Barrett was not yet satisfied. She wanted a son-in-law. "Yes, everything's fine." "No, nothing to speak of." "Mother, I don't have time to just go out and meet men." "Mother, I will not try a dating service." She thought of Peter. That would scandalize the folks at home, at least give them something to talk about. Why not? "I can't stay on the phone too long, Mom. I've got a date, and I've got to get—" "Yes, I said a date." "He's very nice, Mom. He's a ghostbuster." "Yes, the ones on television." "I'll tell you all about it the next time you call." "Okay, you can call tomorrow." "I promise. Bye." "Yes, Mom. A scientist. A loony little kid scientist." She closed her eyes and put her head back, not noticing that the storm had returned, the clouds pressing in against her windows, the ominous rumble of ripple lightning echoing over the bump-a-doop of Louis's party. And then, suddenly, a low, eerie moan, a drawn-out sigh, as if something very large and very old was awakening. Her eyes opened immediately and she looked toward the kitchen. Intensely bright light was coming from under the door. As she watched, mesmerized, The door buckled, then drew in like a great rhythmic pulse, like a heartbeat. No. "Oh, no," she exclaimed, and started to rise, but a pair of dark, scaly hands ripped upward out of the chair and locked around her waist, pinning her to the cushions. She had time for half a scream before the second pair took her by the chest and across the mouth. The chair began to turn slowly toward the kitchen. "This isn't happening," she thought, struggling against the awful embrace. "I'll wake up in a minute." The door was pulsing now, like a giant membrane, and then the chair began to move toward it, gathering speed. With a roar, the door swung back, revealing a fiery chamber where her kitchen had been, and, standing to receive her, the looming presence of a terror dog. There was no way to struggle, no way to scream, and mercifully she passed out as the chair slid into the flames, the door closing behind it. Coincidentally, in a cab heading uptown on Central Park West, Peter Venkman was also thinking of his childhood. Earlier that month, one of the supermarket tabloids had run a profile on Venkman, charging that he had been a carnival conman during his summers away from college. Venkman had been furious. "But you were a carny barker," Stantz had said, not understanding Peter's anger. "What's the problem?" Peter had refused to talk about it. It wasn't just a carny, he thought. It was my home. And I wasn't just a barker. I was the best. But there was no way to explain that to a reporter who was looking for an angle to titillate an audience that had trouble with the TV Guide crossword puzzle, to whom investigative journalism was a report on Lady Di's latest snit. He had held his tongue and planned his revenge, the next day giving Janine a card with written instructions on exactly what to do if the offices of the newspaper called. Then he waited for a combination of the right circumstances. It took 10 days. "Dr. Venkman, this is Bill Hibbler at the National Reporter. We did a story on you." "Several stories, as I remember, on each of us and on the firm." "Well, yes, but I'm calling on a different matter." "I'll bet you are. And what might that be?" "We seem to have a ghost." The phantasm, a large and voracious creature, had terrorized the editorial offices of the Reporter, jamming typewriters, exposing film, setting fires in the wastebaskets. The toilets had overflowed, light bulbs exploded, the phones sang obscene ditties. The operation of the scandal sheet had come to a standstill. The presses were full of ecto-slime. "That sounds like a Class 9 autonomous roaming disruptor," Venkman had said sagely. "But I got the impression from your articles that you didn't believe in ghosts." "Of course we believe in ghosts," Hibbler said defensively. "We never said that." "No, what you said was that we were a bunch of fakes, charlatans, bunco artists." Interesting word. Haven't heard anyone say bunco since the days when I was with the carnival. But you know about that, too." There was a long silence. "What do you want?" "Oh, I'd say a retraction, an apology to the Ghostbusters, all of our employees and our families, and the admission that you libeled us. That should do it." "We never retract." "Good policy. Enjoy your ghost." Venkman hung up the phone and looked at his watch. "I give them 45 minutes, tops." It took 42. Venkman made the arrangements, quoted an outrageous figure, and took Hibbler's MasterCard number. Then he went looking for Zeddemore. "Winston." "Yo. Remember that Class 9 we dropped off last night? Well, it seems they didn't want it after all." "Some people just can't make up their minds." Zeddemore laughed. "Right. I'm a pretty easygoing guy," Venkman thought, "but nobody dumps on my dad." Peter Venkman had been born on the lot of King City Attractions in a tent on a field in Sedalia, Missouri. It was the last night of the week-long run, and his birth had been exceptionally easy. His mother had been taking tickets. When the show had started, she'd closed the booth, gone back to the dressing tent, and had Peter. His birth had been unattended, but his baptism had been a cause for celebration by everyone from his impressionero father to the lowliest rigger. The carny wintered in Iowa City, and Peter had attended the schools there, touring summers with the show throughout the Corn Belt states. He worked as a candy butcher, as a roustabout, as a painter and carpenter, but it was at the games of chance that he really excelled. Whatever game Peter was running always pulled in the nightly top take, and he became adept at judging people, knowing who would bite and who wouldn't, knowing who wouldn't squawk at a good-natured skinning, and who came, with dreams in their eyes, expecting to lose, but hoping to win. And somewhere along the way he learned the lesson that his father had been teaching him. You can take a sucker, but don't break a dream. He watched nightly as the people played his games, and he saw those dreams, and when he could, he rewarded them. And one day he realized what the dreams were that had been growing in him. "Dad, I want to go to college." His father had smiled. "Why, Peter? What do you want to do?" And he confessed that he didn't know. His father had smiled again, then laughed softly. "You'll tell me when you find out. If you find out." It was a strange question, but Peter Venkman was used to strange questions on the Carney. "I guess you'll be the first to know." He watched the upper 60s slide by outside the cab window. "Well, I just may finally be finding out. I wish the old man had lived to see it." The cab pulled up at a light on Central Park West at 73rd, and the cabbie turned around. "Excuse me, but aren't you one of those Ghostbusters?" Venkman smiled. "Yes, I'm Dr. Venkman." "What do you make of that, Doc?" Venkman leaned forward and looked to where the man was pointing. A spectacular lightning display was hovering over Dana Barrett's building. Louis Tully was doing his best to keep his classic party going. He had set out the plates of expensive delicacies the man at the import store had recommended, and made sure that the music was loud, at least loud enough to be a continual reminder in Dana's apartment. But where was she? Maybe her girlfriend hadn't arrived yet. He surreptitiously smelled his breath and assured himself that he was at his best. "I look good," he decided. "I look very New York, very hip. She can't help but notice." He opened a Perrier and struck a casual pose. "Louis, do you have any Excedrin or extra-strength Tylenol?" a tall, chunky woman asked him. Her name was Phyllis Puffett. She ran an answering service, and, like everyone else there, Louis did her taxes. "I have acetylsalicylic acid, but I get the generic from Walgreens because I can get 600 tablets for 35% less than the cost of 300 of the name brand. Do you have a headache?" Phyllis Puffett frowned. "I'll ask someone else," she said, and moved off toward the bathroom. Louis spotted two men pondering the lock splatter. "How's it going, Bob? Irving? That's Nova Scotia salmon, the real thing. It costs $24.95 a pound, but really $12.48 a pound after tax. I'm writing this whole party off as a promotional expense. That's why I invited clients instead of friends. Try that brie. It's dynamite at room temperature. Maybe I should turn up the heat a bit." They looked at each other, wondering whether one of them should answer, but Louis had already moved off. He was being accosted by a tall, pouting blonde in a dance leotard. "Louis, this party is boring," she whined. "I'm going home." "Ah, don't do that, Andrea. Come on, if we dance, maybe some of the others will start dancing." "Okay." Andrea immediately launched into a wild frug, Louis struggling to keep up until the doorbell rang. At last, he thought, Dana. But it was only a short, pudgy couple. He helped them out of their coats. "Everybody, this is Ted and Annette Fleming. Ted has a small carpet cleaning business in receivership, but Annette is drawing a salary from a deferred bonus from 2 years ago, and the house has $15,000 left at 8%. Louis babbled cheerfully as he detoured around the wildly dancing Andrea and took their coats to the bedroom. The terror dog had made its way down the side of the building and stepped through the bedroom window, shedding glass and broken mullions like flies off armor plate. The quarry was close, the one with whom the great transformational joining would be resolved. It was here, within this very area, but not within this chamber itself. It sniffed a few coats on the bed, then sprang to alertness as Louis Tully opened the door. It is him, the Guardian thought, but before it could act, Louis tossed the coats over it and left, slamming the door behind him. It is near-sighted, decided the Guardian, shaking off the coats. It is ugly, too, but I have my duty. It let loose a terrible roar. The guests had frozen at the sound. Louis looked up in annoyance. "Okay, who brought the dog?" With an explosion of wooden fragments, the Guardian landed in a crouch in the center of the room, and the guests scattered in panic. Louis dropped his Perrier and scrambled for the door, yelling incoherently. Something told him not to argue as it roared and started after him. He dashed into the hall, slamming the door to his apartment, then sprinted toward the elevators. Behind him he heard the thing break into the corridor. "Hold the elevator!" he screamed, squeezing in among a group of couples obviously going out to the theater. The doors closed. then bowed inward as the beast hit them, but held. The car started to descend. Louis looked at the couples, who were staring at him in amazement. "I think there's a bear in the hall," he wheezed. They moved as far away from Tully as the car would let them. The doorman was announcing 2 elegantly dressed visitors when Louis Tully bounded through the revolving door, screaming, "Help! There's a bear in my apartment!" The visitors looked at one another, and the doorman, never a fan of Tully's, frowned. Now he's got animals up there. At that moment the revolving door spun violently, and the terror dog bounded through, running down the doorman and chasing the terrified Tully towards Central Park. In the park, strolling along a quiet lane toward the sheep meadow and sharing a bottle of New York State Red, Harlan Beaujay and Robert Leonard Coombs were discussing the world's situation. Beaujay, as usual, was waxing loquacious. "I must agree with you about Central America, but on the other point we remain in contention. I think a good heavyweight can take a karate black belt every time." "Run, run, run!" screamed Louis Tully, streaking between them, almost knocking the precious bottle from Harlan Beaujay's grasp. He looked sadly after the man. "Those joggers have no sense of common politeness," he said stiffly. At that moment the terror dog bounded by, scattering gravel. Beaujay's jaw dropped. "That is one speedy mutt." Coombs nodded. "He's a big one. You don't want to mess with that breed." "Some sort of fighting spaniel, I would guess." Beaujay shook his head. "This city gets weirder all the time." Louis Tully pounded through a tunnel and caught sight of the Tavern on the Green restaurant ahead. He could see the well-dressed patrons inside, sitting at their elegant meals, perfect waiters gliding between the tables. He could see everything but a door. He ran along the windows, desperately searching for an entrance. There had to be one, he told himself. Then he was paralyzed by the sound of a low growl off in the bushes. "No, let me in." He turned and pounded in terror on the glass. The people inside looked up. "Oh, they see me," he thought. "Save me, please. I'll do your taxes for nothing." The dog growled again. Then, as if all their heads were connected to a common swivel, they turned back to their dinners. Something moved in the bushes behind Louis Tully. He turned. It was standing there, drooling from its open mouth, 4-inch fangs glittering like crystal in the light from the restaurant. It slowly started toward him. "No, this isn't happening to me." "Nice, doggy, nice," he whimpered. Jerry Lintz was having a bad night, first with the wind and then with the damned lightning. Nobody wanted a romantic ride through Central Park in this weather. Cold, too. He pulled a flask from his hip pocket and nipped on it. Medicinal purposes, he thought, watching a strange, disheveled little man in horn rims come loping down the sidewalk. The creature veered from its course and bounced straight up to his horse. Great, Lintz thought. This nut wants a ride. The little man took the horse's bridle and leaned in conspiratorially. "I am Vince Clortho, keymaster of Gozor, Volgus Zildrohar, lord of the Sibulia. Are you the gatekeeper?" "Hey, that's enough of that. He pulls the wagon, I make the deals. You want a ride?" The little man stared up at him. Lynn swore that, just for a second, his eyes looked red. Bright red. "Are you the gatekeeper?" "No, I'm the governor of New Jersey. Now get out of here." The little man growled horribly, sending Jerry Lynn scuttling back on his seat. A gun, he thought. Why won't the cops let us carry guns? "You will perish in flames, sub-creature," the man declared. "Gozer will destroy you and your kind." He leaned back into the horse. "Wait for the sign. All prisoners will be released." Then he turned and scampered away. Like a monkey, Linz thought. Some kind of religious monkey nut. "What a jerk," he muttered. 11. The course of true love never did run smooth. William Shakespeare. Venkman stopped to buy a bouquet of flowers from a sidewalk vendor, straightened his tie, and trotted up to the front of Dana's building. The lobby was filled with chattering guests, a few of them on the verge of hysteria. The doorman was nowhere to be seen, but 2 maintenance men were struggling to right a large magazine rack that had come loose from a wall and fallen over. Several of New York's finest were taking statements and conferring with one another, And Venkman had a sudden premonition that the night might turn out differently from what he had planned. One of the policemen noticed his curiosity and walked over. "You got business here?" he asked pleasantly. Venkman indicated the flowers. "Just taking my girl to dinner. What's going on?" The policeman had not recognized him and seemed satisfied with his explanation. "Some moron brought a cougar to a party and it went berserk." "Hey, that's New York." "Yeah, I guess so." Venkman headed for the elevators. The premonition had turned to apprehension. Could trouble be far behind? On Dana's floor there were more cops. They clustered about a splintered door, interviewing a group of shaken-looking people. The party with the cougar, he wondered, or something else. He stepped quietly around them and went on to her apartment, rang the bell, and waited. Well, it seems quiet. Too quiet. This time he knocked. "Dana?" The door opened and Venkman dropped the flowers in surprise. Dana had been transformed. She stood before him in a loose flowing gown, hanging low off the shoulder. Her hair was billowed outward, as if caught in a photograph, yet wind-blown and alive. Her lips were slightly parted and wet, her skin glistening softly. And her eyes, they were wide, luminous, boring into him with the intensity of a single thought. Peter Venkman knew what that thought was. He knew that expression, but he had not expected to see it on Dana, at least not at the door. "This is a new look for you, isn't it?" He smiled lecherously, but it didn't take. Something was going on that he was unaware of, as though he had come in the middle of a movie and had been asked to make a decision on the action. What the heck? "What happened to you? The cop downstairs said an animal got loose up here. What's the story? Are you all right?" "Okay, I said it, but it isn't registering. It's like someone hit her over the head or put something in her drink or—" She leaned closer, and the sheer sexual power of her almost flattened him. When she spoke, her voice was husky and animal. "Are you the key master?" For a moment he wondered if this was some sort of bizarre sexual game being played for his benefit. "Not that I know of." She closed the door. Well, that was the wrong thing to say. He knocked again. "When in Babylon." "Are you the key master?" she asked again, as if she had never seen him before. He nodded vigorously. "I'm the key master, right." She took his hand and pulled him in, the door swinging closed behind him. Lord, what a mess. "Dana, what is it? What happened?" "I am Zool," she replied. "I am the gatekeeper." "Sure you are, and I'm the Lone Ranger. Kid's got it bad, a 4-alarm case of possession. Keep your sense of proportion here, Venkman. Might be more of them around, looking for souls to eat." He stepped over a rotted gray lump that he recognized as the remains of her piano bench. The piano itself looked like it had been dredged up from a shipwreck, the wood pale and peeling, jelly-like streams of ectoplasm dripping from the cracks and puddling on the floor. The couch and chairs had been reduced to blackened frames. The windows were gone, scorch marks around the doorway to the kitchen. Everything but graffiti. As he watched, a section of wallpaper unrolled itself with a plop, slime oozing out from behind it. "You know, I really think you should pick up a little when company's coming," he ventured. She ignored him and walked to the window. "Hey, Dana?" She raised her arms against the darkness and was rewarded with a shower of ball lightning over the west side. Venkman shivered. Nice trick. Then she turned back to him, her body silhouetted in the flimsy gown against the fall of fire outside. Venkman felt a spasm of lust and tried to force it back. "We must prepare for the coming of Gozer." Yeah, right. He edged around to the side. She was too close to the open window. She might want to go skydiving. Get her away from the edge. She was watching him, her tongue moving on her teeth. Humor her. No windows in the bedroom. "Okay, I'll help. Should we make a dip or something?" "He is the destructor," she whispered, moving closer. "Really, I can't wait to meet him." He took her hand. She felt normal except for the discharge of static electricity when their fingers met. Hey, as long as we're waiting to meet him, I'd really like to try something with you. In the bedroom. The bedroom was relatively undamaged. She moved immediately to the bed and stretched luxuriously on the coverlet. Do you want this body? Is that a trick question? She purred seductively and ground her hips into the bed. I sure can pick them, Venkman thought. Them? Look, I'll tell you what, I'll just borrow your body for a while and get it right back to you. Take me now. He groped for his penlight and flashed the beam into one eye, then the other. Hoo boy, nobody home. Well, I make it a rule never to sleep with possessed people, he said, taking a step away, but she caught him by the lapels and pulled him down on top of her. The kiss almost tore his lips off. Good Lord, he thought. If she's anywhere near this good on her own, I'll marry her. After what seemed like swimming the English Channel underwater, he fought his way up for air. Actually, it's more of a policy than a rule. I want you, she said. I don't know, he said, staggering to his feet and holding her wrists at arm's length. You've got 2 people in there already. It could get a little crowded. Now then, I want you to lay back and relax. She did, her hands crossing over her breasts like an Egyptian sarcophagus. Venkman caught his breath. Now, I'm going to speak to Dana, and I want Dana to answer. I am Zool. I am... Right, you're the gatekeeper. But I want Dana, he said commandingly. Dana, speak to me. Her lids rolled back, and for an instant the eyes inside were glowing red. When she spoke, it was the voice of earthquakes, tidal waves, of avalanches, and the grating, rumbling fall of ancient cities. It was the sound of pure chaos. There is no Dana. I am Zool. Venkman jumped back. Whoa! Nice voice. She started to sit up again, but he restrained her with a touch on the shoulder. She smiled maniacally and did things with her tongue that made him extremely uneasy. All right, Zool. Listen carefully, Zool, baby. I don't know where you came from or why, but I want you to get out of here and leave Dana alone. I'm going to count to 10, and when I'm finished, you'd better be gone, okay? Here goes. 1, 2... A shudder ran through Dana Barrett's body, and she laughed soundlessly. Then, slowly, she began to rise in the air. Venkman stared in disbelief as she came to rest, floating a good 3 feet above the bed, the flimsy dress hanging free. I'm not really seeing this, he thought. It's all a trick of the mind, like Mandrake the magician. Or wires, maybe with wires. He ran his hands over, under, and around the body, but felt nothing except the crackling of tiny electrical charges. Boy, this would have been great back in the carnival, but as far as I'm concerned, it makes for a lousy date. He sat down on the bed, wondering how to get her down. On the Henry Hudson Parkway, Winston Zeddemore and Ray Stantz were heading for the 3rd call of the night. They only had a single trap left. It was just as well, as they were both completely wasted. Winston drove, his mind on the night, as Stantz sipped from a can of beer and pored over a set of blueprints. Winston was thinking about God. That didn't surprise him. Ever since he'd started collecting the spirits of the dead, he'd been wondering about his own religious upbringing. The Zeddemores were a strict Baptist family, and neither the Air Force nor the street had been able to knock that out of him. Sure, I don't go to church much anymore, but that doesn't mean I don't believe. Lately, though, I'm not sure just what I do believe. Hey, man, what's that you're so involved with there? Stantz smiled. He'd liked Zeddemore from the first, and since Venkman had gotten involved with this Barrett woman and Egon and Janine had become an item, Ray Stantz tended to spend a lot of time with Zeddemore. A voracious learner, he was happily absorbing Zeddemore's experiences, idioms, folk tales, and street stories. Earlier that week, Winston had taken him home for dinner, and Lucille Zeddemore had fawned all over him. Her younger children, Winston's brothers and sisters, had pressed him for stories, and he thoroughly enjoyed himself. The nicest thing about being out in the real world was that you got to deal more often with people. I was too insulated in the university. "Oh, these are the blueprints of the structural ironwork in Dana Barrett's apartment building, and they're most unusual." Winston nodded. "Are you a Christian, Ray?" "Uh-huh." "Me too," Winston said. It made him feel better, seeing as how he was driving an ambulance full of little metal coffins full of spooks, specters, wraiths, geists, and ghosts. Stantz rattled the blueprints and brought a section close to his eye. "Boy, solid cores of shielded selenium-325. "Do you believe in God?" Winston asked, continuing to disjoint the conversation. "No, but I liked Jesus' style." "Me too. Parts of the Bible are great." The whole roof cap was fabricated with a magnesium tungsten alloy. A car full of waving teenagers pulled around them. Neither noticed. "Ray, do you remember something in the Bible about a day when the dead would rise up from their graves? And the seas would boil." "Right," said Winston excitedly. "And the sky would fall. Judgment Day." "Yeah, Judgment Day." They sat quietly for a moment, each alone with his thoughts. Stantz took a long pull on his beer, then passed it to Zeddemore. "Every ancient religion has its own myth about the end of the world," he said softly. "Well, has it occurred to you that the reason that we've been so busy lately is that the dead have been rising from their graves? There's a thought." Dana Barrett still floated above the bed while Peter Venkman rummaged through the drawers of her dresser. "She's an artist," he thought. "She's got to have some Valium somewhere." Egon Spengler checked the needle on the big PKE gauge, the one connected to the fixed plasmatometer on top of their roof antennae. It had pegged again. He switched it to a higher scale, watched the needle drop back, and noted the new reading on his clipboard. Up 4.7% in the last hour alone. Something had to break soon. Ecto-1 pulled up to the great timber and stone gatehouse of Fort Detmering. A single light burned over a placard announcing the times of tours and opening and closing hours. Silently, Stantz and Zeddemore helped each other into their proton packs. As they finished, two figures loomed up out of the darkness wearing dark jackets and Stetsons. Stantz nodded pleasantly. "Evening?" "Evening," the park ranger replied, taking the clipboard and initialing the forms. He affixed a GSA purchase order and passed it back. "We've had quite a problem here for some time. I called your outfit a couple of weeks ago." "Busy time of year," Winston said. He tested the charge on the accelerator. It looked good for one more job. "Nobody likes to talk about this sort of thing." "You don't have to worry about that with us, sir," Ray Stantz assured him. "Yeah," Zeddemore added. "We'll believe anything." "Egon, the police are here." "Picking up or dropping off?" "Dropping off." Spengler wiped his hands on a rag and went upstairs, grateful for any distraction. There were times when he could swear he heard moaning from the containment, which troubled him more than he liked to admit. Janine smiled warmly as he passed by, and he favored her with a wink. Venkman had told him that girls liked that. Girls were a new experience to Egon Spengler, something to be studied. And enjoyed, he decided, pleased at himself over this revelation. Janine followed him out to where a police van was idling before the building. A sergeant was waiting at the rear. He offered Spengler his hand. "Rosenberg, 24th Precinct. We picked this guy up and now we don't know what to do with him. Bellevue doesn't want him, and I'm afraid to put him in the lockup. There's something too weird about him. He'd cause a riot or they'd kill him. Anyway, I know you guys are into this stuff, so I thought I'd check with you." The man in the back, straight-jacketed and tied to the bench with leather restraints, still retained a weird dignity, the like of which Egon Spengler had never seen. The little man looked up and asked seriously, "Are you the gatekeeper?" "Ah," Spengler thought, "perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I've been waiting for this one. Bring him inside, officer." Stantz and Zeddemore had split up at the entrance to the armory, and Ray was now prowling along the parapet, swinging his detectors from side to side. Nothing. He detoured around a stack of cannonballs and made for a lighted entrance. The plaque said that this was a fully restored replica of an officer's room, complete with uniforms, furniture, and accoutrements. Fascinated, Stantz walked in. The little man had been divested of his restraints and given a Rubik's Cube to occupy his attention. He was sniffing at the various colors, trying to decide which one to eat as Spengler readied the visual imaging tracker. An aluminum colander had been strapped to the man's head, and thousands of wires connected it through the archetype transliterator to a 19-inch color TV. Janine was watching, fascinated, as the image appeared there in flickering colors. It was not the head of a man, but that of a large, dog-like creature. Geez, what a creep, Janine decided. "Who are you?" Spengler asked. "I am Vince Clortho, Keymaster of Gozer," the man replied. Spengler sat bolt upright in his seat. Yes, this was the missing piece. "And I am Egon Spengler, creature of Earth, doctor of physics, graduate of MIT. Janine was going through the little man's wallet. "According to this, his name is Louis Tully. And his address, it looks real familiar." "Oh no," Vince said firmly. "Tully is the flesh bag I'm using. I must wait inside for the sign." "Do you want some coffee while you're waiting?" "Do I?" "Yes, have some." "Yes," Tully replied. "Have some." Janine hurried to put some water on to boil. Louis Tully was making her extremely nervous. Spengler, satisfied that his recorders and monitors were working correctly, smiled at Tully. Tully returned the smile and took a large bite out of the Rubik's Cube, scattering the colored pieces. Spengler gently removed the remains from his hand and gave him a bowl of popcorn. "Vince, what sign are you waiting for?" "Gozer the Traveler will come in one of the pre-chosen forms," he replied excitedly. "During the rectification of the Voldrunai, the Traveler came as a very large and moving torb. Then, of course, in the third reconciliation of the last of the Mechatrax supplicants, they chose a new form for him, that of a slore. Many shubs and zols knew what it was to be roasted in the depths of the slore that day, I can tell you." Spengler stared at Tully, then looked at Janine, who made the traditional finger circle motion for loony. The phone rang suddenly, startling them all. Spengler and Janine each made a dive for it, bumping heads. He let her take it, but she handed it to him and smiled nervously. Tully gave off a raucous cackle, then went back to figuring out how to remove the popcorn from the bowl by passing the pieces directly through the glass. As Spengler raised the phone to his ear. "Hello? It's Peter, Egon. I've got a problem." He's got a problem. "What is it?" "I'm with Dana Barrett, and she's floating 3 feet off the bed." "Does she want to be?" "I don't think so," Venkman replied haltingly. He sounded tired. "It's more of the Gozer thing. She says she's the gatekeeper. Does that make any sense to you?" "Some," Spengler said slowly, preoccupied with Louis Tully. The little man had given up on the bowl and was trying to scratch his ear with one foot. "I just met the Keymaster, Peter. He's here with me now." There was a long silence. "Peter, are you there?" Yeah, I was just thinking. It probably wouldn't be a good idea for them to get together at this point." "I agree." "You have to keep him there, Egon. Do whatever you have to do, but don't let him leave. He could be very dangerous." Spengler looked nervously at Tully. He had discovered the coffee. He poured a handful of coffee crystals into his mouth and chewed them up, then picked the pot of boiling water from the Bunsen burner. He sniffed at it and took a long drink. It didn't seem to bother him. "Egon?" "All right, I'll try. I'll spend the night here and get back first thing in the morning." "All right, Peter. Good night." He hung up the phone and glanced at Tully, who had fallen asleep on the couch, with his arms and legs in the air. Janine moved over and huddled protectively against Spengler. "Egon, there's something very strange about that man. I'm very psychic usually, and right now I have this terrible feeling that something awful is going to happen to you." She sniffed. "I'm afraid you're going to die." Spengler blinked at her. "Die in what sense?" "In the physical sense." Spengler had thought a lot about death since they had started Ghostbusters. But all was in abstract terms. Death was not something that would happen to him, at least not in the sense that it happened to anyone else. Other people died. Quietly or messily, they snuffed out. But he would discorporate, transmogrify directly to another plane, go on in the vast cosmic continuum as a spark of energy. The body wasn't very important when you compared it to the mind, and Egon Spengler had a very large, though somewhat disordered mind. But Venkman had been teaching him about girls, and he did vaguely understand Janine's need. She was afraid. Comfort her. "I don't care," he said at last. "I see us as tiny parts of a vast organism, like two bacteria living on a rotting speck of dust, floating in an infinite void." Janine sighed. "That's so romantic." She put her arms around Spengler and held him tightly, an experience with which the scientist was totally unfamiliar. A mating ritual, he realized. Respond. He put his hands awkwardly on her back. "You have nice clavicles," he stuttered. "You're sweet, Egon." "I wonder where Stance is," he thought. "We're going to need him." Stance had discovered a treasure trove. Having stripped off his pack and coverall, he was trying on a Revolutionary War officer's uniform, complete with the saber and tri-cornered hat. He appraised himself in the full-length mirror. "Not bad. Captain Stance reporting, General Washington. The men are ready and awaiting your orders. I would have done well back then," he thought. He removed the saber and hung it from the doorknob, then tested the bed with his hand. Amazingly soft, probably filled with down and pillows stuffed with feathers, not shredded phone and kapok. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Kapok, whatever the hell kapok is. God, I was born in the wrong century. He stretched out on the bed and stared up at the ceiling. Those were exciting times. He fell asleep almost immediately, dreaming of Valley Forge, of Yorktown and Bunker Hill, leaving New York and ghosts far behind. Consequently, he didn't see the light on his PKE meter come on. A moment later, the saber began to move ever so slightly in its sheath. Then the sheath itself began tapping rhythmically on the wall, as a glowing light slowly seeped in through the cracks in the door. It formed into a pink cloud, then rose gently toward the ceiling, seemingly fascinated with the sleeping man. Stance tossed in his dreams and rolled over on his back. The mist began to descend. Stance awoke to find himself face to face with the ghostly apparition they had come to remove, his body paralyzed with fear. And yet, she was beautiful. It seemed impossible that anything so beautiful would harm him. Then why am I so terrified? The apparition smiled and drifted slowly toward the end of the bed. If I hold still, Stance thought, it'll go away and I can follow it. I was a fool to let down my guard. That won't happen again. He opened his eyes. The phantom woman had vanished. Well, that's the end of that, he decided, and started to rise. His belt suddenly came undone. The buttons on his pants began to open one by one. He felt an electric sensation between his legs. You know, he thought, maybe we've been going about this all wrong. Maybe some of these spirits are friendly, beneficial, fantastic. He closed his eyes. I don't think we're going to find this one, he thought. Winston had come up empty. If there was a ghost at Fort Detmering, it was a real quiet one. I wonder how Ray's doing. He came around the end of a corridor and suddenly heard voices from behind a wooden door, and light inside through the cracks. Ray? Hey, Stance, you okay in there? Later, man. Zeddemore shrugged. He's the boss. He must know what he's doing. He ambled off in search of a cigarette. Back in the apartment, Peter Venkman had at last fallen into a troubled sleep, and by his side, drugged, possessed, and 3 feet in the air, Dana Barrett slumbered on. 12. I hate all bungling like sin, but most of all bungling in state affairs, which produces nothing but mischief to thousands and millions. Goethe. Walter Peck was feeling the self-satisfaction of a man who was about to get revenge on an enemy, and he wasn't entirely sure that he liked it. Revenge wasn't the point, he told himself. I'm a public servant, looking out for the public good. What I do out of responsibility, duty, and the law. I don't do it because I like it. I do it because it has to be done. Having told himself all of these things, he at last permitted himself a thin, sneering smile. Duty or not, I am really going to enjoy sticking it to Peter Venkman. The little convoy turned onto Mott Street and rolled up to the firehouse with its garish neon sign. A county sheriff's car blocked the garage opening. A New York City police car and a Con Edison van pulled up in the alley alongside. And Peck, in a burst of missionary zeal, parked his lime green United States Government Interagency Motor Pool sedan in front of a fire plug and stepped out. The others were waiting for him. Don't take any guff off these people, gentlemen, Peck announced. They're a bunch of con men, so be on your toes. Can we get on with this? Bennett, the NYPD captain, asked impatiently. He'd worked with Peck before and didn't like him. Certainly. Peck stepped through into the garage bay, followed by NYPD, Con Edison, and 2 New York County Sheriff's deputies. He decided to ignore the receptionist and head directly for the basement, but she jumped up and blocked his path. I beg your pardon. Just where do you think you're going? Peck was not to be trifled with. Step aside, miss, or I'll have you arrested for interfering with a police officer. Janine looked to the bored captain, who nodded sourly, but held her ground. Who do you think you're talking to, mister? Do I look like a child? You can't come in here without some kind of warrant or writ or something. Peck held up a sheaf of papers and ticked them off with one finger. Cease and desist all commerce order. Seizure of premises and chattels. Ban on the use of public utilities for non-licensed waste handlers. Federal entry and inspection order. Satisfied? He led the little troop down into the basement, Janine falling doggedly in behind. This is worse than Poland, she thought. Egon, I tried to stop them, she called, but Spengler and Peck were already at it. You are dealing with something you don't understand. Then I'll learn all about it as we dismantle your operation. No, the damage that could be caused. I knew you were using harmful chemicals. It's not chemicals. What's wrong with you? Don't you realize what we're doing? Don't you watch television? Peck sneered. Not if I can help it. Throughout it all, Peck's entourage had stood gaping at the workbenches, the reinforced containment wall with its warning stripes, the trap locks and recharge bins, the control panels and warning lights. Louis Tully, the keymaster, stood in one corner, mumbling secret promises to Gozer between bites of a Twinkie. This is impossible, Spengler shouted. Now look, you fraud, Peck began, but Captain Bennett laid a restraining hand on his shoulder. Watch it. Peck nodded. Now look, Dr. Spengler, you've seen the court orders. You are no longer in charge here. I am. Now I want to see what's in there. Either you shut off those beams, or we'll shut them off for you. Spengler tried a reasoned approach. You can see what's inside through the monitor if you wish. Here. He reached up and turned it on. Peck shook his head. I told you, I'm not interested in television, he scoffed. Peter Venkman appeared on the stairs, disheveled and red-eyed. At ease, officers. I'm Peter Venkman. I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding here, and I want to cooperate in any way that I can. Peck rounded on him. Forget it, Venkman. You had your chance to cooperate, but you thought it was more fun to insult me. Now it's my turn, smart guy. He wants to shut down the storage grid, Spengler cried. Janine ran to him and threw her arms around him protectively, and Tully, sensing what he assumed was a cue for action, huddled into Spengler's other side. They looked like some sort of very strange war memorial. Well, Venkman thought, it has been a very strange war. He turned to the police captain, who appeared to be the sanest of the lot. If you turn that thing off, we won't be responsible for the consequences. On the contrary, Peck snapped, you will be held completely responsible. Turn it off. But the Con Ed man had been looking through the monitor screen. He turned back, His face paled and made no move to do anything. Venkman placed a hand on the man's arm. "Don't do it. I'm warning you." The technician looked nervously around the room, then appealed to the police captain. "Maybe he's right. I've never seen anything like this. I don't know." "Just do it," Peck shrilled. "Nobody asked for your opinion." The technician nodded, licked his lips nervously, then reached for the switch. But Venkman threw both arms around his waist. "Don't be a jerk." The two deputy sheriffs moved in to break up the scuffle. Venkman glared at Peck. "You dumb jerk." "If he tries that again," Peck replied, "shoot him." "You do your own job, pencil-neck. Don't tell me how to do mine." "Thank you, officer," Venkman said. "You shut up, too. You, Con Ed, turn it off." The technician stepped up to the switch, took hold, and looked back nervously. Venkman, Spengler, Janine, and Tully had backed away toward the stairs. The two county cops were already gone. Spengler looked at the man and mimed a huge explosion. "Do it now!" Con Ed snapped down the huge knife switch, then jumped away as if he had been stung. There was the sudden sound of dying dynamos, a falling electrical hum, and the lights went out. Red warning bulbs began to flash, a siren started to scream, and a horrible tremor ran through the floor. The monitor screen exploded. The bricks in the containment wall began to loosen, emitting streams of blinding light and the hideous drip of ectoplasm. And under it all, one deep, terrifying sigh. A sigh of relief. A sigh of satisfaction. The sound of a monstrous creature that had just become uncaged. That was enough. They fought their way up the stairs and out onto the street, pursued by coruscations of colored light, unearthly sounds, tremors in the very fabric of reality. The old firehouse shuddered, all of the windows blew out, light bulbs exploded, and the heavy floorboards danced like piano keys. With a crack, the radio and monitoring tower on the roof gave a jerk and disappeared downward, sliding into the roof, and a second later, a titanic geyser of glowing energy shot skyward, 100 feet in the air. It hung there a second before bits and trails of light began to disperse to all points of the compass. "There they go," Spengler said in awe. "I never thought I'd see it. A full 4-dimensional cross-rip." "It's time! It's coming! This is the sign!" whispered Lewis the Keymaster, beside himself with joy. "It's a sign, all right," Janine moaned. "Going out of business." Peter Venkman had nothing to say. He simply turned and knocked Walter Peck on his ass. 13. We learned geology the morning after the earthquake. Emerson. Dozens of emergency vehicles converged on the old Mott Street firehouse, and soon the intersection was jammed with squad cars, fire engines, Con Ed trucks, ambulances, and civil defense vans. After Captain Bennett had separated Venkman and Peck and told them both to shut up, tactical command passed to Spengler. He was desperately trying to deal with dozens of experts while enduring the quizzing of a bomb squad man in a bulky decontamination suit. "Does it contain TCE, PCB, or tailings from styrene esters or any polyfluoric groupings?" "What's this slimy stuff all over everything?" a paramedic asked. "Sulfur dioxide, lead alcohols, mercaptans. That's ectoplasm. It's not dangerous." "Stinks, though." "Radioisotopes, asbestos, mercuric compounds, industrial acids." No, it's..." Spengler started, then realized that he wasn't sure how to explain psychic effluent to people who were used to dealing only with physical pollution. "You could call it a form of ectophenomenological fallout." "Fallout?" "No, psychic, not mineral. Like bad vibes. Carcinogens, mutagens, teratogens, or synergistic poisons." "What are pink particles?" the fire captain asked. "What will happen if we use water?" Spengler shook his head. They were worse than graduate students. No water. There's nothing you can do. Solanine, oxalic acid, cyanide, myristacine, pressuramines, copper sulfate, dihydrochalcones. Spengler took the man's clipboard and pen and wrote the word none in large letters across the form. Then his ears caught a familiar warbling moan, and he looked up hopefully. Somehow the ectomobile had found a path through the chaos and was pulling to a halt behind Peck's car. Spengler elbowed his way to the door as Stantz stepped out, gaping at the geyser of ghostly energy soaring into the Manhattan sky. What happened? The storage facility blew up, Venkman replied. That weasel Peck shut off the protection grid. Then he stopped, suddenly aware of the number of things out of his control. Where's the keymaster? Oh no, Spengler gasped. Janine, where's Tully? Janine, trying to fend off a group of reporters, shrugged helplessly. Stantz was thoroughly confused. Who's the keymaster? But Spengler and Venkman were already fighting their way through toward the street. Peck and Bennett were waiting at the police barrier. Stop them, Peck ordered. Captain, I want them arrested. These men have been acting in criminal violation of the Environmental Protection Act, and this explosion is a direct result. You turned off the power, Venkman cried, again lunging for Peck's throat, but the captain hauled him back. You can't do that, he said. If you hit Mr. Peck again, I'll have to charge you with assault. Venkman looked up at the towering, ghostly gusher, spewing spirits all over Manhattan and spattering the neighborhood with slime. It didn't frighten him half as much as the possibility that Tully and Dana might get together. Who knew what horror could be unleashed then? It had Egon scared white, and that really scared Peter Venkman. He made an effort to get himself coherently under control. Look, Captain, there was another man here. You've got to find him and bring him back. A short, determined guy with the eyes of a happy zombie. See? Peck cried. They are using drugs. If you don't shut up, I'm going to rip out your septum. Egon Spengler screamed with uncharacteristic fury, causing everyone for a 30-foot radius to fall silent and stare. Peck backed away. Bennett raised both hands. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm going to have to arrest you all. You can discuss it with the judge. I'm going to read you your rights now, so please listen carefully. No one noticed Vince Clortho as he wandered uptown. He was just one more person gaping at the spectacular display of lights in the daytime sky, but probably the only one north of the criminal courts building who guessed their true significance. At least, initially. As the released ghosts made their way back to their haunting grounds, a lot of people were in for some rude shocks. As the keymaster passed the subway entrance at Broadway and Canal Street, he failed to notice an insidious vapor swirl into the ventilation grate that served the platform for the uptown line. No one did, which was not surprising, for insidious vapors were common enough in a city with New York's air quality. But this was not air. A few minutes later, the stampede started as people trampled over one another in an attempt to reach the street, their clothes blown by a raging whirlwind and spattered by ectoplasm. A uniformed patrolman responded, hurrying to see what sort of commotion was going on, and grabbed a running youth by one arm. The boy wore a red beret and a Guardian Angels t-shirt. "What's going on, man?" the cop asked. "I thought you Angels were pretty tough." "Not against that, I ain't," the boy cried, shaking off the man's hand and sprinting up the street. The cop drew his gun and turned to find a hideous green demon rising from the stairwell. It opened its mouth, exposing foot-long teeth, and let loose an ungodly scream. The cop caught up with and passed the Guardian Angel, a block and a half to the north. J.M. Shoup was standing in front of the Hotel Sedgwick, enjoying the late October sunshine. Things had been quiet since the night those men had removed the ghost. Of course, the owners had had a fit over the damage and the publicity, but somehow Shoup had kept his job, and things had turned around. When the word got out that the Sedgwick had been the site of the Ghostbusters' first case, their bookings had filled to capacity. The owners were pleased, Shoup was pleased, and the hotel was now a tourist attraction. There was even a brass plaque in the refurbished ballroom with details of the battle. He watched as the soubrette man arrived with his hot dog cart and set up for the lunch rush. As usual, the man had parked within the area serving the Sedgwick's loading zone, but Shoup felt charitable today. "I won't ask him to move. Instead, I'll buy one of his wieners and chat about the weather. or perhaps baseball. A perfectly New York experience. "What'll it be today?" the vendor asked warily, expecting Shoop to roust him, but the manager smiled. "A hot dog with mustard." "Coming up." He reached into the cart. "Anything to drink?" "I don't think so. What's wrong?" The hot dog man was feeling about inside the cart. He withdrew his hand and came up with 2 inches of wiener, the end badly chewed. "I know I had more dogs in there. I just put 'em in." "Oh, my." The cart began to rock back and forth, and hot water sloshed out. The 2 men jumped back. "Oh, no, not again," Shoop gasped as the Hotel Sedgwick's resident free-roaming vapor, newly sprung from captivity, appeared with a mouthful of footlongs and spicy Polish. It belched loudly, spit up half a bun, and streaked for the front door of its old home, the pushcart turning and following in its wake. The vapor passed straight through the glass door, leaving only a blob of ectoplasm and several hot dog fragments, but the pushcart was not so agile. It crashed into the door and overturned in a shower of glass and hot water, leaving its blue and orange umbrella spinning on the pavement. The vendor's jaw dropped. "Did you ever see anything like that?" But J.M. Shoop was unable to answer. He had passed out. A Class 4 free-repeating Geist was streaking up the Avenue of the Americas, bursting streetlights when it spotted the marquee of the Radio City Music Hall. It did an ecstatic whirl in the air, enthralled at the number of light bulbs that the thing must contain. Now this was the big time. Roger Hubbard was late for his business meeting. His secretary called ahead to make amends while he raced for the lobby and a cab. As luck would have it, there was only one, and an elderly lady was about to grab it, but he elbowed her out of the way and jumped in. "Golf and Western Building," he snapped, "and I'm in a hurry, so step on it." The cabbie, a palpable reconstructor Type 3, had been dead for over 15 years, but it still remembered how to drive, and it had nothing to lose. A skeletal hand flipped up the flag on the meter and put the engine in gear. Roger Hubbard was already buried in his Wall Street Journal as the taxi leaped forward, scattering trash cans, executed a diagonal high-speed drift through the center of traffic, and sped off the wrong way down a one-way alley. "What do you make of that, Harlan?" "Well, I'll be. It looks like the late Mayor Walker tap dancing on top of a municipal bus." In the customer payroll department of Security Atlantic Bank and Trust, most of the employees had their eyes on the clock. Just 15 minutes to lunch. From her office, the department manager noticed the situation and determined once and for all to put a stop to it. "We'll see how they like staying late." She rose, walked to the doorway of the section, and cleared her throat loudly. A few of the employees looked up, guilt written on their faces. "I have something to say to you all," she began, "and this applies to more than one of you." She stopped, puzzled. Something was tickling her legs. She looked down as surreptitiously as she could, but there was nothing there. She determined to ignore it. "As I was saying..." My God, there's a hand tickling my legs. She gave a yelp of surprise and slapped at the front of her dress. Someone giggled. "What's happening? It feels so..." She struggled to turn and headed for the restroom. She barely made the door. The typists and clerks looked at each other and laughed. But the phantasm was not alone. They were all late for lunch. Louis Tully, keymaster of Gozer, was approaching his goal, the meeting with the gatekeeper, the preparations to receive the expected one, Gozer the Destroyer. His mind was filled with the glory of the Shagana and all the myriad sacred forms of the Torb as he entered the long pedestrian tunnel in Central Park. Several forms were clustered in the darkness ahead of him. "Ah," he sighed, "fellow supplicants, witnesses to the rectification." They spread out as he approached. "Hey, man, we're friends. Let us go through your pockets." The keymaster was nonplussed. This was not how it had been foretold. "Are you the gatekeeper?" he asked. "Come on, you want me to stick you? Come across, man." "I am Vince Clortho," Tully said impatiently. "I am the keymaster." "And I'm Mr. Dave, baddest dude on this block." Tully considered. Gozer had never before come in the form of a dude. It smacked of treachery. Do you bar my way? You crazy, man? You don't give? Mr. Dave's gonna rip you, man. Nobody gets by Mr. Dave. Tully's eyes began to swirl. Do you bar my way? Yes, sucker, we bar your way. Vince was filled with the strength of the Volderani. He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar that snapped the blade of Mr. Dave's knife and tore bricks from the inside of the tunnel. Streams of iridescent light sparked out, discharging bolts of static electricity into the muggers. They fled screaming out the north end of the tunnel. I thought you said we could take him, man. What do you think I am? Ghostbusters? The McLean 301, a theater just off of 42nd Street, had seen better days. Having begun life as a variety house, it had gone through a succession of remodelings and downgradings as the neighborhood around it changed. 7 years ago it had shown its last first-run film, and was now hovering on the borderline between being an emporium for bad science fiction and a porno house. Today it was science fiction. The marquee proclaimed, "All day, all night, 3D sci-fi thriller," and the house was packed. At one time, the McLean might have filled to capacity with sweating burlesque fans, with top music and comedy acts, or a neighborhood sprinkling of families for a night of Disney cartoons. Now it was the downtown gross-out crowd, the beer-drinking, pot-smoking, cheering locals in their cardboard 3D glasses, who got as much loud pleasure out of Z, the undying fungoid, as their more sophisticated cousins did from the Rocky Horror Picture Show. The screen was old and speckled with the refuse of thrown food, the johns didn't work, and the print of the 1957 British SF flick was probably an original. No one seemed to care. For the audience, the movie was less an art form than an excuse for a social gathering one step below a riot, and they were having a great time, shouting insults, pouring beer on one another, and razzing the terrible film as it creaked and crackled through the sprockets. The undying fungoid was in the process of devouring a toy army truck when the ancient film gave a tortured gasp and parted. The screen went white, then black. "You jerkbag! Fix the damn thing!" an angry voice screamed, and a chorus of supporting jeers rose, full of comments about the movie, the theater, and the projectionist's ancestry. The screen stayed dark. The chorus turned to a rhythmic stamping. Several patrons began to dismantle their seats and hurl the pieces at the projection booth. The low whine underneath the crowd began to rise in volume until, one by one, the patrons quieted down to hear what it was. "Like a dynamo," someone said. "You never heard a dynamo in your life," his friend replied, likening it to a distant police siren. "No, a jet engine. Or a pipe organ." Suddenly the dim house and exit lights went out. A few of the audience settled back, thinking that the show might be starting again, but most of them knew better. There was an electricity in the air, as if the entire building had been put through a giant electromagnet. The curtains crackled with it, and a pattern of soft, vague, blue, static discharges crawled over the screen, flowing, concentrating. The people watched in awe as they swirled into the center, forming an intense spot of light, while behind them the theater began to vibrate with a low, moaning sound. Like voices, thought one man. No, like music, like old songs. Suddenly the point of light leapt in a straight line to the projection booth, as if the camera had started, a beam of wavering light stretching across the audience. The moaning resolved into ghostly music. I can't read that word. A something of dance hall tunes. The moaning resolved into a ghostly music, a glip of dance hall tunes, as the first glowing phantom appeared on the lighted line. It was a strutting comedian in straw boater and checked suit, a cane in one hand. Next came a black-faced minstrel with a banjo. A fan dancer followed, then a floppy pants comic with suspenders and a spade beard, a stripper in a feather boa, a singer in a slick gown, a juggler, a quorain. The audience hung there spellbound as the ghosts of a century of New York theater paraded down that spectral runway and vanished into the projection booth, every sort of act that the McLean had witnessed, from minstrels to matinee idols. And when the last one was gone, and the magic had gone out of the old theater, there was a long moment of silence from the stunned crowd, followed by the loudest and longest applause that McLean 301 had ever heard. Some distance away, Winston Zeddemore was feeling far from entertained. How could he explain this to his mother? The first Zeddemore boy to ever wind up in the clink. He turned and looked at a huge biker who was watching him curiously. "We're going to get 5 years for this. Plus, they're going to make us re-trap all those spooks. I knew I shouldn't have taken that job." The biker spit lazily and scratched his jaw. "Tough luck, man." Most of the rest of the tank's occupants were gathered around Venkman, Stantz, and Spengler, who were trying to ignore them. Stantz had his blueprints spread out on the floor. "Look at the structure of the roof cap. It looks exactly like the kind of telemetry tracker that NASA uses to identify dead pulsars in space." Spengler nodded excitedly and nudged Venkman. "And look at this, Peter. Cold riveted girders with selenium cores." But Peter Venkman was acutely conscious of their audience. He turned to the group of hoods who were trying to figure out Stantz's coverall. "Everybody with us so far?" Stantz grabbed his arm. "The ironwork extends down through 50 feet of bedrock and touches the water table." Venkman still didn't get it. "I guess they don't build them like they used to, huh?" "No!" Stantz cried. "Nobody ever built them like this. The architect was either an authentic genius or a certified wacko. The whole building is like a huge antenna for pulling in and concentrating psychic energy." "Who was the architect?" "He's listed on the blueprints as I. Shandor." "Of course!" Spengler yelped, startling everyone in the room. "Ivo Shandor. I saw his name in Tobin's Spirit Guide. He started a secret society in 1920. Venkman rubbed his forehead painfully. "Let me guess. Gozer worshippers." "Yes. After the First World War, Shandor decided that society was too sick to survive, and he wasn't alone. He had close to 1,000 followers when he died. They conducted bizarre rituals intended to bring about the end of the world." Venkman nodded. "She said he was the destructor." "Who?" "Gozer." "You talked to Gozer?" Spengler asked, confused. "Get a grip on yourself, Egon. I talked to Dana Barrett, and she referred to Gozer as the destructor." "See?" Ray Stantz exclaimed proudly. "I told you that something big was about to happen." Zeddemore had heard enough. "This is insane. You actually believe that some moldy Babylonian god is going to drop in at 78th and Central Park West and start tearing up the city?" "Not Babylonian, Sumerian," Spengler said breathlessly. "And he won't have to. Ray, do you remember what we discussed about ERMs?" "Yes," Stantz replied. "All the psychic potential of the city released. The big Twinkie. We've got to get out of here." "What's he talking about?" Zeddemore whispered. "I'm not sure," Venkman replied, "but it sounds bad." "Hey!" They all turned. A high-ranking police officer was standing in the corridor outside the holding cell, flanked by 2 jailers. He pointed at Venkman. "Are you the Ghostbusters?" "What about it?" "The mayor wants to see you right away. The whole island is going crazy. Let's go." 14. That government is not best which secures mere life and property. There is a more valuable thing. Manhood. Mark Twain. Hisoner had had an extremely successful term as mayor, and he was determined not to let it be spoiled by a few ghosts. Ghosts, for Christ's sake. I get along with Italians and blacks, with Poles and Irish, with Puerto Ricans and Chinese. My credibility is solid with big business and environmentalists, with Jews, Catholics, and Muslims, with liberals and conservatives. My visibility extends with impeccable clarity to the Carson Show, the Letterman Show, to Donahue and Griffin and Good Morning America. I've published a book, done cameos on Kate and Allie and Ryan's Hope. They're doing a play about my life. I've done a good job. So what do I get? Ghosts. Hisoner looked up, watching his aides as they tried to keep traffic moving in and out of the big office. The police commissioner, the fire commissioner, the city and state police commandants, the archbishop of the Diocese of New York, Rabbi Korngeld, the regional director of the EPA, General Peterson of the National Guard, the city comptroller, the Corporation Council, 3 city bureaucrats whose names and positions he'd forgotten, several state officials, officers of the Coast Guard and Navy, and the chief agent of the FBI's New York office. All of them talking at once, most of them trying to talk to him. I have such a headache, he thought. Just once a crisis shouldn't give me a headache. Mackay, his point man, stepped into the office. "The Ghostbusters are here, Mr. Mayor." The room fell instantly silent as Mackay ushered the 4 men into the room. Well, they don't look like monsters, Hisner decided. Just average New York crazies. The simple solution would be to dismiss them as frauds, toss them onto Rikers Island, and feed the key to a seagull. Of course, that wouldn't explain the thing that came through the wall of my shower this morning. He stood up and placed his palms on his desk. "Okay, the Ghostbusters." They nodded respectfully. "And who's Peck?" A thin, angry-looking man in a tight suit pushed his way forward. Hisner disliked him on sight. He looked like the mayor's high school biology teacher, and Hisner had flunked frog dissecting 4 times. "I'm Walter Peck, sir, and I'm prepared to make a full report." He withdrew a fat sheaf of papers from his briefcase and dropped them on the desk. Typical, Hisner thought. The city's falling apart, and this ring-ding brings me a term paper. These men are complete snowball artists. They use nerve and sense gases to induce hallucinations. The people think they're seeing ghosts and call these bozos, who conveniently show up and get rid of the problem with a fake electronic light show. The mayor looked sharply at Venkman. "You using nerve gas?" Venkman shook his head emphatically. "The man is a psychopath, Your Honor." "Probably a mixture of gases, no doubt stolen from the army." "Baloney!" Stantz cried, then favored the Archbishop with an embarrassed smile. Peck charged on. "Improperly stored and touched off with those high-voltage laser beams they use in their light show. They caused an explosion." Venkman looked ready to start talking again, but Hisner raised his hands for silence. He looked imploringly at his staff. "All I know is that wasn't a light show we saw this morning," the fire commissioner said. "I've seen every form of combustion known to man, but this beats me." The police commissioner's argument was more telling. "And nobody's using nerve gas on all the people that have seen those things all over the city. The walls are bleeding in the 53rd precinct. How do you explain that?" The mayor couldn't, but had no intention of asking either Peck or the Ghostbusters, at least not yet. He turned to the Archbishop. "Your Eminence?" The prelate and the mayor were old friends from the days when they'd been priest and ward captain, Tim and Ed, but the formalities still had to be observed. He kissed the proffered ring. The Archbishop smiled, that enigmatic smile they teach in seminary, Hisner thought. Too bad they don't make one for politicians. "Officially, the Church will not take a position on the religious implications of these phenomena. However, since they started, people have been lining up at every church in the city to confess and take communion. We've had to put on extra priests. Personally, I think it's a sign from God, but don't quote me on that. I can't call a press conference and tell everyone to start praying. Rabbi, any thoughts on this?" Korngeld shrugged. "It's quite a deal. What can I tell you?" A tall black man stepped forward. "I'm Winston Zeddemore, Your Honor. I've been with the company for only a short time, but I gotta tell you, these things are real. Since I joined these men, I have seen jazz that would boggle your mind." The mayor rubbed his eyes wearily. "You, Venkman, how did this happen?" "Everything was working fine, sir," Venkman said earnestly. "We ran a safe operation." "Ha!" Stantz rounded on Peck. "It was fine, just fine until this jerk here shut down our power." "Is this true?" the mayor asked. Venkman stepped forward. "Yes, Your Honor. This man is a jerk." Peck launched himself at Venkman, but 2 of the mayor's aides pulled him back. Hisner stifled a laugh and glared at Peck. "That'll be enough of that. So, wise guy, what do we do now?" Venkman grinned. He liked the mayor. He would have done well back on the Carney. "It's this way, sir. You can believe this guy here. That's Peck. Or you can accept the fact that this city is headed for a disaster of really biblical proportions." "What do you mean by biblical?" "Old Testament, Mr. Mayor. Wrath of God type stuff. The seas boil, fire and brimstone falling from the sky." 40 years of darkness, Stantz chimed in. "Earthquakes, mass hysteria, human sacrifice. Dogs and cats living together in sin? Enough! I get the point. The mayor looked at the assembled multitude waiting for his word. Aides, employees, supporters, the secular arm of the office, waiting for him to pull off the big save so they would all look good, or to fall on his face. To blow it. To create a power vacuum for one of them to step into. I hate these times, he thought. He glanced at the Archbishop, who winked. And if you're wrong? If I'm wrong, then nothing happens and you toss us back in the can. But if I'm right, and we can stop this thing, well, let's just say that you could save the lives of millions of registered voters. Venkman smiled. The mayor smiled. If this guy ever goes into politics, he could be very, very dangerous. I wonder if he's a Democrat. Peck pushed his way forward. I don't believe you're seriously considering listening to these men. The mayor took a long look at Peck, then motioned to his aides. Get rid of him. Then, turning to Venkman, he said, We've got work to do. What do you need from me? The mess at Dana Barrett's building hadn't gotten any better. In fact, things were considerably worse. Louis Tully wandered through a stream of tenants carrying precious possessions through the lobby as lightning roared and snapped around the building, cutting power lines, shattering windows, and blowing pieces of masonry into the streets. Policemen herded the frightened people into cabs and tried to keep the curious motorists moving on Central Park West, making sure there was room for emergency vehicles. In the confusion, no one noticed that Louis Tully was swimming upstream. His floor was almost deserted. The lights were out, but a continual crackle of lightning was spilling from the opened apartment doors. A figure shuffled toward Tully, Mrs. Blum, a neighbor. Louis, what are you doing standing there? Get out of the building. Don't you know it's an earthquake or something? Louis looked at her, amazed at the flesh bag's petty concerns. The woman was carrying a bowl of fish, a symbol that did not register in the pantheon of the destructor. A shub, he thought. Be charitable, enlighten her. The traveler is coming, he said, his voice thick with reverent secrecy. But the creature would not comprehend. Don't be crazy. Nobody is going to come and visit you with all this commotion going on. She hurried off. Another lost soul. So be it. His duty was to Gozer. He approached the sacred joining and knocked 3 times, the thunder answering in concerto as the door opened. It was Zool, the expected one. Are you the gatekeeper? He asked. I am Zool, she said. It was the moment. Vince Clortho, keymaster of Gozer, rushed to the joining as he and Zool merged. She was the gatekeeper, and his key was ready. They sank down in the embrace that had been foretold and blew the roof off the building. The mayor followed Venkman and Stantz through the corridors of City Hall, puffing to keep up and straining to understand. And he was having second thoughts. By God, he thought, if these clowns screw up, I'll make sure they never again see the light of day. The Ghostbusters had begun their preparations, and the City Hall area was swarming with vehicles and support people, not to mention reporters, tourists, groupies, and a large crowd of peddlers selling Ghostbusters t-shirts and dolls. A circus, Hisner thought. I hate trusting someone else when I don't know what's going on. I don't understand it. Why here? Why now? Venkman shrugged. What goes around comes around, Mr. Mayor. The big lazy Susan of karma just keeps turning, and sometimes we get the short end of the stick. What's he talking about? Stantz clapped him on the shoulder. This may be nature's way of telling us to slow down. You have to admit, it's kind of humbling, isn't it? We're humble already, Hisner shouted. Hasn't this city suffered enough? The ectomobile was backed up to the loading dock, and Spengler and Zeddemore were charging the proton packs off a coaxial connected to the building current. A maintenance man was looking fearfully at the rumbling nuclear accelerators and trying not to get too close. He tapped Venkman on the shoulder. You're sure this is all right? It's all right, the mayor grumbled. The maintenance man glared at him. And who the devil are you? I'm the mayor, you meathead. Big deal. Hisner himself was about to ask if it was all right when Captain Bennett appeared. He had changed into field coveralls. We've cleared the whole building and cordoned off the street. I'm massing our special tactics squad, and the National Guard is on standby. Forget the tac squad, Venkman said. There's nothing for them to shoot, but the National Guard is fine. People like soldiers. They give great crowd control. What's wrong with him? The mayor whispered to Spengler. He's in charge, Egon replied bluntly. The mayor blanched. This is definitely going to give me an ulcer, he decided. Spengler crossed to where Janine was standing anxiously by the ectomobile. She smiled bravely. A romantic moment, Egon decided, and took her hand. Hi, he said, making a mental note to ask Peter how to talk to girls. They were far more complicated than fungus, or ghosts, for that matter. He wondered abstractly whether anyone had ever done a study. I want you to have this, Janine said, handing him a coin. What is it? It's a souvenir from the 1964 World's Fair at Flushing Meadow. It's my lucky coin. I don't believe in luck, Spengler said firmly. Keep it anyway. I have another one at home. Thank you, Egon said, deeply aware of the gravity of the situation. So, this was what history was like. Peter Venkman was not so sure. He looked at the long convoy lined up behind the ectomobile. A police cruiser, 3 National Guard trucks, 3 fire engines, a Con Ed van, a wrecker, and, ominously, a dozen ambulances. Okay, this is war. So be it. I'd just feel a lot better if Dana weren't involved. On the other hand, if she weren't, I wouldn't be able to ride out and rescue her. Hey, Peter, Stantz called from the ectomobile. You ready? Ready as I'll ever be, he thought. They were all looking at him. Stantz, Spengler, Zeddemore, Janine, even the mayor. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. Okay, just remember, whatever happens out there, we are the professionals. Not only are we the best Ghostbusters around, we are the only Ghostbusters around. It's up to us. He gave a thumbs up, and they each returned it. Then, raising his arm in the old cavalry signal, he cried, Move 'em out! 15. Have the courage to face a difficulty lest it kick you harder than you bargained for. Stanislaw I of Poland. Harlan Bojay and Robert Leonard Crumbs sat atop a stoned wall in the park and watched the mayhem swirling about the front of the old apartment building. The NYPD barricades were keeping people out of the street, but they had lined up 10 deep behind the sawhorses, and, like typical New Yorkers, were beginning to divide up into religious factions, ethnic groups, and political interest units. A chanting crowd of Hare Krishnas danced by, whirling and banging drums, followed by a contingent of punkers looking for trouble, until a mounted policeman trotted between them. The punks dispersed and melted into the crowd. Satisfied, the policeman galloped off to chase out of the street a covey of priests who were beginning an exorcism. What do you think, lad? Coombs shrugged. Something to do with all this ghost business, I guess. Ooh-wee, look at that. A ring of lightning bolts enveloped the tower, shaking the old building to the bedrock. Chunks of stone and concrete rained down, bouncing on the pavement and scattering the cops and firemen. One boulder went through the top of the squad car, smashing the light bar on the roof and setting the siren going, which warbled eerily until a trooper darted out to switch it off. The crowd applauded his bravery, but showed no further inclination to cross the barricades themselves. Rough night, Coombs grunted. 'Twas such a night as this that Macbeth met 3 witches on the moors, Bojay intoned solemnly. Coombs shook his head in admiration. For a guy who was going to be a jockey, you sure have a lot of culture. Yes, Bojay cried, and let that be a lesson to you. A minivan, I think it means minivan, a minivan of Hasidic rabbis went by, bobbing and chanting prayers. It is a wondrous fact, Bojay proclaimed, how a little bit of disaster seems to bring out the godliness in man. And the ambulances. A hush fell over the crowd as attention shifted to follow this new attraction. A convoy of emergency vehicles, their lights rotating as they drew slowly up to the building. It's the Ghostbusters, someone cried, and others took up the cheer. It was obvious that the trouble had something to do with the ghosts that were rampaging over the city. The Ghostbusters were here. That was enough for the cheering multitude. The danger forgotten, they poured over the barricades and surrounded the ectomobile. What do you think of that? Venkman asked with a grin. I think they think we know what we're doing, Stantz said uneasily. Do we? Of course we do. Stantz was taken aback by his partner's sudden confidence. Really? What do we do then? We do what we've always done, Venkman replied. We play it by ear. Oh boy, Stantz thought. Insight. The crowd began to press in closely, tapping on the windows and waving. Janine, who was jammed into the back with Spengler and Zeddemore, started to panic. They'll turn us over. Do something. Okay, Venkman replied, pushing the door open and stepping out. He raised his hands and smiled broadly. The multitude stopped, caught its breath, and waited. Venkman felt his smile beginning to slip. I can con a crowd, he realized, but this bunch is almost a mob, and a mob is nothing but trouble. Spengler leaned through the window and tugged on his sleeve. Say something, he hissed. What? Anything. Venkman fumbled the PA microphone from its hook and switched on the loudspeaker. Hello? Hello! The crowd roared. How are you all? He asked. The reply was unintelligible but friendly. Get them out of here, Stantz whispered. Hey, we're the Ghostbusters, Venkman started, but the mob went wild. The priests began praying, the rabbis started to wail, and a group of breakdancers broke into a pop-and-shuffle routine. From somewhere a gospel choir began to sing. It was like Lindbergh at Orly. This is nuts, Venkman called to Stantz. Let's suit up. He tried once again. People, the street is dangerous. Please move back. A priest threw holy water on him, and the choir slid into Sing Low, Sweet Chariot. The storm continued to rage around the building's upper works. We'll never get rid of these clowns, Stantz cried, helping Venkman on with his pack. How wrong he was. A seismic shockwave tore through the street, tossing several of the dancers on their butts. An earthquake? In New York City? The crowd hesitated, then stampeded for the park as the street began to open up, jets of steam and water breaking through the pavement. More chunks of building roof rained down into the mob. Hey, an earthquake, Zeddemore cried. What could happen next? The ectomobile bounced on its tires, Janine hanging on grimly, then screaming as she saw the pavement gape wide in a huge crevasse. A squad car tilted forward and slid into the pit as the continuing force of the shocks caused the earth to liquefy. Ray, I never been in earthquake before. Whoa! And they were gone. There was nothing but the tail end of the squad car pointing skyward like the Titanic's last moment, and a cloud of settling dust. Janine detached herself from the ectomobile and tiptoed forward to peer into the opening. Egon? Guys? Hesitantly, a hand groped above the asphalt rim, and, one by one, the 4 men appeared, dragging themselves up and out of the sinkhole. Venkman looked back at the police car, its rear wheels still turning. I've heard of underground parking, but that's ridiculous. Peter, hurry before the crowd comes back. Venkman made his way to the back of the old Cadillac where the team was picking up the rest of their gear. Everybody okay? They nodded. Are we all together on this? He thrust his hands forward. The others did the same, and they locked up like a baseball team. The men looked at one another. It was now or never. Let's do it! At that very moment, high above them, 2 other beings were in motion. Vince Clortho and Zool, in the bodies of Louis Tully and Dana Barrett, had accomplished the joining. All of the sacred conjunctions had arrived. The energy was focused. The preparations for the travelers' return were complete. It only remained for the 2 guardians to return to their posts and await Gozer's entrance. They walked slowly, formally, through the remains of Dana Barrett's apartment, and into the stairwell leading to the roof, while all about them the lightning writhed, growing in intensity. The power to the elevators was out, and by the time they reached Dana's floor, the 4 men were gasping and spitting. Venkman leaned against a wall to catch his breath, trying to keep his mind off the series of lurid and grisly possibilities of what they might find when they reached the roof. I'm glad we took the stairs, he wheezed. Good workout. Makes me feel so much better. Ugh, Egon Spengler replied, trying to get his head between his knees. I just wish I hadn't gotten Dana involved in this. Stantz shook his head. You didn't, remember? She came to us. Oh yeah, right. So where's she live? Zeddemore asked. This way. Come on, Egon. You can throw up later. Venkman stood before the door to Dana's apartment. It looked okay. What the heck? He rang the bell. Dana? Maybe we should go downstairs and call first, Zeddemore suggested. Funny. Go on, Peter, knock. But when he did, the door came apart under his hand, pieces and fragments showering down at his feet, the wood suddenly old, rotten, and crumbling. Venkman muttered. The apartment looked as if it had been cleaned out with a fragmentation bomb. The walls were gone, providing a spectacular view of Jersey and the Hudson River through the darting lightning, and wind swirled the decayed remains of Dana Barrett's furnishings around the floor. There was a smell of rot, and the telltale tracks of ectoplasm everywhere. Egon, now recovered, picked up the leg of a chair and twisted it gently. It shattered like badly made papier-mâché. Ray, instantaneous life force drain, like in the Potsdam case of 1912. Egon, Venkman said quietly, don't quote me cases. Not now. Zeddemore was looking cautiously about. Well, she's not home. Let's go. No. The kitchen. It'll be in there. The others followed Venkman to the doorway, where he stood, gaping. The refrigerator was gone, totally blown away. Probably straight into an alternate universe, Venkman thought, junk food and all. The wall behind it had burned out to reveal a long-concealed stone stairway leading up to the roof. A secret stairway. This apartment must have been Shandor's before he died. Later, when the building was remodeled, they must have walled it over, as being either useless or dangerous. But now it stood open, a formidable curving ascent, lit only by the rapid flashes of the lightning outside. That's it? Ray Stantz whispered. That's it. Venkman slapped his shoulder. Go! Me? The others nodded. Stantz shrugged, switched on his accelerator, and charged up the stairs. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the light, but Ray Stantz was amazed at what he saw. I expected something like this from reading the blueprints, he thought, but to think that he actually built it. The central feature of the site was a huge stairway of carved stone steps leading up to the temple on the east. East. Sumeria. And the weight. Those stone steps must weigh tons, which explained the incredible construction procedures. The reinforced steel beams sunk deep into the bedrock. They had to hold this temple above the skyline and take up the shock of Gozer's return. Ivo Shandor was truly a mad genius. The immense temple doors, cast in some iridescent metal, probably selenium, were at least 20 feet in height. Gozer must be one big mother, Stantz thought, but the temple itself could hardly be more than a facade. It was almost at the front of the building. Go through those doors and you'd drop right onto Central Park West. Or would you? He peered closely at the lightning playing around the doors, at the strange quality of depth it seemed to lend them, as if it were an optical illusion, as if the doors extended on... Of course! They did! Into another dimension, another time, perhaps. Where did I think Gozer was coming from? Connecticut? Those doors are an interdimensional gate, Stantz realized, and suddenly he was deeply frightened. These accelerators may be tough, but they're not that tough. Are we actually going to go up against a god? Dana! Stantz turned. The others were clustered behind him, holding on to Peter Venkman, who was trying to break free. Dana Barrett and Louis Tully were standing atop twin stone pedestals, their bodies twisting violently in the wind, their arms thrown back. Dana! No, Peter, Egon cried. Don't do it! He was right. Twin streams of living energy, like the beams of their accelerators, but infinitely stronger, leapt out from the temple doors, striking the two tiny figures, enveloping them in a wash of light. For a brief instant, Stantz swore that he could see their bones glowing beneath the skin, and then they bent forward, down on all fours, and were transformed into two hideous dog-like things. Guardians. Egon was breathing hoarsely. Zeddemore whistled softly under his breath. Stantz and Venkman looked at each other. Venkman shrugged. So, she's a dog. Peter Venkman, Either you are the coolest character I've ever met, or you are around the bend crazy, Stance thought. He turned back to look at the temple. Guys? The doors had begun to swing back, emitting a blinding white light. The two terror dogs jumped down and scampered up the steps to new positions flanking the doors. Each raised a paw in salute. This is it, Stance thought. He could hear Zeddemore mumbling a prayer. Good idea, but the only one I can remember is the one that goes, "If I should die before I wake." Look, the light, Egon said, shielding his eyes with his hand. Yes. The light was not coming from the temple. It was a being, a single glowing figure like the filament of a bulb moving slowly down the stairs, the brilliance fading as it distanced itself from the doors, and behind it, Ray Stance had the satisfaction of seeing, was a strange interior, a geometric cage of glowing lines, stretching away into another place entirely. I was right. The figure stopped beside one of the hideous guardians and stroked it negligently, as if it were some sort of nightmarish house pet. The dog thing flapped out a foot-long tongue and panted happily, as the last of the supernatural illumination drained away from its master. "It's a girl," Zeddemore blurted out. "What's going on, Ray?" "No, it's Gozer," Spengler said. "He's playing with us. He can take any form." "Only one way to find out." Stance took a few steps forward, the induction rifle held loosely across his chest, and planted both feet firmly. Like a Revolutionary War Minuteman, Venkman decided. The creature turned curiously, regarding Stance as something it had never seen before, though without any apparent hostility. It had the form of a thin, very strange young girl, apparently swathed in a clinging mist from the ankle to the neck. The hair swept up and back, not precisely cut short, but seeming to disappear, as if it linked the being to its home dimension, and its eyes were of the deepest blood red, and liquid, like two beating hearts swimming in their own juices. Happy Halloween, Venkman thought. Do your stuff, Ray. Stance cleared his throat. As a duly constituted representative of the City of New York, and on behalf of the County and State of New York, the United States of America, the planet Earth, and all its inhabitants, I hereby order you to cease and desist any and all supernatural activity and return at once to your place of origin or next parallel dimension. Nice going, Ray, Venkman called. Gozer looked curiously at Stance. Are you a god? It asked. No. Then die. Bolts of energy shot from Gozer's outstretched arms, catching the men and throwing them backward and toward the precipice. Venkman felt himself rolling end over end. I'm falling, he thought. No, he realized as he came to a stop against a stone plinth, his legs hanging free in the air. Somehow these proton packs absorbed the shock, like going over Niagara Falls in a rubber barrel. He shook his head and checked the charge indicators. They were almost on overload. If the Goz pulls that again, we could get fried by our own equipment. Zeddemore was pulling Stance to his feet. Ray, if someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes. Gozer stood quietly on the same spot, watching them, a mocking smile on its lips. Venkman had had the course. His patience was gone. You terrorize my city, ruin my business, turn my girl into a dog, and try to fricassee my buddies. Enough is enough. He scrambled to his feet, snapped in the induction rifle, and took aim. This chick is toast, he cried, and fired. But when the beam crossed the spot where Gozer had stood, the god was not there. Wow, Stance muttered, watching Gozer leap through the air, execute a double flip with a half-twist round-off at the end, and land on both feet behind them on the parapet. It favored them with a mocking laugh. Agile little minx, isn't she? Forget trapping, Stance cried. Just blast it. All four of them opened up at once. Gozer seemed to calmly absorb the streams and then, with a brilliant pink flash, disappeared, leaving only a burnt smell in the air. Zeddemore gaped at the spot, looked around suspiciously, then let out his breath. We did it. Thank God. But Spengler was not so sure. It just seemed like it had been too easy. He pulled out his PKE meter and began tracking up and down the stairs as Stance bounded jubilantly from jubilantly up to the site and pointed at the smoke still rising from the stone. "We neutronized it! The guy's a molecular nonentity!" Suddenly, the lights on Spengler's detector came on, popped, and the little meter burned itself out. "Not necessarily," he said dryly. All of the violence up until that point had merely been a prelude for the storm that now erupted around them. The skies opened and rained fire, the winds rose, the earth shook, and the Ghostbusters crawled into the smallest nooks and crannies they could find to escape the hail of masonry and debris coming down around them. Sirens seemed to be going off all over town. Venkman wondered how the mayor was taking it. Probably signing our execution orders right now, or calling in an airstrike on this building. "I thought you said we got him, Ray," he bellowed. "So I was premature." A huge stone gargoyle slammed down alongside Spengler, seemed to glare reproachfully at him, and then teetered over the edge. Egon checked his meters. They were all dead, overloaded. He heard Zeddemore scream, "Winston, you okay?" "I am not okay. The world is ending, and I am not ready to go." "Just hang on." The rumbling lessened, then stopped so suddenly that Venkman was certain that he'd gone deaf. He crawled out of his hole and looked around. The roof was a shambles. Only the stairs, the temple, and the terror dogs seemed to be undamaged. "Hey, everybody okay?" There were a few mumbles of assent as they regrouped. "Is it over?" Stantz asked. The sky roiled, cracked, and opened up, revealing a brilliant spot of light. "I don't think so," Venkman muttered.
Sub-creatures. Gozer the Gozerian, Gozer the Destructor, Volgus Zildrolhar, the Traveler has come. Choose and perish.
"Is he talking to us?" "You see anyone else here?" Winston asked. "What's he talking about? Choose what?" "What do you mean, choose?" Stantz cried. "We don't understand."
Choose!
Gozer bellowed again. Spengler placed a hand on Ray's shoulder. "I think he's saying that since we're about to be sacrificed anyway, we get to choose the form we want him to take." Stantz was intrigued. "Sort of like a last request." "You mean, if I stand here and concentrate on the image of Roberto Clemente, Gozer will appear as Roberto Clemente and wipe us out?" "That appears to be the case." Wait, Venkman said quickly. "Don't think of anything. Clear your minds. Blank him out. We get only one crack at this." They looked at one another, nodded, and tried to stand as still as possible, but the thunder rolled again. "My mind is blank," Venkman thought. "I may wet my pants, but I'm not going to think of anything." And, reader's note, the author has indicated thinking of nothing with ellipses within parentheses, so I will read that out, because why not? "But I'm not going to think of anything. ... X. The choice is made. The Traveler has come." "We didn't choose anything," Venkman cried, but the swirling storm was already disappearing. "I didn't think of an image." He grabbed Spengler by the arm. "Did you?" "No. Winston? Man, my mind is a total void. Ray?" Stantz was standing silently, his mouth open, shaking his head in terror. "Ray! I couldn't help it. It just popped in there." "What?" Venkman screamed, grabbing him by the collar. "What popped in there?" Stantz pointed off toward the south, the color draining out of his face. "Look!" They turned and strained to see what might be coming from that direction, their minds now free to supply all manner of doom. But at first there was nothing but a deep, hollow, thudding sound, like a man walking on a giant bass drum. Suddenly, beyond Columbus Circle, they caught a glimpse of white moving between the buildings. Venkman's mouth was dry. His hands shook and he wanted to run, but there was nowhere to run to. Even if he hadn't been on top of a building, they were dealing with a god who had conjured up the ultimate horror, and conjured it up out of Ray Stantz's mind. "What is it, Ray? What did you think of?" Stantz was leaning toward the edge, babbling incoherently as the white shape loomed closer, still tenuously out of reach behind the intervening buildings. "What is it?" Zeddemore screamed. Ray, talk to me. It can't be. It can't be, Stantz repeated over and over again as the thing emerged from Broadway and thundered slowly across Columbus Circle, snapping light poles and trees. Venkman strained to make it out. It appeared to be wearing something. A hat and a sailor suit? Ray, what is it? Ray! Stantz's head dropped forward like a poleaxed steer's, and he sighed. He looked up and shrugged. It is, he said. It's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. The Marshmallow Monster, 100 feet tall and grinning insanely like its namesake, trudged slowly up the edge of the park, passing the tavern on the green and heading unerringly for them. I tried to think of the most harmless thing, something that could never destroy us, something I loved from my childhood. And you came up with that? Venkman screamed. The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. He was in all the packages we used to buy as a kid. We used to roast Stay Puft marshmallows at Camp Wakanda. Great. The marshmallows are about to get their revenge. Still, Venkman considered, his sense of proportion returning. We aren't down yet. He fingered his induction gun. We may get to roast a few tonight. That's a big marshmallow, Zeddemore said skeptically as the creature lumbered past the Dakota, leaving huge, gooey footprints. I wonder how they're taking this down on the street. Walter Peck was not taking it well at all. Having just seen his car go under the foot of a giant marshmallow, he was having a hard time convincing himself that what he was seeing was a matter of nerve gas. I don't know how you did this, Peter Venkman, but I'll get you if it takes 100 years. He ducked out of the screaming, running crowd and fought his way to a policeman who seemed to be in the process of abandoning his squad car before the approaching monster. Peck seized him by an arm. Are the Ghostbusters up there? Yeah. I want you to go up on the roof and arrest them. This time they've gone too far. The cop looked at Peck sharply, then handed him his nightstick. You arrest them, jerkbag. I'm getting out of here. No, you can't. Peck began, but the man was gone. Peck turned and faced the oncoming marshmallow. He shook the nightstick angrily. I'll get you for this, Venkman. The 4 Ghostbusters had lined up on the parapet and were watching Stay Puft draw abreast of their perch. The fear was gone, replaced by resignation. Zeddemore was certain that he would go to heaven. Spengler looked forward to merging with the cosmic energy continuum. Stantz was hoping that his conjuring of the Marshmallow Man wouldn't hurt his chance for a lucky draw from the reincarnation pool. And Peter Venkman had fallen back on his sense of humor. When in doubt, cause as much confusion as you can, and, with luck, there'll always be a loophole. The Marshmallow Man looked up at them, smiling button eyes and neat little vest, 100 feet of rampaging cuteness. Hey, Venkman said. He's just a sailor in a town for a good time. We get him laid, and what's the problem? Zeddemore peered down. He's big all right, but he's still too short to reach us. How's he going to get up here? They got their answer almost immediately as Stay Puft began to use a nearby church as a footstool. That does it, Venkman cried. Nobody steps on a church in my town. Hit him! The streams converged on the thing's chest and exploded with a rush of blue flames as the marshmallow caught fire. The Stay Puft Man bellowed with pain and rage, flailing the air, sending burning marshmallow in all directions and continuing to climb toward them. He no longer looked cute. Good, Zeddemore said. Now we made him mad. Let's get out of here, Stantz screamed. They scrambled back as a flaming sucrose fist slammed down the parapet, splattering them with burning goo. The puffy white hand slipped down, then caught and held as the monster began to lever itself up. Regroup! We're going to be killed by a 100-foot marshmallow, Venkman said, watching the immense white face appear above the skyline. The flames had eaten away at it, but there was still plenty of it left. Enough to do them in, and then some. On the count of 3. 1, 2... No! Spengler cried. He pointed to the 2 terror dogs waiting by the great temple doors. Them! Shoot them! No! You'll kill Dana! And, Spengler added, cross the streams. You said that crossing the streams would be bad. Yeah, Stantz said. It'll kill us. Life is just a state of mind, Spengler replied calmly. But it's my favorite state. Either way, we're history. Look! The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man was rising above the edge of the building, blotting out the sky. It reached for them with a burning, dripping fist. Venkman grinned. Egon, I like this plan. So be it. Now. The streams of charged particles ripped out, streaking toward the temple, blowing away the two surprised guardians. Okay, Spengler cried as he saw the shadow of Gozer fall across him, as he felt the breath of hot marshmallow on his neck. Cross the streams. Venkman smiled wistfully. See you on the other side. The streams touched, tangled, and broke into a billion intersecting fragments. Time stopped. The temple doors melted. The interdimensional gate closed, and Gozer, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, its link to its own time gone, was consumed in a roaring firestorm. As the air rushed out, Venkman felt himself thrown forward by a great tongue of heat, rolling, bouncing, passing out. Everybody okay? Who said that? Venkman wondered. I'm supposed to be dead. He looked down and saw that his legs were gone. No pain, and they don't feel any different, he thought. Strange. His toes still wiggled. He looked up as a huge white figure came around the corner. Ah! The figure wiped a hand across its face, exposing a familiar pair of eyes. It was Stance. Hey, Peter, you okay? Venkman shrugged. I guess so. My legs, though. What's wrong with your legs? Besides the marshmallow, I mean. Marshmallow? He raised his knees up out of the white goop. Well, what do you know? No, I guess I'm fine. What happened to Gozer? He spread all over the west side, Stance said, helping Venkman to his feet. The sun is out. We won. Venkman stumbled out of the cubby and looked about. He had tumbled into a space formed by two collapsing stone slabs that had caught against each other and held. Either could have crushed him, but they hadn't. Well, the old man always said I was lucky. And then he saw the charred forms lying at the foot of the collapsed temple. Dana. Stance stepped up behind him, wiping toasted marshmallow off his clothing. He sniffed curiously. Something smells like burnt dog. Venkman looked at him. Oh, Peter. Oh, I'm sorry. Really. Venkman waved him off and sat down beside the roasted terror dog. Zeddemore and Spengler were picking goop off each other, but seemed otherwise unhurt. Well, we did it, Venkman thought. We won, and I feel terrible. Peter. What? Look. Stance was pointing at the terror dog. Venkman looked closely and saw that a section of the carbonous coating on the beast's flank was pulsing. He jumped back. Ray raised his induction rifle, but Venkman held up his hand. Wait a minute. The flank cracked and a section fell away. A hand poked out. Help! A voice called weakly. Anyone? Dana! Venkman cried, tearing open the shell and pulling her out. Spengler and Stance ran to break open the other dog and found Louis Tully inside. He looked around, blinking at the ruined high-rise, the weary ghostbusters, and the coating of marshmallow, and exclaimed, Geez, somebody must have spiked the egg salad. Dana, are you all right? She looked at Peter Venkman and nodded her head. Oh, sure. I'm getting used to this. Louis Tully hurried over. I'm innocent, honest, Dana. I never touched you. Not that I remember, anyway. Cool it, Louis, she said quickly, turning back to Venkman. What happened to me? Nothing. We just got rid of that thing in your kitchen. Really? Is it gone? Venkman nodded. Along with most of your furniture and personal possessions, this one took some work. She tried not to smile, but couldn't help it. Thank you. Next time I want to break a lease, I'll know who to call. She laughed and hugged him. Thank you. Who are you guys? Tully asked Spengler as they headed for the stairs. We're the Ghostbusters. Really? Who does your taxes? On the street, Walter Peck had just finished digging himself out from under a lump of melted sucrose the size of a Volkswagen. He looked around in confusion, trying to get his bearings. The street was a shambles, wrecked and flattened patrol cars littering the torn-up pavement, huge chunks of stone embedded in it like raisins in a cake. A National Guard truck lay on its side. Sirens were going off again, and there, in the center of the devastation, sitting untouched before the building, was the Ghostbusters ectomobile. Peck stared at it. The red-haired receptionist was standing by the fender. She waved gaily at him. Peck stumbled off, mumbling to himself. From the safety of a tree in the park, Harlan Bojay and Robert Leonard Combs watched Walter Peck go by. "He appears to be heading for the lake," Combs declared. "Probably going to wash himself off. That definitely looked like marshmallow to me." Combs nodded. "Sure a lot of it, though. You would have to wonder why anyone would dump a marshmallow of that size right in the middle of the street." Robert Leonard Combs scratched his chin shrewdly. "I wonder if there might not be a very large cup of hot chocolate somewhere in the area." Harlan Bojay looked at his friend in admiration. "Robert, that's very good. That would definitely explain it." As the Ghostbusters emerged on the sidewalk, Janine ran into Spengler's arms. "Oh, Egon, I was so worried about you." "Me too. I'm glad you're okay." "Oh, Egon, you have such nice clavicles." Stantz and Zeddemore stowed their accelerators in the back. "Now, aren't you glad you signed on with us, Winston?" "I don't know. We aren't going to do gods often, are we?" Peter Venkman and Dana Barrett stepped out into the sunshine, their arms about each other. "A lot of steps," she said. "Hey, you didn't have to walk up." He looked at her, definitely liking what he saw. "This is going to cost you, you know. Our fees are ridiculously high." "Talk to my accountant." "Lewis?" Tully rubbed his hands together. "Great. I bet we could write off all the damage as an act of God." "Speaking of gods," Dana said, "what's going to happen to all those ghosts?" "Well, with the goes gone, I suppose they'll settle down a bit." "And if they don't?" Peter Venkman grinned. "Call Ghostbusters, of course. Suppose we discuss it over dinner." She laughed and kissed him. "Okay, you win. I don't guess I'll be using my kitchen for a while anyway." "Not for about 6 months. That's a lot of dinners." She kissed him again. "If you say so." Stantz leaned out of the driver's seat. "Hey, you two lovebirds. Let's get out of here before the crowd comes back." Peter Venkman looked at the ruined street, full of potholes and marshmallow, overturned cars and confused people. At Stantz, Spengler, Zeddemore, Tully, Janine, and the ectomobile. And at Dana Barrett. She reached out and picked a chunk of marshmallow off his cheek, popped it into her mouth, and grinned. "Well, Hotshot, what do you think?" Peter Venkman threw his arms in the air. "I love this town!" This is John Olson. Thank you for listening to me as I read aloud the audiobook, unauthorized, of the novelization, the American, not the UK novelization, of Ghostbusters. For audiobooks for the damned. Ghostbusters has a very special place in my childhood memory. I was in 4th grade when that film came out, and I did not get to see it until it had been out many years. I saw it on VHS video the first time I saw it. But I was obsessed because all of my classmates were into it, and the song was playing, and there was just media from it saturating my little world. And you know, that's how they grip you, of course. I know this now, but it seized my imagination so strongly when I was a young little boy. And I became so obsessed with Ghostbusters that I saw images from it, and I made my own sort of replications of the film. I made my own fabricated ghosts. I would take plastic bags and tie them to strings and jerk them around and pretend that the plastic bags tied to strings were ghosts. And I would play with these quote-unquote ghosts in my backyard for hours. And yeah, and I would draw pictures of cartoonish ghosts that I would make up that were loosely inspired by the tantalizing images from the Ghostbusters publicity stills that I got glimpses of through the through the books and the record albums that my young peers had that I got to look at. But I did not actually get to see Ghostbusters properly, for real, until years later. And of course, it's a delightful film, and I love that film. It's terrific, and I was very excited for and had a very open heart and mind to the new Ghostbusters that just came out a year ago. Time has no meaning. The one with Melissa McCarthy and Kristen Wiig, and both comedians I greatly admire. I was disappointed. And I was disappointed in that movie, I mean, primarily because my biggest fear about that film came true. And my biggest fear about that film was that the filmmakers would not have the courage to write a good, solid screenplay and stick to it and make the characters strong and relatable and blah, blah, blah. And they did what a lot of comedy films do these days, where they just seem to film a lot of improvised outtakes and then cut together the ones they like the best. And so it felt like this cobbled together mess of people improvising jokes that only they and their friends found funny. Yeah. But Ghostbusters, the original Ghostbusters, oh, so good. So delightfully ridiculous and so good. And so it was fun to read this, even though I know I probably mispronounced the hell out of stuff. I know I can't think of specific examples, but I just know I mispronounced names, I mispronounced street names and place names, because I know I did that in Saturday Night Fever. I forget the name of the bridge, but in Saturday Night Fever, when I read that novelization aloud, I was mispronouncing the name of a certain bridge. I am that person who would pronounce Houston Street Houston Street if I came across it in print. So I was probably doing something equivalent to that over and over again. I know that I did not do a terrific impression of the characters. I try to vaguely kind of impersonate characters in the movie, but anyhow, apologies for all that. I hope, in spite of everything, and in spite of the fact that it took me several months, going on practically a full year, to finish reading this book, I hope in spite of all that, all you wonderful listeners had a fine time listening to it. I did have fun. I swear. I love reading aloud these things, but lately I've kind of slowed down. But just because I have slowed down does not mean I have stopped. I'm still doing it. Life gets in the way. Life gets in the way of things. But reading aloud audiobooks on the imaginary front porch with the imaginary couch on it on the endless imaginary summer night, while all of my imaginary friends drink imaginary beer after imaginary beer, rapt with attention as they listen to me reading aloud these nonsense novelizations. I will hopefully be doing that in some kind of afterlife after I die. I am okay with that. And even if that is a form of punishment in some form of hell, sign me up. I'm on board. Hooray. Especially if it's Ghostbusters. Not so much Ghostbusters 2. I mean, I'll read it, but oi. I mean, I think I'd almost rather read the novelization of the new Ghostbusters, which does exist, but that's new and in print. Anyhow, this has been a bit of a ramble. I am so pleased to have finally finished this thing. I hope you enjoyed listening to it. I'm going to stop wasting your time now. I would like to thank you, as always, once again. Thank you for listening to Audiobooks for the Damned.
Remember, folks, stay more lifted and elevated than the problems that may present themselves to you today. I want to thank Pipermaster Gaming and Stuff on Rumble and Godbud Records for sponsoring online Bigot Radio. Remember to check out Pipermaster Gaming and Stuff on Rumble, eh?
Oh, cannabis, our home and native plant. True healing love has all my sons to chant. With glowing eyes we see smoke rise. The true north says all leaves, no debris from far and wide. Oh, cannabis, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our munchies for more than hockey. Oh, cannabis, we stand on guard for thee.
You only getting high if you rolling up my weed. If she ain't get high, she ain't been fucked by me. Try me, I'm running through it like I'm in the IV. I sit up in the car cause the Motor City designed me, bitch.
Be safe, stay sick, sanitize, wash your balls and your butthole, make sure you hydrate. Thanks for showing up wherever you are and whenever you are.
Everything ends. That is always sad. But everything begins again too, and that's always happy.